Fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi podcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic day because today's a beautiful day. It's a wonderful day. It's another Wednesday. It is 61 degrees and partially sunny here in California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I do sound a lot healthier today than I normally do. Okay? This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. It's 11:39 a.m. It's Wednesday, May 3rd, 2023, and I am feeling a lot better than I did for the past couple of days. I'm starting to finally heal. As a 32-year-old man, it sure takes a lot longer than you would expect. Unfortunately, there's not much you can do about it. It is what it fucking is, but it takes some goddamn time to actually heal these bruised old bones, if you know what I'm saying. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening. For all my parasocialists out there, you already fucking know the deal. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you what's happening in between the period that I press stop streaming and the period that I press start streaming the button. And not much has happened other than the fact that I am a dog dad, as you guys know. This is basically the pup date. Notice how the puppy is not behind me currently. Let me just get that out of the way. That's right. Currently, Kaya is being crate trained. That's right. I have made the decision to, at the very least, make sure that she has a safe space that she's comfortable with, where she can cool down. This is what is going on. She is upstairs where she is currently residing, currently sleeping. I will be taking her out periodically, and I might even end up bringing her down here for a little bit. This is devastating news. It's going to happen. It's going to happen for now. You got to deal with the private prison corpos, didn't you? You just upgraded the prison. I did upgrade the prison. That's how it is. Yes. But fear not. This is something that I will be testing out periodically. But the reality is that I need to crate train her. I need to make sure that she is. I need to make sure that she's like properly crate trained, because she has been trying to figure out. I don't know. She's just been like I found something out last night. Okay. I found something important last night. I went and I watched a bunch of puppy training videos with my mom. And one of the really important things that we found out from those puppy training videos is that my mom, because we couldn't figure out why she was like still biting, and she doesn't do it to me that much, but she's like constantly chasing after my mom and biting her. What we found out is that my mom has been basically functionally acting like a walking human chew toy. Like the most fun chew toy a puppy could ever have. Because one of the things that everyone knows, any like puppy trainer knows, if you ever had a dog, is like you're supposed to redirect. You're supposed to calm them down, or if you can't immediately calm them down, you're supposed to redirect their attention when they're nipping at you or when they're doing something that is undesirable, right? Problem is when you're a human being, your immediate reaction is to go, "Oh no," you know what I mean, or push her away even. Problem is, all of those things are, in the mind of a puppy, all of those things are good. It registers as, oh, she's paying attention to me. Oh, she's playing with me. So that is definitely one of the issues that we recognize. So we're working on it. Couldn't you growl or yell at the dog? I mean, I do that every now and then, but that's like whatever. It's not the best way to do that. So just like when you respond to trolls in chat, yes. So notice no dog daddy pointing this out. Yeah, but we're working on it. How do you correct this? My sister's puppy treats me like a chew toy. Pretty simple. You can do it in a matter of seconds. One, there's a couple different ways of doing it. A mix of positive and negative is best. Positive only people are like rad libs. Yeah. One thing you can do is, as far as positive reinforcement goes, one thing you do is basically redirect. So let's say your puppy is treating you like a chew toy. She's running up at you and she's nipping at you. You don't want that kind of behavior, obviously, especially when she grows older. She's going to think that this is an appropriate thing to do, and she's going to bite at random children. The positive reinforcement method is to calm her down. If she has a collar, hold her by the collar and keep her tight and close to your body until she calms down. Okay? While also simultaneously, immediately giving her a treat when she does calm down, and use the term yes in a light tone. Just like teach her yes as like a positive reinforcement thing. Okay? Another thing you can do is basically constantly and consistently reward them for being calm. Another thing you can also do is if you can't do that, you have to redirect her. Someone said redirect her to the euthanasia factory. Jesus Christ. Redirect her attention. Let's say she's nipping at you. You stop. You don't react at all. They have sharp teeth, but ultimately they can't do anything too devastating, right? You stop. You immediately cease activities. You get up, and you basically turn, like if you're standing, it's easier too, where you turn behind her, you get behind her, and you, I guess like some of the trainers say you don't want to like abuse their name. You don't want to use their name too much because it's important to train them on what their name is. So you try to get their attention with a chew toy or something behind them to redirect their attention over to They can't hurt you too much, he said, inspecting his grave wounds. I was literally doing that. I was actually looking at my finger, which she accidentally bit into, thinking that it was while I was playing with her with a chew toy. Like, that's the most, maximum damage that she can do. Because the chew toy was in my hands. So listed time. There's 3 houses, by the way, not 1. Okay, we'll do that. But yeah, what you're supposed to do is redirect their attention to a chew toy instead. And then when she's playing with the chew toy, use that as a way to do it. Another thing, you're defending your dog abusing you. What makes you different from a cat owner? No. I'm teaching you how to avoid your dog abusing you. Because puppies are fucking stupid, and if you don't train them, they will develop terrible habits. Good luck doing that to a cat. I don't know how the fuck to do that with a cat, but you can at the very least do that with a dog, where you can train them to never do that. The first 6 months to a year is the most difficult part of like dog ownership, but then after that, it's smooth sailing, especially if you've trained them well. It will be a lifelong partner to you, and it's awesome. Anyway, so you just basically redirect their attention to a chew toy and then gift them when they're doing the positive desired effect. That's how you do it. The negative reinforcement, this is the controversial part that chat is going to be up my asshole about. Some people say you sternly tell them not to do it. People get very upset at that, though. It's controversial, even though it's a fucking dog. Calm down. Because I utilize no as well. Another thing is you can also yip like you are the mother of the puppy, which she would do normally if the puppy actually bites you. No spanking, obviously. That's not good, because then you literally will like abuse the dog and develop anxiety. What you can do, or what I used to do with Fish, which worked for him, was if she bites you really, really aggressively, you can punish her by, like, in the process of her nipping at your hand, you can like squeeze her tongue a little bit, which again, controversial. Some people don't like it, and most people don't like it. But making it so that like the biting or the nipping period with a human being is like not considered to be like a fun, positive, exciting environment for her, an atmosphere for her, is key. People sometimes hold the snout shut for a second, but I think that that doesn't mean anything, because they think it's a game still. But how do you catch the tongue? No, it's not a tongue. It's from underneath the mouth and the tongue. Like, if your hands are inside her mouth because she's biting, you have to teach them that is not a good experience. One way to immediately stop it should also be like yipping, though. You can do that. Dogs mostly learn by tone. You can tell Kaya who's the stupid puppy, who's the baddest girl, and they'll get all happy. So not telling a dog no is freaking stupid. What the hell? You're training a literal animal? No, I mean, when you say no, that's a different way of saying yes. It's different than saying yes. We tried only positive training with my Cane Corso, and it did not work at all. Negative reinforcement got him to be where he is now. I think it's like overwhelming majority of the training should be positive, which is what I did with Fish as well, and then some negative reinforcement as well. You have to do that. Yipping, like, ah! That's a yip. Like when a puppy, a super high pitched noise that a puppy or a mom or another dog would literally yelp out in a moment where it hurts. You got to do a little bit of both, even though, even though a lot of people will tell you like you can never do that, but whatever. I have two pitties and I absolutely need to use negative reinforcement with serious issues. Like one of them growls at someone inappropriately or getting flipped on their back so fast. Negative reinforcement is also known as operant conditioning, and it's proven to work on animals. Shit gets a little borderline though sometimes. Yeah, because the reason why people get like really fucking riled up about negative reinforcement is because like you don't want to fucking abuse your animal and like develop anxieties in your animal. Did you switch from cold brew to latte? No, this is a cold brew with oat milk in it. If you teach a puppy that the road is scary and has crocodiles that live under it, they will 100% never go on the road, etc. How the fuck do you teach a puppy that there's crocodiles under the road? Is there a good first time dog breed? I don't know. Raising a puppy sounds horribly complicated and draining. I'm so glad I have a cat instead. Yes, raising a puppy is a horribly complicated process for sure, but it doesn't need to be. As long as all you need to do uh you just need to develop you just basically need to develop good habits, and more importantly than just yourself developing good habits, if you are in a home with other people and a home that has like frequent guests for example, ensure that your guests also are aware of some of your roles and some of the rules. Do you get it? Fish was my first dog. Yes, my first dog was a pit bull, and I'll say it like this: stay off the plastics, mang. All that money goes to the fossil fuel companies, and 80% of practice produce has never been recycled. They either burn it up or bury it and send it to the developing world. Get a keep cup or equivalent. Certainly. When I go to a restaurant, I actually demand that they send me this. You know what I mean? I'm like, please send it to me in a fucking plastic. Anne? Anne? Please, the dog talk is so obnoxious. Multiple dog owner. Obviously, it's super easy for you because you're in your 20s and still living with your mom. No. When I had a pit bull, I was dead broke, lived in a fucking tiny ass apartment, and lived by myself. And my first dog I was lucky, like easier to train, in my opinion, than.
That's me running towards.
What the fuck? This dude snuck into Jeffrey Epstein's island? We'll definitely watch that. Tyler Oliveira. It was easier than my current dog. Also, like I just said, having multiple people living in the house when you're trying to train your dog actually makes it harder. Like, there are so many things that your guests in your house or your family members in the house don't do that will end up negatively reinforcing bad behavior. Like, at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break, and acting like there is no 3-minute ad break or acting like there is no method to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks is negative reinforcement, which is why I always tell you at the top of the hour, there is a 3-minute ad break, and you can avoid those ads by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub. Okoko K, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Crypto Cosmic, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Venaluz, thank you for the 5 get the subs as well, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I did a fucking top of the hour ad break before I did my blast off tweet, which is crazy. Okay. Anne? There's a lot of noise happening in the background. I don't know if it's my mom or if, like, Kaya was able to get out or something. Yeah, there's an Atlanta police report with an active shooter. We're going to be covering that as well, but let me do a blast off tweet real quick. As you know, the policy, I will not be getting fully into the active shooter situation. Anyway. Modern day ape, extra summons. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Sakura Gore, thank you for the 10 gifted. Patrick Mahomes' brother got arrested. What the fuck? Anne? Anne! Ne yapıyorsun? Bu sesler ne? Bir şeyler mi düşürüyorsun devamlı takır tıkır yoksa yukarıda? Oh my god. Dog got out, Mom. My mom's got her headphones in. And she's just like, you know, just dropping stuff left and right, and I was like freaking out. Anyway, let's blast off as well. Okay. Multiple shootings. Tucker Carlson text leak. Tucker Carlson leaks lead to why he was fired. Multiple shootings. And more. Hasan Chauffeur, can I borrow your car? I mean, you ain't going nowhere soon. No. A school shooting happened in Serbia? What the fuck? They want to be us so bad. Shootings, writers, strike, and more. Get in now. I did get the cussy back. Other parasocial news. There isn't really much else going on. This morning I'm a little late because this morning I shot another episode of Fear and Podcast. Cutie wasn't here. Austin wasn't here. It was me and Will, like the old days, with Gotham Chess. Was in town, and we had him on the pod, and it was a very fun conversation. Can we get more? Just you and Will? Those are my favorite ones. No, because Cutie and Austin are my like official co-host now. You know what I mean? Like that's not. Yeah, Levy. We had Gotham Chess on. Which is funny because, like, neither Will nor myself actually even do chess. Like, I don't really play chess at all. Austin's new fit is on its way. There are no One Piece updates. Oh, there is no One Piece update, but I started watching the new season of Demon Slayer, and my God, dude. Oh, my Lord. It's so fucking well drawn. It is a masterpiece, dude. Demon Slayer is so fucking good. It is, like, it hurts my soul. It's so fucking good. And I don't like the chibi style, like, I mean, not chibi, but like Demon Slayer is I get why it's a normie anime. I know why people poo-poo it or whatever. Like, but God damn, it's so beautiful, dude. The animation keeps me watching. Demon Slayer also is a wonderful, wonderful entry point, I think. It's got great amounts of violence, incredibly well drawn, incredible fight sequences. It's just great, man. It's really fucking good. That's UFO table carrying law. I mean, it's just, I was going to get annoyed with like the CGI because I feel like they have more CGI this season, but maybe not. But it does feel like they have more CGI on the background this season, which, like, my rule of thumb with CGI, UFO table, dude. What do you mean? UFO table. People shit on every anime. I still love My Hero Academia, even if people hate it. It's just great. It's so much better than. Listen, I'll tell it to you like this. This season is much faster paced, in my opinion, than the previous. Like the first season was so slow. Normie anime is such a dumb fucking concept. Sorry, I'm not into your odd octopussy anime like the four people watch. Yeah, I mean it's a good entry point, is what I mean when I say like normie anime. Should I watch Hunter x Hunter? Need a weeb's opinion? Yeah, Hunter x Hunter is great. It is slightly concerning that my second grade students are really into Demon Slayer. Why is that concerning? It's certainly a really good anime to be into. You should be concerned if they're into some like weird pedophile shit. Like Demon Slayer is awesome. There's like no weirdness in it. It's great. Yeah, it's a great anime for the whole family. There are way worse animes for kids to be watching. There's also not the anime, but just the real world guys that a lot of second graders are watching, like Andrew Tate. Don't people thirst after the characters though who are like 12? Yeah, that part is that part is the only part that's weird. Like the animation is like childish, kind of, but then it's like so fucking violent. And the only issue that I think is like kind of weird is with Demon Slayer is like Nezuko turns into like a fully fledged woman. Like because she's a demon, she's either like a baby or like literally a fucking when she powers up, she turns into like a fully grown woman and like an adult woman. And that shit's weird for sure. Like cleavage and all, it's really weird. Yeah. Great anime though. Or she's an adult. She has like an adult form. I don't know. I don't know how to. I don't know. I don't really give a shit though because like one, it's not like the main point at all. Like, look. It's more so, look, with anime, you're going to have some weird shit, okay? no matter what happens. If it's not like the main plot point, then, you know, I can overlook it. And in Demon Slayer, it's like not. It's far from the main plot point. You know what I mean?
Fight.
I would beat the fuck out of you in a street fight.
I would kill you, bro.
Yeah,
I would kill you. I would kill you, bro.
God, I love it.
No, like
You think at your weight.
around my walk around weight, I would kill you.
What's your weight? Damn it, I want his fucking weight.
No, so 150, around 150.
Bro, I would maul you at 150.
No.
100%.
That's
No.
insane.
As confident as you are
Okay,
about
so let me tell you something.
150. You're
Let me
talking
tell you
about
something.
150
But
pounds.
let me tell you something.
Okay.
You cannot take a punch though. So like you're not used to getting hit. So
I've been hit though.
no. But you've been
Not
hit.
by you.
But
not
you've
by-
been hit by regular guys, like guys who don't even know how to punch.
That's an insane take, bro. What the fuck? Devin Haney? Is he like a, I mean, if he's a boxer, then maybe, but like, oh, he is a boxer. Okay, then yeah, I take it back. He's not wrong. Never mind. I thought he was like, I don't know what he does. If he's a boxer, then yeah, he's right. Because if he can get in through Bradley's defenses, and I suspect he's fast enough to be able to do that, you know, especially when Bradley Martin has no fucking experience like with organized fighting. Yeah, he could just drop him. That's all he needs to do is just hit the button. I thought he was just some like normal dude, or possibly like, I thought he was I don't know what he does. So I knowing that he's a organized professional fighter and a world champion with a fucking 29-0 record, currently holding the undisputed lightweight championship title. Yes, I think that he would. All he needs to do is just get in through Bradley's like towering fucking defense and just touch him on the button, and then Bradley will fucking perish. This is something I say all the time. I think people greatly overestimate. Bradley Martin is a fucking gorilla, okay? He is incredibly strong. He's incredibly strong, and size certainly does matter. But even with that massive size disparity, I think like I said, all it would take is for one fucking perfectly timed, perfectly centered hit on your button. Can you take Bradley in a free fight? Fuck no, because both of us are not fighters. You know what I mean? So in that situation, size matters significantly more. People don't get this. I don't know why. Like, it's the same principle behind like an NCAA basketball player who's been playing fucking basketball their whole lives is going to be able to absolutely destroy like 99% of people who have just only played on the streets. Okay. It is so fucking stupid to like go up against the person in what they do professionally. Most professional fighters are going to be able to drop someone who has no professional fighting experience, which is why I always mention this, and people go, what do you mean, dog? You're massive. Like, you'll take this person, Like, Andrew Tate is a great example, right? Andrew Tate was a professional kickboxer, okay? Hate him, love him, doesn't fucking matter. The reality is, Andrew Tate, at 6'4" also as well. But even if he was shorter than that, Andrew Tate is a professional kickboxer and a champion too. Like, his fight record, if you ask people that know a lot more than me in the kickboxing world, was kind of ass, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. He would fucking destroy me. He doesn't need to be the world's greatest fucking kickboxing champion. Okay? That's true. Because I have no experience. I have no experience in professional fighting. It doesn't matter. He would overpower me immediately. Okay? He had an okay record, but just beat some tin cans too. From what I understand, he just like, what did Felix say? Felix said that he never like, he only fought in like Europe and shit, and he didn't really go into, like, any sort of Thai fighting or anything like that. I've been knocked out by somebody half my size and 240. Homie had crazy hands. Yeah. Anyway, it literally doesn't matter, though, because we're not talking about two professionally trained fighters in like similar weight classes or whatever with similar skill. We're talking about a professionally trained fighter versus a random guy. And no matter how fucking strong the random guy is, the odds absolutely favor the professional trained fighter. Okay? What is this? The Ryan Walker one? I think we might have watched this before. I agree, but at what point does physical size outweigh skill? Like, do you think a 90-pound female boxing champion can beat Bradley in a street fight? I don't know. I think the only time where, like, size could outflank, maybe. The only time, it's still possible. Like, I don't think you guys understand. It's literally skill. Not in a street fight, Lamau. I mean, are we talking like you're using shit on the ground? Or you're using like weapons? Like, what do we mean street fight? If it's still a fucking stand-up fight, as long as you exhaust Bradley a little bit and you can like get through his defenses, yeah, I think that UFC 1 through 10 answered all these questions. No, it didn't. Because those people were still like trained, maybe not in mixed martial arts or the same mixed martial arts, but it's not like, no, you know who answered all these questions actually? Maybe it kind of did. Yeah. Kimbo Slice. Okay. Kimbo Slice was a street fighter. He was a backyard brawler. Okay. RIP to Kimbo Slice. What happened to Kimbo Slice? Even with training, Kimbo Slice got fucking eviscerated, got destroyed, got wrecked. RIP to the GOAT. But the reality is, when he went up against fucking dudes who are like literally, this is their entire lives. Like, this is what they've done their whole fucking lives. Yeah, he got destroyed. And it's not like Kimbo Slice is a tiny guy. I mean, he was massive. He was 6'2". He was weighing at 234 pounds. It's not a boxing match, it's a street fight. All Bradley has to do is wait for him to get close and grab him and GG. Bradley doesn't even have to throw hands, just grapple. Yeah, but Bradley doesn't have fucking professional grappling experience either. That's why I'm saying the lightweight champion is not going to fucking let someone like Bradley Martin grapple him, dude. What do you mean? He'll run away. Like, he's got insane cardio. And even then, you're suspecting that Bradley Martin has the capabilities of like grappling someone quickly. This dude is 154 pounds and would absolutely wreck Bradley.
Up, Rick.
Jesus Christ.
Southpaw stance on Tawanchai. Orthodox on Clubber Clancy.
Well, those matches that you were speaking about with Kulab Dam were decision wins, and it's just beautiful technical precision, just like that. He's just able to figure out what
this
you're
is the
doing
biggest
and
little
then
bro
come
job
with
I've ever
counter
seen. I
for
gotta
it.
pee real
Sean
quick.
needs
I'll be
to
back
go
in a
forward
second.
and disrupt him right
But
now.
this shit looks crazy.
Clancy cannot stay on his line against Tawanchai. Tawanchai will pick him off. And I agree, Mitch, like I said, you've got to go for it. Got to go for it early. Crossing elbow there from Tawanchai. First we've seen outside leg kick from Clubber.
Man, I cringed when that leg kick landed, or the head kick landed. You can already see the hematoma on the side of Sean Clancy's head there, and he shook that off, just like Mitch said. Sirloin. Truck stop.
High right roundhouse kick there from Clubber. Caught on the double forearms guard. Catch and sweep counter. Couldn't execute the sweep. Two-punch combination over the top. Trying to measure with the lead hand there, Clubber Clancy. Resets. Thought about the front kick. Teep off the back leg out of southpaw stance from Tawanchai. Cracks the back leg. Goes up to the head.
He's so fast with those kicks, man. And the way that he does it, there's almost no tell whatsoever.
Drops him with the left hand. I think you just popped him on the chin with that left hand. And Clubber went down.
7.
You cannot stand in front of Tawanchai. He will tee off on you like a golf course. 3 knockdowns in 1 round.
That's what happens when you got the Muay Thai is crazy. People literally end up with broken skulls from elbows and knees. Yeah, Muay Thai is fucking insane. Yeah, I mean, here, people are quick to forget. Exactly, dude. Got humbled quite badly by Jiu-Jitsu champion Gordon Ryan. Remember, Haftor is quite literally one of the the strongest person on the planet. Not sure if he's still the strongest person on the planet, but he's like if not currently the strongest person on the planet, you know, in the top 5, okay? That's BJJ, for fuck's sake. What do you mean? It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter. Technique is king. Even in a fucking street fight, technique is king. Technique is always king. And if you live, breathe, and shit fighting all the time in your entire life, even in basketball, like this is why I'm always, whenever we talk about organized sports or professional sports, like this is always a point of contention with like couch potatoes who think that they could like outball motherfuckers. It's like, you've never done it. You must have never played against someone who is a professional, okay? I would even go so far as to say that about video games, dog. Like, people, I don't think, respect excellence and mastery, okay? It's very normal to feel that way. It's understandable to feel that way, where you just go, dude, I could do this. What the fuck? I do similar things. No, dog, you're doing similar things to people that are in your lane, okay? You've never done it to someone who is so skilled because they've ate, shat, and lived and breathed basketball their whole fucking lives. You have no idea what that level of skill looks like until you fucking face it, okay? You just don't know. The only reason why I use basketball as a reason is because I do play basketball all the fucking time. I have played organized until the collegiate level. Even in college I played club, but that doesn't really count. And I also have the opportunity to play against people who are like, you know, who have played in college, who have played even professionally. You know what I mean? And it is it is the experience that leads you to humble yourself very quickly. And I assume that transfers to, again, fighting especially. And it certainly transfers to even video games, which I have done as well. So you're better than your average park goer? Yes, of course I'm better than my average park goer, especially because of my physical capabilities. You make the reverse argument for billionaires? Because there is no inconsistency here, my friend, because meritocracy is a lie for the most part, with like some exceptions, okay? What do I always say? The closest you can arrive at like a true meritocracy, and even then there is no real meritocracy there, is professional sports. That's literally that's the point. Yeah. The problem is the rule set. A boxer is severely outclassed in an MMA fight. I imagine a street fight would be overwhelming too. Okay. But when a boxer is severely outclassed in an MMA fight, they're not fighting against a random. You're forgetting what I'm saying. The main point of contention is that they are severely outclassed against a mixed martial artist who is also a trained professional murderer. The difference is literally between someone who is a professional fighter fighting another professional fighter versus someone who's a professional fighter fighting someone like Bradley Martin. I don't know. I don't know why people just don't understand how important technique and mastery is. Possibly because I suspect you haven't really like tried to even get there or ever had hopes of getting there and like failed disastrously. Okay? And I say that as someone who always, because I was like much larger than everyone else around me in Turkey when I was growing up, like I thought like, oh man, I really want to get there. It was never happening. I was not even close to whiffing it. You know what I mean? I was not even close to ever like walking on to a fucking, basketball team or anything like that. But I tried. It didn't stop me because I really loved it. And I will keep playing. We saw your highlights on OK Buddy. Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Ni hao. It's my favorite NBA Twitter meme. Get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. At first, I thought that was about. At first, I thought that was about like LeBron, sucking up to China, and then I realized, oh no, they're talking about like you're going to the Chinese league because you can't cut it in the NBA. Man, it's crazy how many got strong takes in a fight. Like, I literally have never been in a fight, and I can't say that I ever would. I've been in a lot of fights, and with professional fighters as well. When I was in college, holy fuck, the goddamn wrestling team. They were such absolute fucking terrifying sociopaths, okay? And at the time, I think it was one of the best wrestling teams in the nation, too, if I remember correctly. I don't know. I might have gotten punched a little too much. Let me tell you something, okay? Let me tell you something. You don't want to fucking fight dudes who know how to fight, okay? You just don't. They will, oh my God, they will whip you around like you're a fucking major in CRT. Yeah, with a major in CTE, you mean. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you were out here majoring in CRT. They're out here majoring in CTE. So, does chat know that you almost joined the Turkish military? I mean, I wanted to, yeah. My dad was like, I'll disown you. Anyway. Hey, Hasan, Tanner from the wrestling team from your college. Crazy how I beat the ass of a famous streamer. Good one. So that's where we're at. We're at this point of contention because people just have a genuine misunderstanding. Also, let's start off with some light news. Huge AdinRoss drama. My favorite right-wing YouTuber is like basically 2 days late to the fucking game. Okay? We'll watch this and then we'll get to the serious news coverage, which is where is it? The Atlanta shooting, 1 dead, at least 4 injured in an Atlanta shooting, and the suspect is at large.
That's right. Huge AdinRoss drama, which is a phrase that kind of goes together like moist moguls in winning, or religious leaders in being really creepy towards children. However, I did decide this will be the final video I make on AdinRoss, barring some crazy shit happening.
Yeah, there you go.
Kind of like Andrew Tate. I made a bunch of videos about Andrew Tate. Don't give a shit anymore. All right, unless he murders a man in cold blood, I don't care what that man's up to. I feel like I've spoken my piece. I don't have anything more to say. Same with Logan Paul. Unless he makes a Crypto Zoo 2, which would be an insane development, I don't think I'm going to make a video about the guy anymore, and AdinRoss has now joined that camp. But I will leave with one final farewell to Kick's #1 streamer, at least according to stream charts over the past week. And that is some recent drama he got in, specifically with copyright claims. And the claim is that he's been doing false copyright claims on a bunch of creators. And here is the video that kind of leaked it all. This is him pretending to come because he copyright claimed someone. And then they tweeted out, I just lost $8,000 from AdinRoss false copyright claiming my video about the Penguin Zero Moist Critical versus Sneeko situation.
W. Chat, by the way, this is Hasan's head moderator, chat. Put a W in the chat. We stole $8,000 from him. W. He needed that. Yes. 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 W. Yes. Oh, yes.
The same Discord, by the way, where he found his sister's porn. I don't know why he's still scrolling through that shit. That Discord, that's a harrowing place. That'd be a battlefield I never enter again. Okay, this is a weird story, but I was doing the yard a month ago, and Aiden, one of my friends, told me that his dad told him that you could buy government.
What the fuck?
Because it's a generally... Anyway, let's talk... That's dark. Anyway, public.com/mogulmail. Anyway, let's talk about copyright claims and how they can happen. Because it's a generally easy process from YouTube, which means there's lots of false copyright claims. And every creator that you watch at one point or another has bitched about false copyright claims. Also probably complained about demonetization or the litany of other issues that exist with YouTube. And I will say, to YouTube's credit, this system is great because it takes what was formerly a very long and drawn-out legal process and expedites it. But it still is, at its core, initiating a legal process of sorts. It's just trying to do it very quickly through YouTube's system rather than going to courts to deal with who owns the copyright for what. And for the most part, it does a decent job at ensuring a copyright holder.
Not a single mention of you yet. I mean, don't look forward to
holders keeping their
this
copyright
man is
material to themselves, right?
Plus, it doesn't even matter.
Music
I don't really
labels,
give a
that's
shit.
part of the reason why they haven't shut down YouTube as a whole, like they would Napster in 2002, is because this system exists. And basically, it'll show you any video that matches your own content. It's not the...
Yeah, the saga is over, and little bro is making a video right now. But saga is over already.
Greatest system on earth. As you guys can see, it literally has Dream's face reveal video as one of my videos because I reacted to it before it was uploaded onto Dream's YouTube because he premiered it. So it considers it my video and it matches it, even though that obviously isn't the case. That also happened because I've watched a bunch of Mr. Beast videos on my channel. So when they get translated into a different language, well, I watched the English version. It matches everything the English version has. Ludwig, that's your video. I could claim it. Now, obviously, I wouldn't do that because it's a false copyright claim and I would easily lose that battle. But that doesn't mean that there aren't bad actors in the scene who do that all the time, who have the ability to claim things that might be a small percentage, that might be a fair use situation, and they claim it as if it was outright theft and take all the proceeds from it. And the system allows you to do that. There is an article about how there's billions of dollars in false copyright claims every single year. And AdinRoss seems to be going down that trend. But it's even a little bit more nefarious than that because he's not just false copyright claiming everyone who's using his video. He's only false copyright claiming people who he considers his ops. Here's the clip of Aiden admitting that on stream while talking to one of his friends. This is Hasan reacting.
Yeah, bro. Like,
There's no way he's this stupid.
But listen, he's supposed to only go for the ops.
So that's Aiden admitting on stream that he's only going for ops, his opposition, the people who are out to get him. I don't know. I think he thinks there's like a cabal of people who wanted him off of Twitch that got him off of Twitch, but basically people he doesn't fuck with. Now look.
Yeah, the cabal of people is just AdinRoss. The only person responsible for AdinRoss being banned off Twitch is AdinRoss, by the way. That's what's so hilarious about this is like, dog, if anything, I tried to stop him from getting banned, like, as best as I can. You know what I mean? Like, I tried to help him out a lot originally.
AdinRoss is not the one doing these copyright claims. It's done by a company called Thumb Media, and they're doing it on Aiden's behalf. And he's the one who directed that company to target people he doesn't like to copyright claim all of their videos that includes any of Aiden's streams or videos or assets. And it's not always up to snuff. It's not always something that would legally pass as a good copyright claim, a good exercise of your own copyright. Look, I'm fully okay with people claiming their own videos. I personally don't care. I've never claimed anybody for copyright. Occasionally, I've asked people who use or edit a lot of my streams to stop or maybe outright hired them, but I've never claimed them through YouTube's system because I think the system's pretty shit altogether. But I'm cool when people do it. For example, CGP Grey is a guy whose copyright claimed me twice. He gave me 2 strikes and I almost got banned off of all of YouTube for it. But I served the time of 18 months or wherever until the claims expire and the strikes expire, and now I'm all good, and I only react to people who are cool with it. But that was something that he was allowed to do, and I've never chewed him out for that. This, however, seems to be crossing a line of okay copyright claims into not okay copyright claims.
Is that why you don't react to CGP
definite
Grey?
Fair use.
No,
And
I didn't even know he was like this litigious about copy strikes. I didn't even know he was like that. I just haven't really ever, sometimes I just dodge a bullet. You know what I mean? It was one of those instances where I had dodged a bullet.
And AdinRoss himself, I think, is aware of that, which is why he's only targeting people that are his ops and not very legitimate claims to copyright that he feels like is infringing on the content he has created. And you have to recognize YouTubers abide by a very homey system, a very handshake system. Normally, if you film anything, everybody needs to sign a release form. There's a certain set of processes that happen to be able to ensure that whoever is creating this content owns it outright and they cannot have it get taken down at all. And I promise you that most YouTubers, pretty much all streamers, and definitely AdinRoss do not do that, which is what Hasan was talking about here on his stream.
He's not sending release forms before having people appear on his fucking streams. So, hey, Aiden, have fun with that. I will literally personally pay the legal fees of other fucking Instagram models and people who now hate AdinRoss who have appeared on his stream to sue him for every fucking dime he has if he keeps this dumb shit up, okay?
This is Hasan threatening to sue Aiden. I think realistically, if you don't sign a release form, you could have the content taken down. Maybe if they don't take it down, you could get to a lawsuit. And Aiden's response to this, okay, I find this really funny. Someone runs this Aiden update account and they make little graphics for Aiden. I don't know if Aiden pays them. I'm pretty sure he doesn't, but if he does, it's like his own press release. It's like a PR team. If Hasan
Wants to go, I didn't even see this.
wants to go ban for ban, I gladly welcome that. My legal team is undefeated, bitch. Isn't it fucking depressing that the legal system is based off who can go banned for banned harder? I think that's pathetic. I think it should be the person who's like in the right, on the side of like truth and justice, and not the one who pays for the lawyers who are like the most good Weasley ratty or whatever. I just thought this whole tweet was kind of fucking depressing. So anyway, that's what AdinRoss said on stream. Not exactly what he said with his actions, however, because there's also some evidence of Aiden doing the exact thing that he is claiming for. And here's a clip of Hasan finding that exact information out, because this was a live stream Hasan did that AdinRoss uploaded on his channel.
Oh, that's false information. It was soda popping. This is what happens when you get all your info from LSF, buddy.
Yeah, and we're also...
This is my VOD that he appeared on.
I'm the one who set up this stream, by the way. I called AdinRoss. I said, come hang out, and you can hang out with Hasan and all of us, and we can go shopping. And then I left because
that part is true, though.
He took like freaking 4 hours, but he showed up, and this was on Hasan's stream. I was literally there like an hour before this.
Misinfo, you said it was yours. I thought it was mine, and then we realized it was soda popping. We did it for soda popping, I think.
And he uploaded it on his channel and then also added all of his socials to the bottom of it, which is as bad of any lifting of copyright material as you can get, right? Like he just outright uploaded the entire stream. Now, I don't give a shit. I don't think Hasan should strike, and he said himself that he wouldn't strike for this. But the fact that AdinRoss feels comfortable striking other people for the exact thing he himself does is wild. And then he's also comfortable claiming when it's just bits and pieces of his stream in longer video essays. But I don't think AdinRoss is as tough as his band-for-band persona that he gives off on stream, because he buckled. AdinRoss folded. Thanks to everyone who helped raise awareness on this situation, from bragging about stealing 8K from me to quietly folding behind the scenes. These last few days have been a riot video coming soon, and that's in response to Team YouTube saying, checked in on this. It looks like the claim has been closed by the content owner. And then this is another YouTube creator. It looks like YouTube's cracking down on AdinRoss's copyright abuse. Good news, your copyright video was released. And then here's another creator, Narcolept, saying, it turns out a lot of public backlash has made Thumb Media, the people AdinRoss hired, reverse their claims. Good news, both your videos have been released, and you are now able to make revenue on it.
With me too, by the way.
So it looks like he just totally buckled. It didn't seem like he wanted to fight this battle, and I think that's good. I am overall happy with that decision by AdinRoss. But it doesn't exactly feel like he is done, because he also said this, another graphics package, breaking news, by the way. The war is not over yet. Aiden has a few tricks up his sleeve and is now allegedly planning on suing Hasan for defamation of character.
This is so funny because, like, I'm completely oblivious to this shit. Like, I don't see any of this. This is the first time I'm finding out about this.
Blush emoji. I got the Jew crew by my side. You're finished, buddy. AdinRoss on Hasan's recent claims about him,
what the fuck?
I don't know. That's an ominous threat. Here is a less ominous threat and a much more direct one from one of his friends.
Yo.
Kick streamer Cuffham threatened to kill Hasan.
I swear to God, we gonna purge your ass, Hasan. We gonna kill you, boy. Bitch, I swear to God.
Now, I put XQC's reaction in this because I think his words were really wise here, and I'll just let it play.
Yo. Yeah, don't do that, man.
So true. So true.
And God, he's wise. He's wise well beyond his years, dude. Like, a lot of people say XQC is a gremlin, a goblin, a toenail eater, whatever. But honestly, he's also wise. He's so fucking wise, dude. You don't learn that at school. You learn that in the mean streets of level, okay?
In conclusion, and this is the final thing I'll end on here from Jay Aubrey, AdinRoss, a guy who illegally streamed the Super Bowl to 100,000 people, somehow believes he has the authority to copyright claim anyone who uses his clips under fair use to even slightly criticize him. Alpha male wannabes are always the most fragile people in the world. Video soon. So I'll look out for that one. And I'll never make a video about AdinRoss again, unless he does some crazy shit that I just have to talk about, because, man, I'm just fucking tired of it, bro. This is taking up too much of my damn time. Have a good day, everybody. Thank you for watching.
You give him too much credit? I mean, that's a joke. I'm memeing when I say it's wise beyond his years. XQ's a lot sharper than people think. Elbows, knees, nose, and he stays on his toes with his mouth. Dude, equalizer. Okay, this is yet another case of like you not hearing me, okay? Equalizer. Stop spamming in the chat. Equalizer, I'm speaking to you directly, okay? Like, look, you sent the link to me. I clicked on it and said, I'm definitely going to watch it. The video is from yesterday, and you keep saying, apologies if you covered this already. Stop apologizing. Just stop fucking spamming. Okay? I already clicked on it. He's like, dude, you have to watch this. The irony is, like, I will end up watching it, and he'll still be like, hey, chat, can someone let me know if Hasan watched the Tyler Oliveira video? Hey, chat. And then, eventually, oh my God, Linus got a midlife crisis car too. Dude, a bunch of my friends are getting this fucking car now. I'm a bit of a trendsetter on this.
Is that a gray hair? Time to face facts. I'm not a young man anymore. It's time to stop acting like it.
Oh, you got the turquoise. The baby blue. Oh my God, he got literally the same exact car that I did, just like one shade lighter. That's awesome. Oh, this is from 1 year ago. I'm a trendsetter. Hasan video from 1 year ago. Wait, me and Linus got the Taycan, the same fucking car, I think at the same time. Literally, when did I get it? How much is that car? How much is that car? I don't remember how much I paid for it, but I leased it. But it's like around like 120 grand, depending on what kind of kit you're getting. Oh, never mind. He got it before I did. Never mind. I copied him. This video was 2 years ago. I copied Linus. I copied him. That's crazy. This is just a review. He didn't actually get it himself. Is the car fast? Yes, it is a Porsche. Not only is it a Porsche, but it's an electric Porsche. It's kind of the whole thing of the car is that it's incredibly fast. Electric vehicles are you know, kind of famous for its 0 to 60 speeds because it doesn't have gears in the same way that like in a combustion, a regular engine, an ICE engine has. An ICE has gears. I'm unable to say words. I'm sorry. Good thing that I am a professional Twitch streamer. An internal combustion engine. Bring the Taycan to a drag strip, bro. Oh, I didn't realize you got an electric Porsche. Okay, you're a communist again. You're fine. Honestly, though, after driving the Panamera for like 2 weeks as the loaner car that I had, I do miss the sound that that a sexy ass engine makes. I'm not gonna lie. Big L for electric vehicles is like when you turn on the car sound so you don't like kill pedestrians that don't know that you're like coming from the other side of the corner. The sounds go a little bit like this, which is the lamest thing. I hate it. I need like a fake engine noise that resembles a fucking banshee, okay? Not only did it have beautiful engine sounds, Porsche is also known to have the sexiest symphony of sounds. I think you can break it. I think you can jailbreak it and put like a different sound on it, but like it's kind of whack, right? Spend another 200K and get a normal Turbo S? What do you mean? The guy who jokes about raping his wife? Who? What is happening? I'm just going to ban you, honestly. I don't even want to know. If you think like Linus Tech Tips has like dude, how is there always somebody here? Like, how is there always someone who's like, no, actually, this guy is bad? Did you think Linus was Steven Crowder or something? Like, I don't get it. I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know. I don't want to hear it. Just shut up. Like, I've seen the Linus clip. It is cringe. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care for you. It's just like, you're a fucking weirdo, man. Like, you do not give anyone charitability. You do not give them any leeway. It's just like, it's just drama baits. You do not live life with these black and white hardline stances. You just only hold up content creators to that expectation that you set for no one and no one in particular, just any content creator, and you do it specifically, you do it exclusively for drama. You don't do it for any other reason other than drama. It's transparent. Everybody knows it. And people end up going along with you because they also want additional drama. I hate it. It is my least favorite part of like being an online content creator. All right, let's get to the real news.
That's been the question. We don't know if they've located the subject, the suspect. The latest update from police, which came about 27 minutes ago, half hour ago, noted that there had been no shots fired since the initiation.
I wonder if what the fuck? I wonder if your body language, like and not limited to your head and upper torso movement, left, right, and tongue, lips, and uncontrolled like movement are a part of your personality, or you require that as you got money and you're trying to make it look like you're an important and act like a bad guy. I just wonder, did you have this don't give a shit, I'm cool attitude as a kid, or came with money? Sorry, it's an old copy pasta. Don't hurt me. Jesus Christ.
Of the shooting. What police have not said is whether they're making any progress as to the suspect's current location. Ryan Young, he's been on the ground. He's been talking to police sources. Ryan, tell us what's the latest you've learned.
Yeah, I was talking to some sources, and of course they were just sort of going through what the next steps are. And so as I'm sitting here talking to you now, I'm getting several text messages from police officers in the area. They say right now they don't have him located in terms of the situation, but they could be in this several blocks area, and so that's why they're keeping this hard perimeter. That's what has been sent to me at this point. Of course, as we work through this, of course, everyone's trying to figure out exactly what the next steps will be. And
I'm gonna go
again,
pee real quick.
What they are being cautious about is nobody wants to give up too much information, as this person could be watching television, or, hey, we live in a new world. They could be streaming on their phone. And so, they asked us to move back several different times. As you see, we are at the tape line right here, and the police have set up the perimeter. So, of course, we can't go past this perimeter, and it's set up that way all the way around this like 4 or 5 block area that they're making sure they have locked down. So they set that up. Obviously, there's certain points where you can get a camera into and see a little further down, but also we're being cautious. I don't know if they cleared the airspace just yet, but again, you have to start wondering in a situation like this one, whether the person who's involved in this is streaming from their phone or listening to the continuing coverage to figure out exactly what's going on. So that's all a part of this, as at least they were able to neutralize or stop the fact of the shooting going on in Midtown at this point.
And back because we heard it's an active shooter.
We just saw.
I thought no live regarding shootings. The only thing we do whenever there's a breaking news situation is cover whatever the facts news reporters have actually gathered. And we do it in an effort to combat misinformation that is being spread. Haven't seen too much misinformation being spread about this particular shooting thus far. There's also... It's just like there are so many fucking shootings. So I feel like people I feel like people basically can't keep up with all the shootings that are going on in their immediate vicinity. So they just like hyper focus on they just latch on to whichever shooting they can. They're like, oh man, we got one. This is the shooting that we're going to say is like a trans person or whatever. You know what I mean? It's just like.
A lot of Atlanta police officers with long guns. You just jump into a car and you were telling me this is very much active. You told me that they're looking for the shooter. I mean, watch this play out in real time, what is this like for you?
It's just, I can't describe it right now. I just really can't describe it. It's just crazy.
This is not even a mass shooting. This is just an active shooting, which is what makes it unique, I guess.
It's really crazy.
Are you nervous, scared? Do you?
I called a couple of my family members like, hey, it's an active shooter in the city. If anything happened to me, I just want y'all to know that I can't get back into the building, and I'm out here really in the streets, and they're telling me that I just have to keep moving and keep moving backwards and backwards from my actual original location. So it's just tough right now. I can't get back to work.
Them pushing us back, how much does that suggest to you? Expanding their perimeter.
It's really, that's dangerous. Let me know that the situation is not something that can be taken lightly. They're definitely taking all the precautions that they can by pushing us this far back. And it just makes me wonder, where is he? It could be any one of us.
Mass shootings at this point, or like active shootings, are in America, they're basically like snow days for adults. You know what I mean? Except instead of it like, you know, hailing outside, or you can go out and like play in the fucking snow as a child, I guess you have to duck and cover, which is good physical activity when you think about it. So yeah, pretty much the same. You know what I mean? It's just like, you know, adult snow day, yay! Not going to shoot it, not going to the shooting gallery. Sorry. Yay! It's like a snow day, but it's hailing bullets.
Not any one of us, but it could be anybody out here right now, and we don't really know who's the shooter.
Sir, someone is definitely going to misconstrue this one, brother. What does that even, how do you misconstrue that? Do you look at that and go, wow, Hasan is pro mass shootings? Like, you have to be, I know that I have a lot of unhinged haters out there, but like, I don't know how they can make that messaging stick. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, Hasan, very famously pro more mass shootings. Like, what?
Whereabouts?
Sir, we were just obviously just talking off camera. You're live right now on Channel 2 Action News. I'm glad you're okay. I know you were talking about that you're just trying to catch your breath now, but again, can you just take us through what just unfolded?
I work in the building right next to where the shooting took place, and I was going on my lunch break. I was crossing over to go into Whole Foods, and all of a sudden they was pushing us out of the building, pushing us further back into the streets, telling us to get away from the building where the active shooter were at, and just telling us to get back. It's a shooter, it's an active shooter, and we don't even know who the shooter is and where the shooter at right now. And so it's really, it's really nerve-wracking.
What was the first thing you did, though, when they started saying, active shooter? What do you do?
What could you do? Because I went to start looking up to make sure nobody wasn't hanging a rifle out of one of these windows or anything like that. And I went to put my back against the wall and just trying to do whatever the officers tell us to do at the time.
I don't know if you've seen this yet. Atlanta police released photos of the shooter, the suspected shooter. I don't know if he looks familiar.
Not right offhand. No, not right offhand.
Can you just tell us, though, again, I mean, it's become so common for something like this to happen, but for you to actually be living this and experiencing it, when it all went down, was everybody around you just kind of joining together just to stay?
We was joined together. It's kind of nerve-wracking because the officers just came up to me thinking I was another suspect they was looking for, and I just had to show my ID so they could realize who I was. And so, it's nerve-wracking because I guess they got a little picture of him, but we don't know who he's working with, who's helping him out or anything. So, and they haven't yet caught him, so.
Real quick, anything you want to say to your friends or family that may be trying to get a hold of you, can't reach you?
Just be aware of your surroundings, cooperate with the law, what they ask you to do. Anytime situations like this occur, we just want to all work together and try to avoid getting shot.
Great. Well, wonderful stuff. New saga has reached the interwebs that was briefly brought up in my conversation. I don't know. I didn't know the details of this, but apparently in New York City, in the subway, a homeless person, a houseless person by the name of Jordan Neely was choked to death for over 15 minutes by a Marine. Are you streaming from your mansion? No, today I'm streaming from your mother's pussy, actually. I'm having sexual intercourse with her. I'm inside of her back walls currently. This should come as no surprise to you. You already know that I'm inside of your mom every night. And maybe you will recognize the inner walls of what you came out of. So That's where I'm streaming from. Do you like it? It's pretty cavernous, pretty cozy in here. It's neat. Great. Look, I'm tickling her. Tickle, tickle, tickle. She's about to have a massive and very public orgasm at the LA Philharmonic. Yes, I'm going to give her a child she won't be ashamed of. I'm about to fill her monic till she vibrato. Fucking got him. Anyway, we'll cover this in a second. Apparently, this is apparently the main story that the right-wing circles are hitting, saying that this was totally a just circumstance of someone taking matters in their own hands, not entirely aware of the actions that took place before in the lead up to a 15-minute choke slam session that ended up executing this person. So how are the pH levels? Pretty good. Did that guy respond after I said I was inside of his mother's walls? Because he's not going to be able to hear the things that I'm about to say next, because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. And I'm pretty sure he's not subscribed, which means he won't be able to hear this. He'll be seeing the 3-minute ad break instead, unless he subscribes for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting his Amazon Prime account, maybe his mom's Amazon Prime account, to his Twitch account. He can also get gifted a sub if he's lucky, but only good boys and girls get gifted a sub, let's be real. However, I digress. The 3-minute ad break is upon us regardless. Here it is. This Queeks clip is how people think you low-key are.
You're in your own britches.
Ludwig, I want to stay relatable to as many people I can. Because
Can I tell a story of when we had dinner the other day?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, we have dinner the other day. This guy, he's being such a dick to the service staff. Waiter comes over. He gives us waters. And as he's walking away, Squeaks is like, "Hey, does anything have peanuts in it?" Like, bro, relax, right? He's just doing his job. And the guy's like, "Oh, I don't know. I'll check." Comes back. He's like, "I don't think there's any peanuts." And he's like, "Can you double check to make sure?" It's like, bro, just eat a fucking peanut. Like, stop making a big deal out of it. He's like really stressing this guy out.
No, that's not true at all. Ludwig, I was the one who was so kind and polite to all the service people. Ludwig, on the other hand, was like, "Oh my god, you guys work at a service place?" And he started laughing at them and just straight up, like, eating his money. It was disgusting.
I wouldn't eat my money.
No,
that'd
me
be
neither.
weird to do.
I commute 25 minutes on the subway every day. This is a daily occurrence at this rate. You can literally ignore these homeless people and they will leave you alone. The Marine wanted to play hero and is being celebrated because he killed a black dude. Pathetic. Yeah, I don't know what the exact details are. There were 3 people actively involved in Jordan Neely's murder. I think this is the thread. Okay. I love him eating sugar money. If he did that, it would be on Twitter in an hour. Yes, because as you know, you can never be charitable to people that you perceive as like your ideological opponents on the internet, and also women, which many people consider to be ideological opponents to them. Isaiah is 35. Thank you for the 5 get the subs. Geophorio, thank you for the 5 get the subs. And knife emoji, thank you for the 5 get the subs, allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, by the way. This was Jordan Neely. So what is the video? This isn't the video, I suspect. This is the guy who got murdered. This is Jordan Neely, a hungry New Yorker choked to death by a grinning Marine who is being celebrated as a hero by NYPD and press. His offense, aggressive speech, throwing his jacket on the ground and asking for food and water. Apparently there will be a vigil as well. I don't know what the shocking video shows. New York City subway passenger putting unhinged man in deadly chokehold. The original title, by the way, which is the New York Post, the most insane right-wing drab of all time, was shocking video shows vagrant being choked to death on New York City subway. Vagrant. Whenever I hear that term, when they're referencing human beings, I immediately know. The New York Times is using passive voice reporting on a vigilante choking out a homeless guy. Yeah, because remember what I told you? That like it's not just the cops that have lethal capabilities now. It's every average American. Like the average American, especially on depending on who their victim is, also has the same level of lack of accountability. The same lack of accountability that the average cop has when it comes to killing people, especially if it's an unhoused person. If it's a human being that is homeless, then that's how it works. I don't want to show you the footage of it, but a homeless black man, Jordan Neely, who was 30 years old, was screaming that he was hungry, had no food, threw his jacket down on the train, and the blonde guy decided to choke him for 15 minutes for no reason. EMS could not revive Neely. No charges have been filed. And the passengers on the train, including the person shooting the video, said the man did not physically attack anyone before he was taken down. Jordan Neely was homeless, tired, suffering, hungry, and unable to defend himself from a violent chokehold which led to his death. His murderer walked out of the police station with no charges. The New York Post is sanitizing white murderers and turning them into good Samaritans. Now, here's the thing. Per ABC7, the 24-year-old Marine who had 2 deployments and knows some MMA moves admitted to the police that he wasn't threatened by Jordan Neely, but he came up from behind him and put him in a chokehold for 15 minutes. Okay? Video shows a strap hanger. What is a strap hanger? Dramatic new video shows a strap hanger taking matters into his own hands, pinning down an unhinged man in a deadly incident on a Manhattan subway station this week. A subway rider is called a strap hanger? I had never heard that before. Adam Server with a rare good take? No, Adam Server actually does have really good takes on certain issues. If a homeless man makes me uncomfortable, the sentence is death is the kind of public argument that people should be embarrassed to make in public, except no, they're not. I saw a guy overdose on the train last week. A homeless guy on the subway tried to attack my wife on her way to work just a few months ago, thrusting a pointed umbrella at her. There was no one around. There's obvious social disillusion going on, and no one seems to know what to do. You're going to be sanctimonious when people start defending themselves and others, no matter how ill-advised. So here's the problem, okay? I don't know if those stories are fake. But like, it's a very common experience, okay? Because we have decided that like we are going to make the housing market unmanageable, and we are not going to provide any solutions to people who are literally living outdoors and braving the fucking elements for years on end, and that trauma and the assault and the sexual harassment that happens to them, and the possible drug usage that you engage in in an effort to self-medicate that fries your fucking brain over the course of many, many years, basically turns you into a walking, living, breathing fucking zombie, and then the government doesn't do anything to interfere in the process other than violent police action, and even then, that's not always the fucking case, right? Which is not necessarily a bad thing that that's not always the case, that it doesn't happen regularly. Like, intervention happens not often, but when it does, it's incredibly violent, okay? So do not misunderstand what I'm saying here, okay? And then we are just, like, leaving matters into the hands of, like, random fucking vigilantes. It's great. Wonderful. Very cool. This is going to keep happening. It's going to happen more frequently, as a matter of fact. And, yeah, what's the expectation here? Now, having said this, is it also normal? Is it normal and good and perfectly reasonable to just, like, I don't know, have to constantly, especially if you're, like, a smaller person, you know what I mean? Or, you know, someone who does not have the capability to defend themselves, someone that's not very confident in their physical ability, to, like, literally sit there and be like, okay, I don't know if I have to fucking dodge someone who's, like, screaming at me who might, like, actually fucking assault me. No, of course not. I'm sorry. That is not normal, okay? It's not normal. The government has to do something about it. That's why we fucking pay taxes, man. That's why. It's ridiculous that we have criminalized homeless people. We have criminalized existence in this goddamn country. We do nothing to solve it. And then we just, like, basically leave matters into the hands of the people. And because the cops are also fucking dog shit at their jobs in general, too, and only engage in, like, incredibly violent fucking ways, and usually not at all, because, you know, their feelings are hurt, I think, or something, or they're not getting paid enough. Like, $8 million a day is not enough for the LAPD as far as funds goes. You know what I mean? That, like, now people are just going, I'm going to take matters in my own hands. Okay? Great. Awesome. Now the Manhattan DA's office is investigating after Jordan Neely dies following a subway chokehold incident. It's like, brother, why are you talking like a cop did this? You want to know why? That's deliberate. That's by design. Because cops are doing the blue flu shit. So now it's like up to the fucking citizens to also enact in the same exact violent, psychotic fucking ways. Okay? So now the media is doing the same fucking defense for, like, random vigilante people, as long as, like, the victims are black and homeless, that they would have done for the cops.
I always try to explain to people that what I find so
Here's Oleemi's take on it.
Incredibly frustrating about New York City is that it paints itself like it's this big, diverse, progressive city. Like, oh, it's a blue state. Oh, the liberals. Meanwhile, I have never seen the level of disparity and dehumanization between different populations of people in my life. Like, just think about this. And this is something I know as both just a...
Same goes for California, too. Los Angeles is the same way with their mistreatment of homeless people. Like, they're fucking, you know, not human beings. Okay? Part of that is because the media is constantly fucking hamming on this narrative. Another part of that is, and people get fucking mad at me sometimes when I mention this, but another part of that is because, like, yeah, if you're living in a fucking big city and you're constantly seeing people on the sidewalk just, like, roll up on you and fucking yell at you and shit, I avoid it. It doesn't matter to me, but I'm a big fucking dude. I get why some people might be scared. I mean, look. For me, in particular, I've talked about this before. There's a dude that loves jerking off, okay? There's a dude that literally loves jerking off, whipping his cock out and masturbating furiously, okay? For me, it's whatever. What the fuck's he gonna do? You know what I mean? I just, when I'm walking around my house, it's one thing. But I also don't feel all that safe if it's my mom walking around. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Like, stop making a joke about gooning or whatever. In a normal society, okay, that person should be getting the proper one. That person should be jerking off in a house and not outside in a fucking sidewalk. And in a normal society, that person would be getting help for the very clear, obvious mental disabilities that he has, like the litany of fucking mental disabilities he has. That dude also tries to literally fucking break into my house, okay? Every now and then. I know. It's in front of my house. Yeah, I know. He will randomly at like 6 a.m. show up on my fucking cameras trying to break into the house. I don't know what he's going to do if he breaks into the house. It's not that big of a deal at the end of the day. I can deal with it on my own. But like, you know, it's just like, it's not good that this is happening. It's not. It is an abject failure of the systems that we exist under, that like a dude is doing this shit. Okay? My immediate solution to this problem, of course, isn't like kill the guy, or isn't like call the police so they come and kill the guy. You know what I mean? I'm not going to outsource the violence of the police force. But the reality is that like this is a very, are you making this up? You think I'm making this up? Do you live in fucking Ohio, in bumfuck Ohio, where you don't have any neighbors? No, man. Of course I'm not making this shit up. Are you fucking stupid? One, I've talked about this before. And two, literally, like, this is a very normal thing that happens in cities all the fucking time now. If you live in a fucking big city, you're going to have dudes jerking off, okay? It's not as bad or as psychotic or as dangerous as the way that, like, dumbasses fucking make it seem, like when they live in red states, especially when they make it seem like, you know, the outside of my fucking house is like goddamn war zone or whatever. You know what I mean? They always do that. They always make it seem like, you know, people are getting fucking stabbed left and right. No, stabbings do happen. Of course it happens. You know, it's a part of living in in a big, dense urban environment. You know what I mean? It's not a fucking battlefield. And you learn how to deal with it, except you shouldn't have to deal with it. And especially when, it's not great when things do end up becoming a very real problem. Okay? But that's pretty bad. I mean, I think objectively speaking, that's pretty bad. In a normal society, that person will be getting the fucking help he needs. Okay? We don't live in a normal society, though. So when that shit is happening, and you see it in the media all the fucking time, no matter how woke you are, no matter how liberal you are, okay, and plenty of people claim that they're liberal, but they're not really even liberal when it comes to this kind of thing, they get, like, incredibly fucking violent. And I've heard liberals say the most, like, blood-boiling shit as it pertains to, like, homeless people, calling them fucking vagrants and all this shit. Why don't you help this guy then? Are you fucking stupid? Am I a professional? Do you think I have any professional capabilities of like helping out a person who is trying to masturbate furiously? Are you fucking dumb? The expectation should not be placed upon random fucking citizens to be like, all right, I guess I'm a social worker now. Let me go fucking help him, get his nut off. But you got money. Bro, what do you mean? Do I throw money at him? What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. The only thing that a rich person in that regard could do is literally call the cops. And I don't do it because I don't want the fuck cops to come and kill him, okay? You fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. That's what happens. There's no like, oh, let me call a fucking social worker up and like come help out. Like let me fucking dial a social worker immediately. There's no like situation where I can do that. I mean, nothing wrong with donating to the right groups, though. I do that. It doesn't matter, okay? There is no right group that is like, help exclusively the homeless people outside of Hasan's house fund, okay? That's not a thing. I do that already. Shut the fuck up. And guess what, dude? And this is you and your dad, too. Probably if you have takes like this, you're probably not old enough yet. But you and your family members already are throwing money at the problem. It's just that money is never reaching the point where it would actually help alleviate that problem. It would It just goes directly into the fucking pockets of cops. So, do you understand? Do you get it? Like, I already pay more than you would ever fucking be expected to pay for the rest of your goddamn life with respect to, dealing with these issues. I wanted to go to housing measures, which I vote for, okay, and ballot measures that I vote for and advocate for and push for, okay, as a political commentator. But the unfortunate reality is that it doesn't go there. It never ends up in that regard. Huh. And again, you're forgetting that the main point of contention here is that this is a systemic problem. It's not supposed to be dealt with by individuals, okay? That's the issue. It's not supposed to be dealt with by like random individuals who are feeling kind in that moment or feeling insanely violent in that moment and express their violent desires and urges in the way that this guy did. Okay? Whenever we talk about systemic solutions to systemic failures, every Americanoid turns around and goes, individually fix it. Individually fix the systems. What the fuck's wrong with you? Individually do your part, dumbass. Like, I already do my part and then some. I both do my part in the form of taxes that I pay. I also do my part in the form of mutual aid and charities that I also give money to. I do my part 1,000,000 times over, but there's so much you can do as an individual, which is why I always say charity is only a Band-Aid solution. Mutual aid is only a Band-Aid solution. Okay? It is such a weird fucking argument to engage in, to be like, dude, why aren't you personally housing every homeless person? And the less we fucking deal with it, and the more we got like stupid people going, dude, what do you mean? Like, there are two sides of this story, as there is in every fucking story, but this one is especially frustrating because anytime something like this pops off on like Twitter or anywhere else, you have the one side that's like, they need to be executed, okay? Fucking melt them in the biomatter. And then you have the other side that's like, what? You have a problem with someone doing crack on a fucking subway, on the subway? You have a problem with someone fucking yelling or hurling a doo-doo caca? Fuck you, dude. Life in the big city, baby. It's like, no. Like, that's insane. The expectation that, like, that is normal is insane. You sound like an insane person. I suspect you are not living in a big city if you say shit like that. It's like two sides of this, not the same coin, because one is at least like on a more like moral, on a more like empathetic fucking ground, but it's still fucked up. It's insane. Motherfuckers are like, I hate sex offenders, unless they're like literally homeless, in which case then that's okay, Come on. I have empathy. And I want to do the right thing.
Black person running around New York and as a public defender. You will get arrested at the subway station if they perceive you as jumping through the turnstile, annoying somebody on the train. Like, look at the way that they characterize a homeless man with mental health issues because he is acting erratic. That justifies somebody murdering him. Meanwhile, you as a black person couldn't so much as jump on that train for free and let NYPD see you without being arrested. Same subway stations where they
Who on the left is saying let them throw their poop around Lamau? I mean, dude, these are outspoken Twitter users, which are like irrelevant in the greater point of contention, which is why I rarely ever mention it. But are you fucking joking? If you've been on Twitter, there's hella anarchists. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's so many like shit libs, rad libs, anarchists that are extremely online and never go outside. So they always like. They always behave like that's like normal. You know what I mean? Anyway.
They put 1,000 new police officers in the subway station to harass and terrorize the homeless people. Then, once they took them out the subway, they put more police officers on the street to tear up their encampments and harass them there, right? These are the subway stations where homeless people can't even be seen. They can't even stand, talk, do regular, lay down on the subway without being harassed by NYPD. But a white person could walk into that subway station, get on that subway train, and put a black man in a fucking chokehold for 15 minutes and kill him and walk past NYPD and go home and have the New York Post and the New York Times.
You know what's crazy about it? If a cop did that, that cop would not be as celebrated, I think. Because like the expectation is that they're trained to the expectation, which is not the reality, is that like he's supposed to be fucking trained. So like doing that is like completely fucking unhinged, right? Like, sure, there will still be people celebrating it. People going, oh, dude, that's awesome. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is a vagrant that was dealt with, obviously. But because it's a human vigilante, like a normie, a civilian, people are like, oh, I wish that was me in that situation. Because that same thing happens whenever I talk about like issues that pertain to like existing in public spaces and chat chirps about like their own personal PTSD that they have. Everyone has like, if they lived in a big city, or even if they didn't live in a fucking big city, if they are perceiving what a big city looks like and how fucking violent and how crazy it is, they have this like built-in trauma response where they're not thinking about the individual that or the confines of that actual incident where like someone was choked to death for 15 fucking minutes. They're thinking about like what they would do in a situation like where they believe that someone is like harassing them or terrifying them. Okay?
And everybody celebrated. This is the same city where black people, where homeless people, where people with mental health issues get harassed and arrested for. But you could kill those homeless people and go home free. This is a sick world. I feel like that needs to be emphasized in a crazy way. It's not just the fact that you could clearly see the media transparently and boldly painting the killer as a hero while they dehumanize the homeless man, right? No. That's not sufficient, right? It's not enough to notice that. It's not enough to notice how everybody in their comments is so excited to see a black man have his life snuffed out. It's not enough to point out the fact that the reason why the police let this white man go is because that white man is acting consistent with the police. The same, normally it would be the police who would put that man in a chokehold and kill him, but they are so grateful to have that white man take it off their hands and do it themselves. But it's not enough for that. For me, what you really need to point out is the fact that it could happen at all. That in the same fucking progressive city, the same liberal blue state, whatever it is, a homeless person could not be in that subway, could not be on that same subway without having them acting erratic, painted as criminal activity, but the man who killed him isn't painted as a fucking criminal. Ain't that some? Yeah. And it's bad enough that I'm sitting here trying to wrap my head around why Jordan Neely is dead. Why we live in a society, in a world that has such a disparity for black people versus for white people, for rich people versus for poor people. If it weren't enough trying to come to terms with the level of a police state that we live in, I look at Jordan Neely and I realize I fucking know this guy. I see the video of him performing in the subway and I'm like, one of my best friends at Legal Aid, one of my other favorite public defenders, has represented him for years. I know this because I remember showing me the videos of him performing in the subway and talking about how his mother had been killed and how that had deteriorated his mental health and he cannot get mental health resources. But what he can get done is thrown in and out of criminal court. This is America, son.
He was also like a famous subway performer as well. He was a Michael Jackson impersonator with a loving fan base who documented his performance over the course of the years. If he rode the subway in the last 10 years and stumbled into a spry, joyful MJ, it was likely Neely. A year and a half ago, his fans noticed his absence. He's currently missing in New York, and now he's 28 or 29 years old, but he's an amazing impersonator of Michael Jackson, and he's so cute, and I don't want to end his talent. He will come back. I believe that he will rise again and come back to us. If you know him, please pass this channel on to him. I will support him until that time comes. Please help us. The more people who subscribe to the channel, the more he will be known. Jordan Neely, I love you so much. This is from a year and a half ago. On January 2022, a fan uploaded a video of him and asked, where is he currently? And in February 2022 above, captioned, he's currently missing in New York. I believe he'll come back again. Like, but here's the thing. He shouldn't be, like, we shouldn't expect someone to be a beloved performer in the New York subway lines for you to, like, assume humanity in them. You know what I mean? It's just crazy. And even then, no one gives a shit. No one fucking believes that there is any empathy passed on to the victim in this regard because the victim is homeless.
Putting another passenger in a chokehold. That passenger was then taken to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. CBS 2's Zinnia Maldonado brings us the latest from Soho, and we want to warn you the images may be difficult to watch for some.
In these video screen grabs, you can see one subway rider holding another rider around the neck, the hold lasting nearly 3 minutes. Police sources tell us the person who eventually fell unconscious is a 30-year-old homeless man who had been allegedly throwing trash and yelling at passengers. Sources say things turned physical when a 24-year-old former Marine from Queens tried to subdue him, while also telling others to call 911.
It's an unfortunate situation, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, we all want to feel safe.
The video was 3 minutes. Whole thing was 15. Oh, okay. So the 15 minutes was how long EMT took to get there?
2 other riders are seen as well trying to restrain the 30-year-old's arms before he's let go, lifeless on the ground. The incident took place on the F train at the East Houston and Lafayette Street station in Soho Monday. Wednesday morning, we spoke to subway riders, many calling the outcome unfortunate.
I don't think anyone should, like, die or anything like that. That's kind of crazy, but I mean, I guess it's like a problem that needs to be fixed.
See, this is the reason why this is the average citizen's fucking perspective is literally because they are not thinking about the incident that took place. They are conditioned into thinking that the homeless person is not human. And on top of that, they themselves probably have an experience where they were fucking scared themselves in a situation where they're like, oh, I don't know what the fuck to do. This is what happens, okay? If you expect every single person to behave like you do in the endlessly empathetic ways, if you expect everyone to be like me, for example, and you know, not call the cops on a dude who's like a serial fucking masturbator outside of your house, for example, you're not going to get too far. That's not going to happen. The average person sees that shit and goes, holy fuck, someone's got to do something about it. But unfortunately, the media doesn't do its job and talk about the systemic failures as to why this happens all the fucking time and why there's no solution to it. So then they become more and more reactionary, more and more fucking violent. Okay? That's it. That's the real problem here. Like, everyone is responsible for this, okay? But I want to be as sane and as normal about this issue as possible. This is an instance where someone was literally fucking murdered. They were hungry, they were starving, they needed food and water, they were in a state of mental distress, and they were murdered for being a fucking nuisance. And the reason why so many will justify it, or so many will at least like overlook it, is because they themselves have had a situation where they like literally got, you know, they were put in a similar condition where they were scared. Okay?
As far as like the homelessness.
And acknowledging the danger at hand.
It's unfortunate that he died, like, don't get me wrong. The NYP doesn't really have that many officers, or at least to my knowledge. You know, you can't have an officer on each train car all of the time.
Police say when they arrived, the 30-year-old was taken to Lenox Hill Healthplex where he was pronounced dead. Police sources tell CBS 2 the man had more.
People saying, what the fuck? Don't understand. Dude. What I personally think about this horrifying fucking instance is entirely separate from why people are literally behaving like this. If you don't understand why people are reacting this way to a literal fucking murder, you are failing to understand what the average citizen's perspective is on the homelessness issue, and you will always fall short of trying to cater your messaging directly towards an audience that does not see homeless people as human beings. You can't write off every fucking normal human that you see on the street and assume that they're like violent, unhinged fascists because of their lack of care in this regard. Yes, they are behaving in a way that is consistent with those principles. But the reason why they are so desensitized to this level of violence is obviously an issue that contains multitudes, right? America has a very violent culture, yada, yada, yada. But for the most part, the reason why they're talking about it like it's, not the worst thing that has happened, and they're just like a nuisance that was dealt with, is because they also have a similar experience or something that like they have seen on television. They have seen this kind of violence, and they think that like this is a terrifying prospect. Okay. Like, you have to understand, normies are 100% fascist. If everyone is fascist, then we're fucked, okay? Then no one is. Then there's no reason to try and, like, deal with it. Then we just live in a fucking fascist dystopia, okay? That's, write off every single person that you've ever talked to then. It's like saying every American is a white supremacist racist. Like, yeah, when you ask them about their individual, like when you ask a random old person their opinions, their most private opinions about black people, they are nearly identical to someone who's like a fucking Klan member, okay? That doesn't necessarily mean that they have like the ideological predisposition that a Klan member has. It's just that they have been conditioned into thinking that. And there needs to be a way to separate that in your mind when you are dealing with people, because normies don't realize, but they can still be convinced otherwise. Okay? It's what so many people were taught. Not everyone's a fascist, but we do live in a complacent and disillusioned dystopia. That's not an exaggeration. Of course. Absolutely. Did you see the threats against you by the kick streamer? Yes, it's laughable. Please don't take shit like that seriously. Don't be ridiculous. We're covering grown-up news right now.
Within 40 prior arrests, as well as an active warrant stemming from a 2021 felony assault charge. The former Marine was brought in for police questioning, but no charges were filed. Law experts say the situation could be a tough legal argument.
You could only assert as much force as necessary in that particular situation. So was force even necessary?
Most of us are far closer to having a public mental breakdown or being homeless than we are to amassing money and power in society. The fact that we have lost all empathy for people in distress and have replaced it with groundless fear and disgust is unbelievably dark. This is a good take. It's true.
I don't know. We have to see what the investigation unfolds.
The NYPD says its investigation is ongoing as it awaits the official cause of death from the chief medical examiner's office. From Soho, Zinnia Maldonado, CBS 2 News.
For people saying, how do we react to this situation? I don't know. And guess what? You are not expected to professionally react to a situation where like someone who's having like a mental distress moment and is appearing in a possibly aggressive manner. You shouldn't have to know. Why the fuck do we live in a society in cities and not in fucking caves then, okay? Like, the entire reason why we form societies is so that, like, people with better knowledge of how to deal with these sorts of situations are there to deal with these sort of situations. So we eliminate the likelihood of these sorts of things happening. But I tell you what you shouldn't do. Choke them to fucking death with two other homies, okay? Like, apprehending them in the most violent way possible as they fucking die, okay? That's what you shouldn't do. Honestly. Police sources say Neely, who eventually fell unconscious, is a 30-year-old homeless man who had allegedly been throwing trash and yelling at passengers. Sources say things turned physical when a 24-year-old Marine from Queens tried to subdue him while telling others to call 911. It's an unfortunate situation, but at the same time, we all want to feel safe at some point, one person said. 2 other riders could be seen as well trying to restrain Neely's arms before he's let go, apparently lifeless on the ground. Is it right to stop the attackers like being a bystander? Yes. I think that the appropriate thing to do in that situation is like try to not help the fucking person who's choke slamming this guy, but instead stop him from further choking him. Like, I do think that that is the thing that you should be doing. Wild to me that like that's not even a point of contention here, that people are just like justifying it and saying like, no, you don't understand. This is the right thing to do here. Every New Yorker knows just how to avoid those people on the subway and not confront. The National Action Network demands district attorney and police investigate this horrific incident as a potential case of manslaughter, if not murder, Reverend Al Sharpton said. 30 years ago, I fought the Bernard Goetz case, and we cannot end up back in a place where vigilantism is tolerable. Jordan Neely was choked to death by a stranger in the New York City subway while experiencing a mental health crisis. Countless broken systems failed Jordan and led to this moment, including community perceptions of mental illness. We must end the notion that erratic behavior is grounds for a death sentence, State Senator Samara Brooks said. Like so many others, I have questions about what took place and during and before Jordan's mental health crisis. Where were support and outreach teams? Did anyone call 311 or 988? Had Jordan needed food, shelter, and treatment services in the days and weeks before this murder? And most importantly, where was the compassion? These are great questions to ask. Now, let me tell you something. I'm not even kidding, dude. I feel like this is gonna. First, it starts happening to black homeless people. It's gonna start happening to like non-homeless people as well. I mean, it kind of already does. You got road rage incidents. You have situations where like, a 20-year-old white college girl can like roll up into the wrong dude's driveway when they're fucking lost in upstate New York and get blasted from the dude's house. You know what I mean? That's where the fuck we're at. What is this? If he's threatening you and others around you and you feel and your others are in danger, you as a person have every right to do what that guy did, Hasan? Not really. Especially because like that principle applies to cops too, and I don't fucking give them that leeway either. No. Like, if he's like physically actually punching people and you try to subdue them and it happens in that situation, that's a little bit more of a morally gray area where you're like literally stopping them from like physically harming another human being. Okay? But if they're like fucking throwing shit around and very clearly in a state of mental distress, which happens all the fucking time, okay? Which happens all the goddamn time. The perception of threat is not entirely the bar that you can clear for enacting your most violent desires, you know? And for people saying he's just an inconvenience, not a danger, not really. Let's be real. The reality is that if you've ever been on the fucking subway, there are certain cases where the line is blurred between someone who's making you uncomfortable versus someone who is a fucking clear and present danger. I'm sorry. A lot of you fucking look at a situation like that and say, oh, well, he's homeless. He's in a state of mental distress. He was clearly not a danger. But if you see a fucking dude who's like also unhinged, okay, and not homeless, saying fucking insane shit in a similar regard, you immediately go, well, that's an incredibly violent action that threatens the safety and security of every single person there. Let's be fucking real, okay? Like, that is true. That's literally true. You see a You see a person who's not homeless and behaving like that, you understand that that is like a dangerous situation, because it can be. Okay, when you're in public, there are situations that are threatening that you can't possibly understand. The expectation upon normal fucking commuters that are going to their shit ass 9-to-5s or 9-to-9s is not that they are trained to behave like, perfect social workers, okay, that have been trained in dealing with people in a mental health crisis. It is wild that like hyper individualism has gotten to a point in the United States of America where like the immediate answer to any fucking problem is, why don't you do it? Why don't you fucking do it yourself? Do it yourself. Well, guess what? 9 times out of 10, that's how they're going to do it. Okay? 9 times out of 10, that's the fucking way that, left to their own devices, these psychotic fucking bloodthirsty assholes are going to intervene in this regard. That's what you get for hyper individualism. I got you a salad, Mom. Okay? You get it? It can literally be dangerous regardless of the person's mental state, bro. That's just humans. That's why you need hours and hours and years of training to de-escalate that situation. I took training on it, and I still feel super uncomfortable doing it. It's hard. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's social workers in this fucking chat that know how to deal with situations like that and de-escalate. And even then, it's like kind of a hard thing to do. You know what I mean? You cannot stop this at the individual level, okay? You have to stop this with systemic solutions. You have to stop this by training a fuckload more social workers. You have to stop this by implementing mental health programs. You have to stop this by making mental health care free, okay? You have to stop this by having a housing first solution, by fixing the broken housing market. There is no way. Other than that, you're always going to have, you live in such a fantasy world when someone is endangering or attacking people, you don't call a psychiatrist or a social worker to evaluate them or investigate the financial situation. You put an end to the threat. It's not rocket science. Yeah, I mean, by the way, a lot of people are acting like that dude was a fucking unhinged animal, right? Like that needed to be put down. You have the safety and security of saying actually unhinged animal style things from the comfort of your mom and dad's Connecticut McMansion. Okay? But what you're saying here is infinitely more animalistic and more violent than what that dude was doing. I don't even know the exact details of what that dude was doing, but this kind of like I'm a warrior mentality, I'm a sheepdog mentality is what fucking wolves do. And you think that that is sick. You think that that's sexy. You're just as much as an animal, if not a way worse fucking animal than anyone having a fucking mental health crisis, because this is you in your most sane moment, okay? This is you in your most sane moment from the comfort of your fucking home. You have fantasized yourself to be like this violent demon when push comes to shove. Do you recognize that? You don't, because you're a fucking dumb idiot. Your brain broken. Okay? That's the point, though. You're a disgusting, vile animal, but no one will treat you as that, as such. Because you have a house, okay? That's the main point of contention here. That guy doesn't, and therefore he deserves to die in your eyes. Like the passengers said that they weren't threatened by this person. You understand? The investigation is ongoing. Authorities waiting on an autopsy. He declined to comment. Vasquez, who was on his way to Yonkers on Monday, said Neely barged into the train at the 2nd Avenue station and quickly began screaming and yelling at riders, prompting many to move away. Video taken later shows the man flailing his arms and legs in an effort to free himself as the strap hanger has him in a headlock and another bystander helps to hold him down on the floor of the subway train. He moved his arms, but he couldn't express anything, Vasquez said of Neely. All he could do was move his arms. Then suddenly he just stopped moving. A person could be heard in the video expressing worry about Neely's well-being off camera. The man who had been helping the strap hanger told Neely down replies that he's not squeezing no more. Then the two let Neely go after a few seconds, leaving him lying on his side on the ground. None of us who were there thought he was in danger of dying, Vasquez said. We all thought he passed out or ran out of air. What do you think happens when that happens? You die. Vasquez said he had mixed feelings about the fatal encounter, particularly since Neely had not physically attacked anyone on the train before he was taken down. There you go. That's like a witness there. He has mixed feelings about the fatal encounter since he said Neely had not physically attacked anyone on the train before he was taken down. I think that in one sense, it's fine the citizens want to jump in and help, but I think that as heroes, we have to use moderation. This would have never happened if the police had shown up within 5 minutes, he added. Then we'd be talking about a true hero. It's complicated. Yeah, no. The reality is that if the police had shown up in 5 minutes, they probably would have done the same shit. Anyway. I've been on the train and seen people go crazy all the time, and everyone just fucking ignores them until you attack a homeless person. You're more unhinged than the homeless guy. 100%. Is the way these psychos talk highly and mighty about when it comes down to it, I'd hornily murder the threat, when we all know if the threat was an actual armed threat, they'd pee themselves and cry for their parents. Their power is only sufficient for marginalized people like homeless people. Yeah. There is a perception of threat that they feel in this regard, but what they fail to recognize within themselves is that if it was a real threat, you would not have the fucking capacity to like spring into action. You know what I mean? Most people don't. And that's the reality. You can only enforce this level of like violence against motherfuckers that are not really a threat. Ultimately, the only person that harmed someone in that process was the Marine. Okay? Seeing the same kind of shit go down in San Francisco. The case of Banco Brown, who was gunned down by a security guard and then defended by the DA. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just like... It's just vile. Yeah, we're just like normalizing Kyle Rittenhouse style behavior all around, left and right. It's fucking crazy. I look at a situation like that and I say to myself that this is completely fucking unhinged and it's not good. And unless we solve this issue, it's only seemingly going to get worse. But for some weird reason, I can't get others to recognize that reality. I don't know. We're such fucking dramatic hardliners on this. Also, a lot of the people that like think that fancy themselves to be like the vigilante justice bringer in this circumstance, by the way, that means you're just a murderer, are not that far removed from being in the shoes of that homeless person. I know everybody likes to fancy themselves not as like exhausted and exploited proletariat members, but instead as temporarily embarrassed millionaires and billionaires. But like, no, motherfucker, you are significantly closer to being a fucking homeless person that is in a state of mental decay and in a state of mental distress than you are to being that other guy, okay? It's just how it is. Anyway, let's fucking move on. Tucker Carlson's texts have set off alarms of Fox News ahead of firing. This was a New York Times report. I'm going to pee again. I'm going to grab my fucking salad, and we're going to cover the top story of today. Tucker Carlson. And what the Fox News guys are claiming is the reason why he got fired. I'm going to tell you what I mean by that in a second.
Now, on Tucker Carlson's firing from Fox News, a new text message revealed by the New York Times alarmed Fox executives. Carlson was fired days after the text was seen by Fox's board. Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky has the story. Good morning, Aaron.
George, good morning to you. The text message obtained by the New York Times from Tucker Carlson is racially charged, and it does appear to have set in motion both his firing from Fox News and the network's decision to settle with Dominion Voting Systems.
Overnight, the New York Times published a text message from Tucker Carlson to one of his producers, sent the day after the January 6th attack at the Capitol. Carlson described a video he had seen in which a group of Trump supporters had attacked someone he called an Antifa kid. It was 3 against 1 at least, he wrote. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. The message continues, I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. Carlson wrote, I could taste it. Then the message said, an alarm went off. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. The message surfaced as part of Dominion's defamation lawsuit against Fox News. A redacted version appears in public court filings, but the Times reports members of Fox's board of directors became aware of the unredacted version on the eve of trial and were so alarmed by Carlson's views on violence and racial superiority, they took steps to investigate Carlson and settle the case for nearly $800 million. 6 days.
Fucking woke mind virus came for our boy, dude. Hey guys, I don't know if you know this, but it's incredibly shocking. I'm one of the Fox News executives involved in the process, and let me efendim anne. Boş ver havlasın. My mom is so funny. She's like, the dog is barking. Yeah, of course she is. What dogs do. Anyway, I'm the Fox News executive that's involved in the story. And when I hired Tucker Carlson, I hired him to do one thing and one thing only, which is racial propaganda, racial agitated propaganda in general. And I hired him because he was really good at it. But when I saw text messages in his private affairs that also was basically lighter versions of exactly what he says on camera, you could not believe my surprise. I mean, what? The guy we hired to say white nationalist screeds is maybe an out and about white nationalist in his private affairs? Wow. Sorry, that's messed up. That is messed up.
Days later, Fox News fired its highest-rated host.
Fox News did not respond to our request for comment this morning. Tucker Carlson has not commented on this text message, but the decision by Fox News to settle with Dominion kept him off the witness stand where, George, he could have been confronted with the text message and its inflammatory sentiments about violence and race. George.
And there are more Fox trials to come. Aaron, thanks very much.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts here.
Shocked. I just don't understand, legitimately, if we are to take this as at face value, I don't understand why anyone would get fired for things that they say on camera. The discovery of the text message contributed to the chain of events that ultimately led to Tucker Carlson's firing. A text message sent by Tucker Carlson that set off a panic at the highest levels of Fox on its eve of its billion-dollar defamation trial showed its most popular host sharing his private, inflammatory views about violence and race. Here are the text messages from Tucker Carlson. In Exhibit 276, this is from the Dominion lawsuit, okay? Actually, you know what? Let's cover the YouTube
We're learning
video
what Tucker Carlson
because I want to
was
eat
so
while I cover
worrisome
it.
to Fox executives and the board that it reportedly contributed to his firing. The New York Times reported on the message, which was sent on January 7th, 2021, obviously a pivotal day right after the insurrection, just hours after those riots at the Capitol. And he was talking about a video he saw of Trump supporters beating up, in his words, an Antifa kid. It was redacted in the Dominion lawsuit court filings, but here's what part of the Times says is behind that big black box at the bottom, right, of those filings. A quote from Tucker's text, it read, quote, "It was 3 against 1, at least. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight. Yet suddenly I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt the kid. I could taste it. Then somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be." Close quote. The Times was only able to unveil the contents of that text through interviews with people who spoke on the condition of anonymity.
White men, famous for being nonviolent. Bro, that's literally a so what's up? I don't get it. So that's basically what he would say on camera. It's basically what he has said on camera. He has said worse things on camera. Is it not allowed? Is Tucker Carlson not allowed to say what he would normally say at his 9 p.m. prime time slot, but in private affairs? What's going on? Back in the day, the roles were different. You could say significantly more racist things in private to your friends and family members than you could on television. Nowadays, I have a $20 million contract that tells me that at the top of the hour, I have to serve a 3-minute ad break and tell you the most violent racial screeds. But when it comes to my private affairs, I can't be as racist as I want to. What's going on? At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. That's a contractual obligation. And I follow on my contractual obligations. Now, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do that for $5, which, of course, doesn't get you much anywhere else. Thank you to Joe Biden's inflation. You can do that for free if you don't have $5 because you spent it on something life-saving like baby formula. That is, if you're able to get a baby formula to begin with. Ha ha! Or you can get it for free with a Twitch Prime or by getting gifted a sub. That would be socialism, but here we like to call it mutual aid. That's what the anarchists are calling it. Charity. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
CNN reached out for comment. Fox declined. Carlson did not immediately respond.
Back with us now, writer-at-large for the New York Times, Jen Rittenberg, who helped break this story. We were talking about, you can't just say, yes, this is ultimately what led to it, but it's also the way that this came out and how executives found out about this, and we're seeing this message right before they were set to go to trial. What is the impact that had of when they learned about this?
Well, as we understand it, the board the trial was supposed to start on a Monday. Going into that weekend, the board had asked to see some of the redacted messages. There are negotiations about a potential settlement. The jury is coming together. So the board starts going through the messages, finds this one message that they find very troubling. Some senior executives were told hadn't been focused on this message. And it's not what you want to see when you're going into trial. A jury's being impaneled, and you're negotiating what's going to be a potentially very high number to get out of this. So you don't have to put something like this in front of a jury.
But for this text message being revealed to the board and Fox executives the night before the trial was supposed to begin, would there have been a trial and no settlement?
They were definitely working toward a settlement. And we were told that over the weekend, Lachlan Murdoch, one of the leaders of the company, had told his lawyers, let's start moving up on the number to get out of this anyway. I mean, that trial was going to be potentially disastrous on so many levels. So, but here again, you see, when it comes to Tucker Carlson, the issue here is that he's playing an outsized role in terms of problems in the case for them, when he's really not a huge part of the case. And that represents the trouble with Tucker Carlson to management at this point, among other things.
And the questions that still remain of why they did not settle sooner, because all of this damaging information came out, though obviously this came out as a part of good reporting. Abby Grossberg is the former Fox News producer who is now suing the network, and she was on with Anderson last night. She was talking about essentially the way things worked, and when it came to the fight that we all watched play out so dramatically in Washington over Kevin McCarthy and his bid to become House Speaker, she said this is what they talked about behind the scenes.
They believed that he could broker who was Speaker, House Speaker. He wanted to do that live on air, but Kevin McCarthy said no.
What do you mean he wanted to do that live on air?
His plan was to have Kevin McCarthy come on the show. So fast forward to January 5th, they start asking me to book McCarthy on the show that night. I had worked with him a lot when I was at Sunday Morning Futures and had a relationship with his team. That afternoon, Justin came in and he said, here's the plan. Tucker's going to first have Kevin on, hear him beg and grovel. Then we'll bring in Matt Gaetz, and Matt Gaetz will then kind of set his terms. Then Tucker will set his terms that McCarthy has to agree to.
Tucker Carlson had terms that McCarthy
had terms. And we're going to make this whole thing happen on air and save the Republican Party. Now, fortunately for
I 100% believe this. Like, I do not think this is even like 3% embellished. Okay? Like, other stuff, like, did Tucker Carlson get fired for being racist? I don't believe that. Okay? It's like you paid him to be racist. Of course he's sending racist text messages. Like, get the fuck out of here. I don't believe that. I think that's what the Rupert Murdoch line on this is, which I don't even think anyone fucking believes, let's be real. But do I believe that Tucker Carlson thought that he had the capabilities of like picking who the fucking House Speaker should be and what his individual terms would be for that? Yes. That tracks with the overwhelming majority of Republican politicians and what they have said behind closed doors. And what they haven't said since Tucker Carlson was fired. This person was one of the most powerful figures in American media. Why haven't people been out and about going crazy about them being fired from Fox News? Dan Crenshaw's done multiple videos about how Bud Light is making trans beer. Where the fuck are the videos about Tucker Carlson being unjustifiably fired from Fox News? Because they're terrified of Fox News' power. And they're probably relatively grateful that this singular individual that had the capacity to outshine the party at certain points no longer has that level of awesome power. Maybe they don't have an issue with the racist being fired. What's going on? Yeah. Republicans famously keep quiet when a racist person is fired. You're so right.
McCarthy's sake, he said no.
Speaks to the level of influence.
I mean, and that's why this is in a way so shocking. Look at that level of political influence that Tucker Carlson had. I mean, he was a power the part of the party that's the tail wagging the dog right now. And so to suddenly be cut is really amazing. But that shows also this symbiosis that could happen with the Fox primetime and people in power, particularly Republicans. We saw it with the Trump White House, so here you see it again.
Yeah.
Jim, again, as Caitlin said, this came because of good reporting to you and your team. Kudos. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for joining us.
Let's talk about this and a lot more with the co-founder and editor-in-chief
by
of
a
Semaphore,
small
Chris
but
Smith,
growing
also
group of
perfect
trans
person to talk
activists, which are basically pushing kind of an erosion of women's
There
rights.
ain't no way. This man is talking to Oli London. There ain't no way.
Actually having a tough time now because of these trans activists. So my issue is with trans activists and not actual trans people.
Okay, so you say, here's a tweet of yours from just the end of last month, not that long ago, right? Or no? Yeah, it's like from 5 days ago. You say the goal of the trans movement is not simply to exist. The goal is to erase women, mutilate children, sexualize kids, take away free speech, class pedophilia as an identity, remove parental rights, indoctrinate kids, violence to obtain, and they're willing to do violence to obtain their goals. So when you say the trans movement, it seems to me that you are speaking generally about trans people having this goal. And when you say trans movement, I don't know exactly what you mean, because it seems that most trans people, or that I've seen, maybe with the exception of Caitlyn Jenner, it seems to disagree with this, seems to identify as being parts of the trans movement. So what is the difference between, what is the trans movement? Who is a member of that? What is this organization?
Okay, so what I'm talking about here is the trans movement in the trans activist movement. So the people pushing these ideologies. So we see every single day, just yesterday, the Texas state capitol was invaded. The trans protesters went there. We see women being attacked at women's rights rallies, physically attacked. And we're seeing this trans activist movement pushing for gender affirming care on kids, which is basically putting 11, 12-year-old kids on very harmful hormones. So that's what I'm talking about. When I talk, I'm not generalizing every single trans person. I'm talking about the current trans movement, which has been hijacked by trans activists. And, I really think that trans people that have been living as a trans person their whole life, they need to speak out against this, because the problem is that the LGBT community is being hijacked by these radical people.
Let me ask, sorry, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want to address things you said already, right? So you say that the people who were demonstrating at the Texas...
Bro, Ethan is so good at this shit.
...part of this trans movement who wants to...
He don't need my help at all.
Sexualize kids and this whole list of things. They were there to protest a bill, SB 14, that would ban gender-related treatment for minors. So these guys are, I guess, see that as an affront, as being transphobic. But you disagree, because what is minor? Anyone 17 and under? Do you believe that ever there would be a 17-year-old that needed gender-affirming care?
So minor is basically classified anyone under 18. And what these people were protesting against was the fact that Texas is trying to pass a law to ban hormones and puberty blockers and gender reassignment surgery being administered to children, basically. So, I think these people, firstly, that was an unlawful protest. You can't just go into a state capitol and do that. And if they want to have a...
Are you in favor of only lawful protests?
For the record, this is Ethan's greatest enemy yet, because every anti-trans activist is like, has encyclopedic knowledge of every fucking minor infraction that trans people have ever committed. So this is the highest level of debate that he's ever engaged with. I'm gonna be honest. It's like debating a flat earther. It's very difficult to debate flat earthers, no matter how much you know the science, because they can constantly trap you in their junk science, and they know more than you in the junk science. So transphobia is kind of like that too.
Probably no, or I think you did at one point. Is that gender affirming care on children is exceedingly rare. It's actually so rare that it's if to express like irreversible gender changes on children is something like I've got the number here. 0.000493% of U.S. children aged 6 through 17 go through irreversible gender changes. So I guess I'm just curious, because in the cases where they do undergo it, it's usually to save their life, right? Because they might be suicidal or yeah, right? And they go through like panels, they go through multiple rounds of talking to psychiatrists and doctors. So I guess I'm just curious, why is it you think that this is threatening kids instead of actually helping kids who are at high risk of hurting themselves?
So, Ethan, about 10 years ago, when gender-affirming care was performed on whether that was minors or adults, there was a lot of checks and balances. Now it has become so easy. So they don't have the psychiatrist appointments anymore. They don't have, having to wait several years to transition. Now it's a fast-track process. And that's the real issue, because many of these teens, and we're seeing thousands of teens being transitioned and put on hormones. The number's really gone up in the last few years. Many of these teens are struggling with other issues. There's a high case, around 1 in 6 of these children have autism. They're being misdiagnosed. There's also kids with...
The way you look and the way you sound plays a serious role in how you're perceived in debates. And Oli London looks like shit. So, like, it's very hard for people to take him seriously. You know what I mean? It's just like, he just looks so fucking insane, because he is. He's unhinged. He's an unhinged psychopath.
The system is being exploited.
Like, he was like, he was trying to be like transracial or some shit. Remember? Like,
there's so many examples.
It's not going to work.
People. But the thing is now is, previously, as difficult as it was, because it's so hard when you're trans to struggle and to think every day that I'm trapped in the wrong body. It is horrific to go through that. But the problem is, years ago, they would have 2 to 3 years they would have to undergo of psychiatrist appointments, doctors.
Ethan should go, wait, you transitioned years ago. What does that say then?
So easy. And there are thousands of kids being fast-tracked and put on hormones, prescriptions. And some kids can now go to states like Colorado or Washington State, which have become sanctuary states. And they don't
I want to
stop. I
want to actually address what you said about, you had said something about Jamie Reed's allegations, right? But that was debunked, right? Because the parents and the children there who actually were attending that facility actually told a completely different story. Have you read their account of that?
Yes, so I saw recently that they did an internal investigation. They said it wasn't true, but I don't believe that.
That seems significant.
Yes, but I don't believe that at all, because they're trying to cover their back.
You don't believe the internal investigation?
No, because there were multiple parents. When the Daily Caller originally did the interview with Jamie Reed, there were multiple parents that said basically their kids weren't looked after. Once they left the clinic, there were no checks and balances, and there were parents confirming that. So, I believe the investigation has a lot of bias because it's done by the clinic and they're profiting.
So the internal investigation said there was no wrongdoings. The patients said there was no wrongdoings. So I guess I'm just curious, the people who are claiming that there was something wrong there is like the Daily Caller, Tucker Carlson. Are you saying that they don't have a bias?
Well, I mean, a lot of people have a bias and stuff, but, we have to look at these gender clinics as a whole. Project Veritas exposed multiple clinics the other day of talking about medically transitioning 8 to 11-year-olds. So we have to acknowledge that this is going on in a lot of clinics, and a lot of these clinics are trying to cover their backs by trying to paint a rosy picture that it's perfect.
Did you say fine. Project Veritas?
Yes, they did an undercover investigation.
That's the guy who got ousted for being like a sex criminal and like scam artist, James O'Keefe. That's his organization, right?
He's not part of that organization now. So the organization that he left, Project Veritas, the original organization, did this investigation.
They don't have a lot of credibility, Veritas. It seems like every investigation they do is just chock full holes of untruths and just blatant lies. I don't think it's a very credible institution for pulling data from.
Well, there's multiple organizations like Project Veritas that do expose
Which other ones?
So Gays Against Groomers, I'm ambassador for them. They are also exposing this happening in clinics.
Gays Against Groomers. So
have you heard of them?
I haven't, but who's the groomer then?
So basically, Gays Against Groomers is an organization of hundreds of LGBT people. It includes trans people as well. Basically, this organization is calling out the harms They're doing investigations of gender.
That's also a lie. Gays Against Groomers is like literally started by a straight man.
Where's the grooming come in, though? That's the part that I find like really inflammatory. Because grooming implies that trans people or trans activists, and it's what you said here in this tweet, that they're pedophiles, that they're sexualizing kids. So where's that evidence come from? Because it's one thing to say we're against, gender affirming care for minors, but it's a whole different thing to say, they're grooming.
Well, that word is basically used because we're seeing many drag shows, like adult drag shows, where kids are attending, and it's very sexually explicit. So that is a form of grooming. We also see these kids' books in public libraries and in schools where they're teaching kids about drag and being trans. That's not a subject a kid should hear. So that is a form of grooming because it's indoctrinating kids.
I've heard, I know that there was that one drag show with kids that was kind of a hot button issue. What other examples can you think of drag shows with kids involved where they're being groomed?
So there's in the last year, there's an investigative journalist, Taylor Hanson. He's exposed at least 20 drag shows in Texas that are called
20?
all ages drag shows. They're called all ages drag shows, and they're basically doing sex acts on stage. They have breasts. They're doing very inappropriate things. So it's just.
So hold on, sorry, Oli. You're making so many claims, and I just want to get to each one. You mentioned an organization, Gays Against Groomers, which was founded by Jamie Mitchell. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
So Jamie Mitchell and their partner are ultra MAGA Trump followers, and there's nothing wrong with being a Trump supporter, but they're also anti-transgender. They spread anti-transgender propaganda with QAnon conspiracy theories, and interestingly, the founders are straight. So how is it that they can make a gays against a groomers organization when they themselves are not even gay? That seems disingenuous.
Well, firstly, that's a Wikipedia page. Wikipedia has a lot of bias with the woke people that write on there.
Jamie Mitchell is gay.
She's gay. She's a lesbian. All of the people, you have to be LGBT to be a member.
How do they check that?
Of Gays Against Groomers? So there's
how do they verify
people.
the credentials?
No, I mean, if someone says they're gay or bi, you accept that. You don't say, "Oh, can you prove that you're gay? How can you prove that?" So, Jamie Mitchell is a lesbian. All of the members are lesbians, trans. It's not anti-transgender at all. They support people being trans as an adult, but what they're trying to do is calling out the harm that we're seeing caused to children, and that's the real issue here. Is about protecting kids.
Yeah, tell that to the Turkish military.
Go back to your claim about grooming. So you brought up the drag show for kids. Is there any other examples, or are we just talking about drag shows? Because I have to assume that the drag shows, even if it's as widespread as Project Veritas claims, which heaven knows how credible they are, there's got to be other examples to make such bold claims as that there's a whole movement trying to sexualize kids.
Yeah, even if you look at the music industry, you have really shocking performances like Sam Smith, for instance, who is pushing a specific agenda. He has concerts which are allowing all ages. And, if you want to be a musician, do whatever you want, but don't be doing sexually graphic things. He's doing imitating blowjobs. He has, fetish gear on, and there's kids in the audience. So it's not just about drag queens. It's about protecting kids in general. So even if it's Cardi B, I don't think kids should be at a Cardi B concert if she's twerking or doing like something very, very sexual. I think it's just about protecting
grooming.
Kids.
But you turn on the TV. You see stuff worse than that, right? On YouTube and stuff. To say they're grooming them seems pretty disingenuous and actually really homophobic and transphobic to put this label that they're groomers, because you understand the gravity of such a claim, right?
Well, it's a very loaded word. I get that, but it's not an attack on the LGBT community at all. It's about basically calling out specific cases. It's not an attack on trans people, calling out specific cases where children are being exposed to something that's highly inappropriate and trying to raise awareness of that. So it's not a label that's attached to gay people, lesbians, trans people. It's literally about calling out.
I think more people should utilize the Mrs. Doubtfire argument, like as I like to call it. Do you think Mrs. Doubtfire was grooming an entire generation of like children to be trans?
Gross. They were selling. It was like a kid's T-shirt with a trans person on it, and then they had like kids' toys with trans people on it, and it was kind of gross and groomy. Have you seen anything like that before?
You know, I've seen T-shirts that the Lieutenant Governor of Minnesota wore, "Protect Trans Kids" with a knife on it. You know, things like that. I've seen T-shirts that says "Protect Trans Rights" with AK-47s on it and stuff. And, you know, I don't think that's helpful messaging for, and that's just trans activists, by the way, Ethan. This is a small number of people, and that's who I'm calling out. That's who Gays Against Groomers are calling out. It's not the trans.
The Mrs. Doubtfire argument is not to like own your interlocutor. It's to make your interlocutor look like a fucking psychotic woke scold from the right, of course, to onlookers.
You are actually selling kids lunchboxes with a picture of you depicted as a trans woman, and you're selling it.
No, that's not as a trans woman.
Oh,
that's
it's not
as a trans woman. That's just a K-pop picture of me.
Okay, because this is you. I had a feeling you would say that, because here it is, you wearing that design, and it's pretty obvious to tell that this is depicting you. This is from just like a month ago, and this is when you were trans.
Wearing my merch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do you think it's appropriate to sell this to kids?
Well, it's a lunchbox with a picture of a K-pop cartoon. There's
Well, it's
nothing
you as a
inappropriate with
trans.
that.
It's you as a trans woman.
It's me as a K-pop star. It's nothing to do with being trans or not. That's just a cartoon of me as a K-pop star. So it's not.
But
that's not inappropriate.
Right, but at the time you were a trans woman.
Correct. At the time, I was a trans woman, but there's nothing inappropriate.
So it's you
with
as
that.
a trans woman.
Oh, he's about to be like, yeah, I was a groomer.
It does not depict me as a trans woman. It depicts me.
He's about to be like, yeah, I was a groomer back then. I'm not anymore.
You're willing to make that separation when you're making such general claims about groomers and stuff, because to me, by your own definition, this is pretty groomy. And even if you go, and this is all
It's an innocent
well, hold
picture.
on,
It's an
Ollie,
innocent
hold on one
picture.
sec. Even if you go on your website right now, you're selling the same graphic, Oli London, Oli Merch Squad, as you depicted as a trans woman. And if you look at the available sizes, it's just kids. 3 to 4. Do you think it's appropriate for a 3 to 4-year-old to buy this shirt?
Yeah, of course. Any K-pop fan, if they want to buy my merch, they're absolutely entitled to. There's nothing inappropriate with that merch at all. It's
That is a trans woman, Ollie. You're not understanding your own
clutching at
logic.
straws. You're clutching at straws.
How am
That's
I? You were a okay. Hold on. Let's follow this through. You were a trans woman when you made this. There's a picture of you wearing it. It's obviously you as a trans woman. Here's you as a trans woman, and here's you as a trans woman on the shirt, on a kid's shirt. How am I clutching at straws?
Well, you're clutching at straws. It's an innocent cartoon. It doesn't say anything about indoctrinating
The tongue
children.
is
It's
somewhat
literally a
sexual.
cartoon.
How the tongue is out like that. It's a little disturbing.
Ethan, come on. I'm doing a K-pop pose. You're just clutching at straws.
No, why is the tongue out? I find that a little provocative.
Ethan, it's a cartoon. You're just trying to make a
Well,
joke
I
out
don't
of
know
it.
because you're well. No, I'm not trying to make a joke. I think this is a somewhat serious issue to resolve here because I'm being serious, Ollie, because let's at least be consistent. If we're going to accuse people of grooming kids, and which you have made a short-lived but somewhat profitable career of doing, then I think we need to, we need to get on top of this. I just don't think it's appropriate to be selling lunch boxes with a trans woman on it.
Lunchbox, Ethan, if that lunchbox had something inappropriate or sexual, that would be wrong. But this is an innocent cartoon of me doing a K-pop pose. There's nothing wrong with that particular picture. If it was inappropriate or in a sexual way, that would be completely wrong. And of course, I would never sell that. But that's an innocent drawing of a cartoon, Ethan.
Do you think it's appropriate for a drag queen, for kids to buy, let's say a kid's at a drag queen show, that's grooming. And let's say they are selling lunch boxes to the kids of with a picture of a drag queen on it, doing a cute pose or whatever, right? Not sexual, but they're in drag. Do you think it's appropriate for a kid to carry that lunchbox?
Well, I think it's appropriate if the kid's at a drag show that's inappropriate, because some drag shows are generally not inappropriate. But
Okay,
a lot
so
of them are becoming
that's
sexualized.
interesting. So some drag shows are appropriate and some aren't.
Correct. It's about
Okay.
doing some. No, correct. It's about if you're going to do anything in front of kids, it should be PC. It should not have anything sexual. But sadly, a lot of these shows are doing sexual things, so kids should not be there. If the merch is there and it's a show that's sexual, they shouldn't be there in the first place.
Okay, this is interesting. So you're saying it is okay for kids to go to drag shows?
I'm not saying that at all. I don't think they should in general,
You
but I'm just saying.
if they're not sexual, and I would assume it's not because it's for kids, right? I mean, if they're doing sexual stuff, I would consider that. Obviously, everyone would consider that inappropriate.
Mhm.
But I believe you've just said drag shows are safe for kids. In fact, you would
No,
even be okay.
you're-
Well, hold on. You even said you'd be okay with them carrying a drag show lunchbox.
No, look, I just don't think kids should be anywhere that is putting ideas into their heads. You know, if a show is innocent, you know, that's obviously better than it being a sexual show, but I still don't think
You're not in
kids should be
favor.
exposed to gender ideology.
So, but what about
you
this
know, for kids-
lunchbox you're selling to kids?
that has nothing to do with any kind of ideology. It's a K-pop picture. So
Yeah, but you're in
it's-
drag in the picture. You're trans.
I'm not in drag.
Well, you're
I'm
trans.
not in
Sorry, yeah,
drag.
you're right. You're not in drag. I misspoke. You're trans. You're a woman. You're expressing yourself as a woman on the box.
It's just a cartoon, Ethan. I don't know why you keep going on about it. It's a cartoon.
It's just a cartoon. I mean, I feel like you're trying to downplay the significance of this, Ollie. I just afraid that some of the people that you associate with might consider this grooming by your own standard. I'm just looking out for you and your reputation.
It's just silly, Ethan. It's an innocent cartoon. If it was
Okay.
an inappropriate picture, that would be wrong.
Okay. What do you make of this picture? Are these kids in danger? Your thoughts?
Well, I haven't seen the video of that particular show, and it depends what book they're reading. If the drag queen is
It
teaching
appears
them
to
about
be
gender ideology.
depicting some fish, a couple of fish in the ocean. It seems like
that's the rainbow fish.
The rainbow fish. It seems to be the rainbow fish, Ollie.
Well, you know, I think a lot of these books are pushing even subtle messages on gender ideology, trying to tell kids you should be trans and become LGBT, and kids should make that decision on their own. So if that book is teaching them about, you know, transitioning or becoming a drag queen, that's inappropriate.
It's
and that's
the rainbow
issue with-
fish.
Yes, but I haven't read the book. I can't see what the book is. So based on that one picture, does that book contain subtle messaging that's trying to tell kids to change their gender when they shouldn't be thinking about things like that? And, you know, in Florida, they've obviously banned books in the classroom that teach gender ideology. And there's a lot of books, kids' books. There's a book called The Gay ABCs, and that pushes gender ideology. For 2-year-olds, it's 2+. And I don't think that's appropriate for a kid that just should be reading kids' books that are completely innocent. They shouldn't
But
even
what do you
be
make of
kind
this? What do you make of this lunchbox, though?
Why do you keep going back to the lunchbox?
Well, because you know it's got a picture of a trans woman on a kid's lunchbox.
Got a picture of a K-pop star on the lunchbox.
Who's the K-pop star? Who is the K?
Come on,
it's
Ethan,
you, right?
It's me.
Yeah, it's
would
you.
buy
As
that
a
lunchbox
and
for your
this
kids?
K-pop star is a trans woman, right?
I was trans at the time. The image doesn't necessarily depict any kind of gender. It just
So you're saying, did the photo of you? So is
not even it's not even a photo of me. It's literally a cartoon. I had
right.
an anime cartoon drawn of me.
Right. Right.
Would you buy it?
Sorry.
Would you buy it for your kids?
I mean,
Would
I
you
wouldn't
find it
want to.
inappropriate?
I wouldn't just because I don't want to support you financially.
I've been listening, by the way. I'm just setting up the bed.
But theoretically, I don't think I'd have a problem with. No, I wouldn't have a problem with my children.
There you go, Ethan. So this is what I was gonna say. The one issue with like buyer logic style arguments is that you have to clarify, like you don't actually have an issue with Oli London selling this. It's that he has an issue with it, but he himself is also a grifter.
Or even elementary school when they shouldn't be thinking about that. I think it's wrong to expose them to that. I think
exposing them.
Also, airtight argument from Ollie. That's not me as a trans woman. I'm a K-pop star. Okay, dude. Like.
But I think it's a really important point that you're not.
Good one,
coming
good
to
one,
terms
Ollie. I'm
with.
sure.
We're exposing.
I'm sure everyone is gonna think you're a K-pop star. That's a great one.
Why is it still on your website? At least you know.
You know, it's come on, Ethan. I don't know what to say. It's a cartoon of a K-pop star.
Yeah,
and it's very innocent.
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
like
No, that's infallible. Yeah, no, that's the best defense, man. You got it.
Trans kids on there. That would have a message. That would have a loaded gender ideology message. But it literally says Ollie Squad with a cartoon of me doing the peace sign. It's like super cute, super innocent. Just like most K-pop stars are like super cute, you know? There's nothing wrong with that.
I mean, aren't you making like the Higo face a little bit?
What, do you think I should make it more masculine?
No, the Higo face is like some kind of hentai thing, isn't it?
I have no idea.
Bro
That's
said
when it was.
he go face. I go, you fucking
really?
lack of
Well, my eyes
pervert.
are wide
You don't
open.
know what? It's not he
My
go.
eyes
It's
are wide
I
open. I do
go.
watch some anime, but I don't know.
He's not
You don't know about
perverted
the
enough.
Higo face?
Uncultured.
No.
I don't believe you. Come on.
No, I watch anime like I watch Attack of the Titans and
That's
stuff,
straight
but I'm
cap,
not
my
familiar with-
brother. This is it, and you can see the resemblance, right? Here's the Ahigo face.
Go on.
It's like a hentai reference.
Okay.
But you see the resemblance, right?
Can you put them side by side?
Sure, yeah, I'd be happy to.
I mean, that's quite a cute drawing.
Right, but that's like a woman like orgasming is what that is.
Well,
or like
well, that's not
lustful.
what
It's
I'm
like a lustful kind of sexual gratification.
Adrian, you're
face.
really clutching at straws.
Am
I'm
I?
literally like, I've got my eyes open, I'm doing the peace sign, and
What
you're
is-
trying to dissect it and say this, honestly.
Right. It just seems to me that even as a trans person, you shouldn't be exposing kids to that. It seems like you're shoving gender ideology down kids' throats by selling them a lunchbox with a trans woman on it. You don't
I
see
just
my
don't-
point at all? You don't get it?
No, I don't. You know, I would see your point completely if, for instance, it had messaging on there, like some political, because I don't think kids should be exposed to politics either. Political or gender ideology message. If that was on there, that'd be different. If it was a sexually suggestive image, but this is literally an innocent cartoon. I've got my eyes open. I'm doing the peace sign. You could not get innocent. What do I need to do, Ethan, like to please people? Do I have to like close my eyes?
Well, I personally don't necessarily have a problem. What is your fascination with the eye wideness? I haven't said anything about that.
About what, sorry?
You said, what do I have to close my eyes? I didn't know what that meant. You kept mentioning about like the eye wideness of how wide it is. I don't know why you keep bringing that up.
No, I'm just saying that, look, in the picture, my eyes, it's not even me, by the way, it's a cartoon, but the eyes are very wide open, like
Of you.
glistening. I'm just saying, like, what's wrong with having my eyes open? Like, we're human beings. We have to have
I
our
don't
eyes
know
open.
why you're
Like, would it
talking
be
about
better
eyes
if I closed
open.
my eyes? Would it be better if I closed my eyes?
I don't know. I don't know what that means, Ollie. Here's a reference to popular culture with the Ahigo face. It's, like kind of an e-girl thing. You're probably aware of that.
Well, I'm not an e-girl, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, but you're on the internet, and it's from anime, which you seem to be. Okay, but let's move
No,
on.
I do know anime and stuff. I don't know anything to do with that pose. Literally, I've got my mouth open like this. Peace.
Ethan, move on from the Ahegao, man. He's still talking about the Ahigo
Girl, let me
face.
do it.
Thanks.
Yes, girl. So are you? So the trans, but you identify as a male now. You're not trans. We're over that.
No, I'm like, well, basically, I got to a point where I was going to probably die from all the surgery I was doing. And, I was really mentally struggling. Had a lot of mental health struggles based on a variety of issues, which I talk about in my book, from when I was being bullied very severely as a kid. I was always told I was like ugly, or I looked like a monster, or, I was more feminine, or I had man boobs. So I just used to have all those things, and it left me with traumas. So it kind of messed up my head. And as an adult, I didn't deal with that in the way that I should have. I should have had therapy. I should have spoke to someone. Instead, it was almost like self-harming. So all this crazy surgery was me kind of lashing out at the bullies, and it was very, very destructive for me and for other people. So
do
I'm
you think
glad to be over that.
Do you think that people who are bullied are at a higher chance of becoming trans?
Yes, definitely. So I talk about this in my book. There's a lot of studies. There was a study in Finland by the top transgender clinic that was basically transitioning a lot of kids. And they said around 45% of the kids had experienced severe bullying. So that led to their gender dysphoria identity. But there's also the other side.
Your theory is that the bullying leads to the dysphoria, not the dysphoria leading to the bullying, which would be more logical.
I was just about to say as well, but there is also the flip side of that, where the kids are being bullied because of their identity, because maybe a boy is more feminine or a girl is more like a tomboy. So they're also being bullied for that. But in certain studies, the one in Finland at Tampere University, they found that there was a significant correlation between a kid being bullied and then the onset of their gender dysphoria coming afterwards rather than before. But, of course, it works both ways.
I mean, the type of bullying that Oli London received was positive. Okay? I'll say it. Like, yeah, no, people were like yelling at you, and they didn't bully you because you were trans. They bullied you because you're out of your fucking mind. Like, no one is out there being like, wow, Oli London's trans. I mean, I'm sure there were some transphobic people that actually were bullying him. But, you know, those people are now his allies, right? Most people, like myself, were looking at that and going, you're fucking out of your mind. Like, you're not Jimin. You're not him. You are not him. Okay? You can't be fucking Korean like that. It doesn't work that way, you dumbass.
Heteronormality. I think so it seems to be saying the opposite, actually, of what you've claimed it said. Do you see what I'm referring to? Heteronormality?
Yeah, no, I see that. I see that
okay.
article. That
Look who's back, by the way.
If you actually read the full study, which
That's
I've read
the
the full
conclusion.
study, you can find it on the National Institute of Health.
Oh no, this is the study. Yeah,
let me have a look.
Yeah, no, this is the study. It's the .gov.
Finland. Yeah.
Yeah, this is it. And then this is the author's conclusion right there. I mean, that's pretty much that. This is the one you're talking about. Do you disagree?
Yes, but it's look. The study's also saying it's associated with being bullied and being the perpetrator. So it's basically saying
yes,
that either
but the message. This is the last sentence. So let's read this together carefully.
Mm-hmm.
It suggests that bullying during adolescence may serve as a mechanism of maintaining heteronormality. So, do we understand what that says?
No, I get what it's saying. It's basically saying that some of these kids that are being bullied will maintain their original identity because of the bullying. Correct. But the study also, if you read the full study, the study also speaks, there's a high correlation between, there's two different findings in the study. There's a finding that around 45% of the kids are bullied and that causes the gender dysphoria. And there's also a part of the study which also says, like the conclusion is finding that some of these kids are bullied because of their gender dysphoria and it makes it worse. So there's
it
two
seems
different
like
findings.
if two outcomes are possible, then it doesn't seem that interesting. I wonder why you bring it up.
Well, no, read the full study. It also talks about the correlation between autism.
I mean, this is the author. They wrote the conclusion right here. This is their.
That's a small summary on Yahoo
that's
News.
the
If you
author.
actually read-
That's the author. That's their conclusion.
Correct.
Right.
But if you read in the
Who
National
better
Institute
to draw
of
a
Health-
conclusion than the author of the study?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
Oli London. Duh. Bet the author is gay or something. Fuck it.
People from becoming. According to this, bullying prevents more kids from transitioning. Do you believe that we need more bullying?
No, I'm an advocate against bullying. I think whoever gets bullied, it's so wrong. I've been bullied myself, and I'm an advocate.
But if
for trying to
bullying
stop that.
results in
Nobody
less
deserves to be bullied.
transitioning, then that, according to what you're saying, is the best outcome for these kids.
No, I don't agree at all. No kid, even if a kid is feminine or a girl is a tomboy, they should not get bullied. No one should get bullied. They should be provided with support. But if somebody wants to transition,
Notice how Ollie's not talking about transitioning. He's saying, "Oh, you're just tomboys."
all
or
these kids
boys
are going
feminine."
through so many issues during that time. They are not in the right frame of mind to make an informed consent decision.
If a
Look,
child
Ethan,
is suicidal, do you believe?
I personally think it's pretty funny that he got that fucking nose job and it's so busted that one of his nostrils literally doesn't move in the same way that the other one does. And he's over here talking about how, like, no one should get any kind of gender affirmation care. Like, bro, you fix your own shit, okay? What the fuck is this?
told them your kids are going to commit suicide if you don't transition them. But what they said afterwards is they actually felt worse 6 months down the line after their transition because they've got hormones in their body, they've got puberty blockers, and they even had double mastectomy.
That the vast majority of people that transition don't regret it. I think it's like 95%, 99%. Are you aware of that stat?
You don't hear the cases of the detransitions.
Are you aware, Oli, that 99%?
No, that's not true. We only hear the detransitioners in comparison.
I don't support that statistic. I think it's wrong because these clinics.
From what authority do you disprove that statistic?
Well, look, these clinics make these studies. They don't even do follow-up studies. There's an example of a
Do you
clinic
not trust
called the
studies? Because you just told me to read one.
Look, what I'm saying is the gender clinics make billions of dollars every year. Their studies are skewed and biased.
In a
They
review
don't
of
do
27 studies involving almost 8,000 teens and adults who had transgender surgeries, mostly in Europe, US, and Canada, 1% on average expressed regret. For some, regret was temporary, but a small number went on to detransition. but that's 1%. That seems like a very small amount to be singularly focused on. And this is 27 studies, so this is a massive kind of conclusion, right? A scientific conclusion, a consensus, if you would.
Yes, but what I'm saying is there's a clinic, for instance, Tavistock Clinic, which was the main clinic in the UK. They were actually exposed. They were doing studies as well. They weren't bothering to check with the detransitioners. They didn't bother to check with the detransition. They didn't check how the hormones were affecting them over a year.
I know what you're talking about. That English one for
yeah.
Yeah, so that one, if I recall, I looked into that. I believe it was people say it was shut down. It was actually, wasn't it?
Being shut down,
right? But
still open.
They're actually making a bigger one so they can serve more needs. I actually, so it's not really being shut down actually. Say the name again. What is it?
It's called Tavistock.
Tavistock. Yeah.
So that one's actually being shut down this year because basically the National Health Service, which is basically looks after all the hospitals in the UK for the government, they actually said that there were a lot of ethical violations and stuff, and they also changed their policy.
It's funny to think that like Turf Island has any positive say on this matter. Or like shutting down hospitals implies anything but like conservative austerity measures in place for the UK. Okay, one, they're horrifically transphobic over there. Sorry, it's just the truth. And two, they're fucking shutting down hospital care nonstop because of fucking Tory austerity.
27 studies. Then why did you tell me to read this one, Ollie? You use studies when it's convenient for you, but you don't when it goes against your thesis. I don't understand your consistency with studies. Do we like them or no?
What I'm trying to say, Ethan, is the gender clinics are very, very powerful.
Do we? No. Ollie, do we like studies or not? All studies or no studies?
I like studies.
Oh, we do.
I like studies.
You do like studies.
But you have to always look at bias. The clinic in Finland was a transgender clinic that made the study. So they had different findings to many of the clinics in America that are saying there's a low detransition rate. But there are thousands of detransitioners out there. They're just not sharing their stories because of fear of being attacked. And, they get abuse every single day from trans activists. So there's thousands of kids out there there's 50,000 detransitioners on a Reddit subreddit forum speaking about detransitioning, but they're scared to come out and talk about it because they're going to get attacked. So there's a lot of people hiding.
You seem to be in denial, Ollie, that the vast, vast majority of these people, let's say there's a bias. Let's say instead of 1%, it's 10% regret it. And that's a huge deviation. So I'm giving you a lot of doubt here. If 10% only regret it, do you think that on whole of the 90% who don't regret it and who had what they consider life-changing health care, why would you seek to deny them life-changing health care? When they say this saved my life.
Well, Ethan, children can't get tattoos. Children can't buy cigarettes or buy alcohol. So how on earth can they consent to doing something they don't even understand about? We have to look at many of these kids. They don't understand. They don't think about the future. Like if a kid changes their body, they have gender reassignment surgery or take hormones, they might not be able to have a baby when they're older. They don't think about those things because they're kids. So the issue is just we shouldn't be doing this to kids. It should happen, as an adult, they can make informed consent. But even with some of the parents agreeing
Ollie,
to it.
Do you know how many kids between the age of
the counter to this
17 went through irreversible surgery in the United States?
That's one counter, but the real counter is
every year. Now it will be several thousand.
So the number of patients, of children between 6 and 17 who went through irreversible surgery in the United States. What was the years on that one?
It's 3 years, 2019 through 2021.
So this is the most comprehensive data we have, and this comes straight from the government stats. It was 250 per year. Does that seem significant to you?
That's completely incorrect because there's a clinic in Oregon. It's in the thousands now. There's a clinic in Oregon that's done at least
thousands. Is that significant? 1,000? I mean, we have 50 million children in the United States. Do you think 1,000 is statistically significant?
There's thousands, and this study probably only takes into account.
This is one counter. The other counter is not only is it statistically insignificant and you're making a fucking mountain out of a molehill, the other counter always is, okay, what if you have a child, okay, who is in a situation where puberty blockers are medically necessary? And then he'll say, no, that's not the case. That's like trans people, blah, blah, blah. And you go, okay, again, contraceptives and certain kinds of certain kinds of hormone blockers are absolutely medically necessary for young girls, for example, that have issues related to their fucking genitals and shit. You know what I mean? It's still medically necessary. Do you think that they should stop? Birth control in many instances could literally be life-saving. It's not even just about like, you know, kids are having sex and we need to make sure that you're curbing back on teenage pregnancy. It is an absolute medical necessity for a lot of people, a lot of girls especially. Do you think that that is appropriate, or do you want to stop that? And if he says, yes, that is appropriate, that should happen, then you go, okay, well then why the fuck do you have a say on other medically necessary circumstances? Do you think you should set the boundaries on what is considered medically necessary and what's not medically necessary? Or should we leave that standard up to the medical professionals, the healthcare professionals that have the welfare of the entire public in mind and aren't some fucking psychotic people who thought they were Korean 3 months ago?
On the right, that they're turning our kids gay. That turned out not to be true. You agree?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely
So hold on to that. So now today, we see the same graph going up of trans kids getting surgery or gender-affirming care or whatever. So why is it that you today can draw a conclusion that was the same conclusion in the 50s that you disagree with, that trans kids are being influenced societal to become trans? It seems to be a glaring contradiction in logic.
It's not just...
Wait, Oli London isn't Korean? No, I know he's very convincing, but he's actually, I mean, his last name betrays him. He's Londonian. Yeah.
Ethan, there's now over 60 pediatric gender clinics that have opened within the last 15 years across the US. They weren't there before, so they are profiting from this. They're opening clinics because they know they can profit.
Yeah.
But when they push,
Yeah. It's really fucked up that, like, there is psychiatric help for, like, or some kind of help for example, people with autism. The number of kids with autism has skyrocketed. I wonder why that's happening. Maybe it's because we have better detection measurements, and also on top of that, we have a better understanding of how to, like, allow people on the autism spectrum disorder to, like, coexist in a normal way with the rest of society.
Why is
no? It can't be that. It must mean something
result
different.
of it becoming more acceptable in society? It's the same curve, right? Same curve.
It's a huge curve, and it's really in the last 5 years since TikTok came about. We're seeing so many. There's about 2.2 billion views.
What does it matter how they become aware of it? I'm telling you, it's the same curve.
What I'm trying to tell you is that there are influences now that didn't exist 10 years ago that are pushing kids. So, for instance, TikTok, there's about 2.2.
So TikTok is turning.
It's like, Oli, you thought you were trans. Like, the fuck do you mean, dumbass? Like, you did it before
movies.
TikTok.
It was hippie movements. That wasn't accessible to the generation before them. I don't see the difference.
What I'm saying is that kids are being exposed to influences that they didn't have before.
Same in the 50s.
Kids are being on. Sorry?
The same in the 50s. The kids who were coming out as gay were also exposed to things that weren't accessible to generations before them.
Well, I don't agree with that. They didn't have phones back then. Kids are now being pushed trends, and the AI algorithm recognizes a kid's vulnerabilities. And they push videos.
Music, popular music.
Music.
Pop music pop music was something that was rock and roll was something that was new back then. So
no, correct. And you could also argue that in the 80s, more people came out because music like George Michael was, and songs about freedom and stuff.
So then why are you
concluding
concluding that TikTok is making people trans? I don't understand the logic. You just contradicted yourself.
No. What I'm saying is in the last 5 years, there is an increase in gender clinics opening because they are exploiting these children that are being pushed trends. You know, there's a lot of lobby groups, Ethan. The Human Rights Campaign is a massive lobby group. They're going around.
Ollie, you were trans before TikTok.
I've struggled with gender dysphoria for all of my life.
Before TikTok.
Correct, but yes, but my identity struggles came about because I was using social media too much. And
But
I
Ollie,
started
you
to
were
see-
born in 1990. You're not that much younger than me. When I grew up, there was no social media. I don't believe you probably had social media until you were in your 20s, well into your 20s.
Yeah, correct. And the reason I struggled with my identity was because of bullying in childhood. But then I only transitioned as an
But
adult.
bullying in
because
childhood,
firstly,
we established from the report that you told me to read that bullying in childhood results in less people transitioning.
Ethan's like, your bullying didn't take, Ollie. You still went trans, brother.
The study you sent me about bullying, the conclusion was that bullying results in less people transitioning.
Ollie, it
So you
didn't
says
take. What
it's
happened?
a result of social media. Well, you didn't have social media. Then you says it
Ethan,
was a
I'm
result
one
of bullying.
person.
But this study you told me to read says bullying reduces the amount of people who transition. So how is it that you were trans before, outside of all of these influences that are turning people trans?
Well, firstly, I'm an individual, so I'm one person. So my experience is not reflective of every single person that becomes trans out there. But the thing is, I became trans as an adult because I really struggled with my identity throughout my whole life. And yes, I did get bullying. Every case is different as well. Some people are bullied because of their gender identity. Some people are not. So every single case is different. But the reason I became trans was, you follow my journey, the Korean stuff. That was me trying to find myself and trying to, fit in because I hated the way I looked.
Ollie, if your journey is a personal one, which I totally understand, then what gives you the right to project your personal experience onto others?
Well, I speak to detransitioners every day. I speak to parents. I speak to women.
So
and
don't
they
you?
are
That,
very
that assumes a bias, Ollie. You're talking all day to detransitioners. We've also established, because we, I think, like studies, or I don't know if we decided, I think you said you like studies, because 27 of them made a consensus that 99% of people that transition don't regret it. So if you spend all day talking to the 1% that do regret it, don't you believe that underlies a bias?
Well, no, I don't believe it because I talk
Really?
to all sorts of people. I talk to parents that have trans kids and, they're trying to navigate through that. And the general consensus with everyone I speak to, because no, I'm not right wing or left wing. I'm just very much in the center. I'm just trying to help people using my platform to try and help
you're not
people.
right wing or left wing. You're just insane.
This is, we shouldn't be doing this to kids. And there generally
And a bad
is a concerted push over the last 5 years to medically transition children. If kids want to experiment, if a girl wants to be a tomboy, nobody has a problem with that. If they want to become trans as an adult, that's on them. But the issue that I talk about every day, I talk with parents, I talk with all these detransitions, is when this happens to kids. That's the issue I'm speaking about.
Right,
It's
but that's
not
so
about
rare.
people being trans.
Let me ask you another question, just to pivot a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm one of the people that would say Oli London is
this is what I
willing
was
to
talking
do
about.
anything for attention. You have probably some kind of, I don't want to diagnose you, I'm not a psychiatrist, but there is some craving for attention, clearly, right? Good or bad. I mean, you said about like Korean, you said your pronouns were Korean, you said you were going to get your penis size reduced so that you could look more, you could be a more authentic Korean. I mean, these are not serious things. You seem to be a provocateur. Is it possible that you are participating in this right-wing grift because, one, it's making you a lot of money, and two, it's getting you a lot of attention? Is that possible, that you actually don't care and that your beliefs are empty? Is that possible?
No, absolutely not. So when I struggled with my identity for years, I generally was struggling and I was lashing out at bullies. And the more I would get bullied online by YouTubers and people on TikTok, the more I would act crazy because I was trying to feel validated and loved. And it was very unhealthy.
The conservative movement has offered you quite an open hand. They're very glad to be using you as a mouthpiece against trans people. So it must feel good to be being accepted from somebody, even if it is at the detriment of many people who are at risk, trans people. It must feel nice to
No,
have
it-
people supporting you.
No, it's nothing to do with that at all. You know, I could have easily continued doing K-pop. I could have focused on TikTok, which, you know, I used to really enjoy doing TikTok. I'm not the best singer. I like to make fun, entertaining videos. You know, I could have stuck with that. In actual fact, when I detransitioned, I lost so many brand deals. I lost all my invites to New York Fashion Week. I was front row every
Yeah, but
season.
now you're
I
on
lost all
Tucker
my
Carlson.
invites.
I
No,
mean,
he
that's the
wasn't.
biggest show in
When
the
was
world,
he?
or it
What?
was. Rest
No.
in peace to the GOAT.
That never happened.
Yeah, he was the original GOAT. But no, it's nothing to do with that. No.
So you say it's not possible that you are just doing this for attention. If we go back, here's a recording of you saying that you're using the BLM movement for attention and for cameos. Here, listen.
Millions. So it's basically every time I do a music video, it's like, if it's $1 million, it's £1,000. So, you know, if I just keep releasing music videos, that's like enough. And then also because I've been a lot on Twitter, there's been so many people talking about me on Twitter because I'm supporting the Black Lives Matter and protests and stuff. So I had 200,000 views on the video. So because of that as well, I'm getting a lot of requests. So it's just,
Is he getting fucked right here? What is this noise?
In the news, on TV and stuff, because, you know, the more exposure I have, you know, if I'm trending on Twitter or whatever on TV, then the more cameos I get. So yeah, just
So here you say you're supporting BLM to stay relevant and because it gets you more cameos.
What the fuck is
Have you-
that? What is that?
Cameos,
What is that?
Since you went right wing.
Well, firstly, that audio was from a number of years ago. It was.
How did they record this? He's like panting.
That was completely uncredible, and just
it's your
basically
voice.
desperate for attention.
It's your voice, correct?
It's my voice, but it was edited deceptively to try to make.
Oh my god, is it because his nose is fucked up? He can't fucking breathe normally?
So I'm not doing any of this. What I'm doing now is to try and help people. You know, previously, Ethan, I'll admit
What's
it.
the
Previously, I had
deception,
some
Ollie?
very
You tell
unhealthy
me it's
behavior.
deceptive. I'm open to hearing you out. How is it deceptive?
I'm explaining. So, you know, previously I had unhealthy behavior where I was generally like thinking, oh, how many likes can I get? How many views can I get? Because I was in a really crazy mental health place. And, you know, the more surgery I would get, I'd
So
feel
people
worse
saying
about myself. So
people saying he was walking or telling on themselves. I'm sorry. Normal walking does not lead you to breathe that way, okay, while you're talking.
Ethan,
Are you
if
joking?
I wanted to- No, if I
That's why
wanted
you're on
to get
Tucker.
attention and stuff, I would stick to doing TikToks. I would stick to doing my K-pop music
You're getting a
videos.
lot more attention right now. I mean, you're getting a lot of attention right now. In fact, you wrote a whole damn book about it, Gender Madness.
Well, what I'm doing now is because I've actually come to a realization that I have had some very unhealthy behaviors in the past, and I'm trying to remedy that, you know, because I can't sleep at night when I think, you know, have I done something bad? Have I been a bad influence? So I'm actually trying to remedy that and devote my
I hate
time
to tell you, if
activism.
that's what you're concerned about, you're going to feel really bad when your next phase comes around and you realize that
It's
you
not
were
a
the,
phase, Ethan,
the
it's-
mouthpiece for really hateful people.
Ethan, it's not a phase, and I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally
It's not a
just trying
phase,
to speak
Dad.
up about issues that I have finally woken up to see what's going on in the
It
world. and
seems
I'm
to
actually
me,
thinking,
Ollie, that if we look at all of your different iterations of your personality, the one consistent thing is a need for attention.
well, you could say that about Trisha Paytas, who was your best friend and you used to do a podcast
Oh, I do say
with.
that.
You
I
know,
mean,
she
yeah, I would
had-
say that about Trisha Paytas. Sure.
Yeah, what?
Are you like
she had
Trisha
different
Paytas?
identities, but she had a wake up call, and then she realized that, you know, she could be an influence to others, and she's really a positive girl. She's doing amazing things at the moment, and you know, I had a wake up
Trisha
call
was
as well
a
because
chicken
I was,
nugget, I believe. Do you empathize with that, Ollie, as a former trans
Well,
person?
Ethan, I'm vegetarian, so I wouldn't empathize with her being
So you're saying you're like yeah, and congratulations on that. We support that. Ollie, do you believe you're like Trisha Paytas?
No, not at all. I'm not comparing myself
okay.
to her. I'm just saying that she had a lot of identity struggles. She had some unhealthy behaviors. I had some unhealthy behaviors. I struggled, but I'm remedying that now. I'm working hard every
Like
day
Trisha.
to try and be a better person, to try and help people. And that's what I'm focused on. So people can
Good.
call me what they want. I'm not a mouthpiece for anyone. I'm literally trying to help
Okay,
make
let's
the world
pivot.
a better place.
Let's pivot. This came about when you found God, right? You and you can fill in the blanks here. You were confused. You were a transgender woman. You were selling kids' lunch boxes depicting a trans woman on it. That's pretty low by your own definition. And then you were walking around and you found God. You entered a church and then you realized, hey, this is a cool vibe, maybe.
Well, no, actually, before that, I was started to go to therapy. So basically, I lost a lot of my friends. People thought I was really like crazy. And I was very mentally unwell with all of these different crazy identities that I struggled with. So I actually started therapy first, and I started going to sessions twice a week. And then they actually told me, you know, you need to speak about this. You need to find a community that's accepting, non-judgmental, and kind.
So hold on. Your therapist told you that you're not trans?
No, my therapist didn't tell me I wasn't trans, but they said if I'm having issues and struggling with who I am, perhaps I should find a community that's very welcoming and might make me feel like I can belong. You know, take some time off social media. So they didn't tell me not to be trans. It's nothing to do with that. They literally told me to try and find myself.
So you took a break off social media, and then you took your time to find God and find your new self.
I stopped spending hours and hours.
These weenies always have the same story.
Was, messing up my mind, and I actually left my phone.
It's so stupid. It's so cliche. It's so boring. Like, you're creative enough to, like, come up with the most unhinged thing to do to your own fucking body. You can't come up with a better, like, a better backstory. Like, it's always got to be at the top of the hour. I saw a 3-minute ad break, and all of a sudden, I realized, like, I'm not subscribed. I will be seeing this 3-minute ad break, and also I'm not Korean. I'm a white man. It's like fucked up. Because at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Don't be like Oli London. You know what I'm saying? Subscribe and avoid the fucking ads.
So you went from a month.
Speed Razor, thank you for the 5, get the subs. So hey Bozo, thank you for the 5, get the subs. Allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. You too can avoid it if you get gifted a sub. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
When you said get off. Take your time and talk and figure out who you are. That all happened within a month.
No, actually, since I originally transitioned, I felt great for a couple of months, and then I really started to question it. I started to think, okay, I can even do more surgery to make myself physically become a transgender woman, or I can take a step back. So I was having a lot of thoughts of regret, but it was too late at that point. I'd already done facial feminization. I'd already changed myself. I was very confused. So I'd been having those thoughts for a number of months. And then within a month from that particular picture being taken, I actually detransitioned.
So tell me about finding God. Tell me about when you were in the church and you had like an awakening.
Well, I'd lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of loved ones because they thought my behavior was very unhealthy. And, it was a now or never moment. I could have continued down a very destructive path, destructive for myself and people around me, and destructive for, people that see me online. I think I was, not a good role model, and I deeply regret that. So,
were you trying to be a role model? I find that interesting.
No, well, at the time in my delusion, I thought I was a role model for people that liked K-pop and wanted to be a K-pop star. So then I started going to church to try and take some time out to think about my life and think, what is the next step for me? And then, after spending some time going to church sessions and sermons, it made me realize, just try to find acceptance with who I am and stop doing all this craziness and try to get back to the real me. And that's the most important thing.
I've heard you mention the real you being a British man. But if you talk to other people, I think they might say the real them. And as I think you would agree, people are born gay. They don't choose to be gay. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So then why?
And I agree. And I believe that some people generally feel trans since they're born. I do believe that.
So God made them that way, right? So God would have made them that way.
I just believe that some people are born as trans, but my issue is kids being indoctrinated to transition when they didn't think about that before. So however you're born, that's the way you feel, then that's okay. But I don't believe in people that wouldn't think about these things being indoctrinated to change.
If you were British, you would do anything to escape it too. That's pretty funny. I mean, look, I'll say something positive. Oli London is awesome because normally there's a lot of fucking freak-like individuals out there that you would want to be making fun of, right? Openly. But you kind of can't because, you don't really know their background. You don't know their backstory. What if they've undergone some hardship or something like that? Whereas with Oli London, he's an open book. So it's like open season, really. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want. He's just such a fucking cartoonishly monstrous individual that, like, you don't really ever get an opportunity to just like unwind and unload on a motherfucker, because they're so demonstrably dedicated to being as harmful as possible to others. It's great.
Up in your interviews, God makes people trans. I find that to be.
I never said God made people trans. I never said God didn't make people
Does
trans.
God make people gay? Does God make people gay?
I'm just saying that people are born in different ways.
Because you said you were born gay, and so
I was born a man, and then as a teenager I became gay. So it didn't happen from birth, but I struggled with I was very feminine. I struggled with my identity as a kid.
Was that your choice or God's choice?
You know, there's a lot of influences that influence people in life. You know,
God is all powerful, right?
No, perhaps I wouldn't have turned out the way I did if I wasn't bullied, or perhaps
is God all powerful?
Yeah, God is very powerful. Yes, absolutely.
All powerful.
But
is God all powerful?
God is all powerful, but there are.
So then He made you gay and trans people trans.
No, there are.
Why would God all powerful make someone so confused that they wanted to be trans? Well, actually, logically, it doesn't even make sense. If God is all powerful and He creates a being, and then this being lives through their lives and then says, "Oh, I want to transition," God made them that way. If God is all powerful, it's all part of His design. God wants people to be trans.
Well, there are societal, environmental.
God created society.
I'm sorry. Kaya is so dumb. She just put her entire paw in the water bowl before realizing she put her entire paw in the water bowl and pulling it out. It's just so unrelated.
Ideology.
But
what I'm saying is a lot of these people would not have felt this way when they're born, but they're being pushed by society.
God created society
to think that they're going to transition.
God created society and transitioning as an operation.
Good girl.
I mean, just where am I logically wrong? I don't see any logical conclusion that doesn't come to the idea that God made people trans.
I never said God made anyone trans. I just said that society and the environment around people influence people.
He's all powerful, right? You said He's all powerful?
Yes, God is all powerful, but also humans have influences on other humans.
But He made humans.
Look, this isn't going anywhere.
It's not, is it? Okay, let's go on. Do you believe that the Bible is against transgenderism, or what's your thought on that as a I guess a newborn Christian?
Well, you know, the Bible was written a long time ago, and there are things in the Bible, such as in the Old Testament, that aren't relevant to today's society. We know that. So we have to adapt what was written 2,000 years ago to the modern day. But you know, I'm not one for policing how adults live their lives. But I think, you know, transgenderism wasn't in the Bible because there weren't trans people visible back then. Of course, no. Look, I've even got this in my book. Even there was a Roman emperor that was trans. He used to dress as a woman. So we know there's instances, but I'm just saying in the Bible
itself. Did society
influence
him? Did society influence the emperor to be trans?
Well, I wasn't alive then.
Well,
but,
hold on. You wrote about it in your book. God dang, man.
Yes, but so there were some Roman scholars that were around at the time, and taken from their writings, he used to dress as a woman. He used to act like a woman, and his wife would have to call him ma'am. Now, I wasn't around back then, so I don't know the exact details, but he thought he was a woman. So, you know, maybe he could have been born like that. Some people are born like that, and they generally think that they're in the wrong body. So
you don't have an opinion on if the Bible...
TikTok made the Romans gay, Ethan. Duh.
Okay,
What the fuck do you mean? God, it's so simple.
The Bible was written a long time ago.
Yeah, then why, but surely, I mean, you know, why use the Bible as a guide for anything in your life if it was written so long ago? I don't understand that point.
Because, Ethan, there's many teachings in the Bible that are very, very positive, you know, about love and acceptance and kindness, and trying to help
I wish
humanity.
you were there to dunk on him.
It was written
Not
a long time
really.
ago, so like I said,
Ethan's
the Old
doing a great
Testament,
job.
There's also a story about this,
now.
sisters raping their dad.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Old
We don't
Testament
like that
has
one.
things.
Okay, I like your optimism. So
I'm saying the Old Testament has
we're
things
not
that
doing the
aren't.
Old Testament. Okay, cool. So we don't believe... Okay. I heard you, when you're on these shows, I notice you talk a lot about this specific story of Jesus that inspired you, how he helped the lepers when no.
Wait, great question to follow up here is like, oh, so you don't like the Old Testament? Do you think it's appropriate to teach the Old Testament to children?
Right.
Well, I thought it was a good analogy because I felt like for many years I was rejected by society. I was treated like an outcast, just like the leper. So I thought it was a good analogy to me. Actually.
I agree. It is a really good analogy. What other Bible stories do you like?
So there's the tale of the lost sheep in Luke, the parable of the lost sheep, where a sheep goes missing from a flock of 100, and the shepherd decides, should he stay with the flock or should he go and help this sheep? And he actually goes into the wilderness to help the sheep because he realizes that every sheep is one of God's children, so he needs to help them and be responsible for them.
Which verse was that? I want to read that one.
It's in Luke and Matthew.
Luke and Matthew? Do you know the number?
I can't give you the exact chapter, but you can look it up.
Is there any other Bible stories you like? I'm looking for good recommendations.
Yeah, there's also when Jesus met a Roman officer, and this Roman officer had a lot of power, but instead of, abusing that power like many Roman officers did, he was actually kind to his servants. He had servants that were captured from battles, and they were working in his house, but he treated them the same he treated everyone else. So that's another great analogy that, Jesus looked at people and helped people that helped other people. And, kindness is very important.
Do you know the verse on that one so I can reference it?
I can't quote it off the top of my head.
I don't know where that one is.
Well, there's a lot of verses in the Bible, there's a lot of chapters, but I can tell you specific stories that I like.
Okay. I was just testing you, Oli. You know what I mean?
I know.
I was just trying to test you. I was trying to do a fast one on you.
This is
but I
very
want to
good.
ask.
Look, this is a really good technique that Ethan engages in, not to be all JCS, but what he's doing is like he's openly admitting that he's behaving in like a manner, and that he tested Oli, he tested his interlocutor, and giving confidence to his interlocutor by saying like, "Hey, I'm rewarding you. You actually did a good job. You withstood my test, and you won." This makes the interlocutor feel confident, and also feels like inadvertently they are on the side of the interviewer.
A cardinal that I believe he died earlier this year, an Australian cardinal that was accused of some horrific things, and there's a lot of that going on as well. So that needs to be addressed, and I will call that out as well as calling out drag shows that are sexualizing kids, because all forms of child abuse, whether it's in a church, whether it's in a religious organization, or whatever, is wrong.
If you had kids, would you feel more comfortable leaving them at a drag story time, or with a clergy member?
If I had kids, I would actually be with them all the time. I wouldn't leave them anywhere.
You would never leave them?
No, because, as a parent,
hypothetically, you don't have to do it. I'm just talking hypothetically. Would you feel more comfortable leaving them with a clergyman, a member of the Catholic Church, or at the the drag queen story time hour?
Again, neither. I wouldn't want to leave kids anywhere.
It's just a theoretical. It's just theoretical.
No, I get that, but I'm just saying, even if it was, leaving a kid.
Right, but you have to choose one. Which one do you trust more?
See, I'm a helicopter parent, and you're watching exactly why being a helicopter parent is bad. She saw my mom walk past. She got excited and was like, "I want to go out there. That's my human chew toy, please." And now she's behaving in a manner that I don't like.
I have to leave my kids either with the clergyman or at the drag show. I don't have a choice. Something crazy is happening. They're right next to each other. It says, where do I leave my kids? Where do you think Barry should leave his kids?
Well, again, I wouldn't want to leave kids anywhere.
But Barry doesn't have a choice. He doesn't have a choice. He's in this horrible predicament.
But Ethan, I'm not Barry. I can't answer that question.
Well, he's asking you for advice. Quick, Oli, where should I put my kids?
You put me on the spot. I wouldn't, as an adult, I would say
Oli,
to Barry.
Oh, sorry.
I find it very concerning that you are hesitant to even answer that question.
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter whether it's a Catholic church, a drag show, or even an after-school club where it's, the teachers aren't present. I wouldn't leave the kid anywhere. I wouldn't leave the kid at some weekend activity, like a sports activity. I think the parents should always be there.
Right.
So it's not a question of a church versus Whatever. It's a question of just in general, parents should always be with their kids.
But that's not reasonable. Parents can't always be with their kids. I mean, that's
No,
silly.
of course, it's not always reasonable. But I'm just saying, in an ideal scenario, because look, there are cases that happen, many cases that don't happen. But I'm just saying you've always got to be careful because there are people out there.
Let's assume that you're a good Christian and you say I'd leave them with the Catholic Church. We've talked about the number of kids who are doing irreversible transitioning in America. It's very, very small. We're talking like 250 a year by my estimate. And that's based on government data. I know you dispute it. There's a recent report that came out in France, and the reason I bring this one up is just because it's the most recent and comprehensive one. It's quite disturbing. This came out, I believe, in 2021, called the Independent Commission on Sexual Abuse in the Church. It was a huge government commission to look at this openly and honestly and try to figure out what's going on. 2,900 and 3,200 clergy members were involved in sexual abuse of minors during that period in France. Okay. It's estimated that they abused around 330,000 kids. Now, if you do a percentage of that, and this is really kind of surprising to me, and tell me what you think. Assuming there are around 15,000 to 20,000 clergy members in France at any given time, the percentage of clergymen involved in abuse of minors would be 15 to 20%.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrifying. And also, there's in Ireland as well. There was a lot of abuse that was covered up, and it doesn't matter.
Seems like that affects more kids.
That is equally wrong. Whoever exposes kids, it doesn't matter whether it's a church or not.
Raping a kid is equally as wrong as going to a drag show?
Look, it's equally wrong if someone abuses a kid. So that's what I'm saying here.
Okay.
So if a kid is being abused,
is there any history of a child being abused at a drag show?
When drag shows are sexually explicit,
is that the same as raping them?
That is also child abuse. I'm just saying, if a drag queen performs a sexually explicit act in front of kids, that is abuse.
If we're worried about the kids, you're a member of an organization, which by my estimate, which again, it's just an estimate, but 15 to 20% of the clergy members are sexual predators. Why is it that you're focused on the drag shows and not the Catholic Church, when per capita and the volume is way more in the Catholic Church?
Well, the specific organization, Gays Against Groomers, is focused solely on the issue of indoctrinating children, exposing them to sex. If it was called, Catholics Against Groomers, that would be focused on that issue. But it's a specific issue. Not every organization can focus on every issue, but their job is to expose a specific issue within a specific group. And granted, like you said, there are in France, there was in Ireland some horrific cases. And, it's the job of the Pope and the Catholic Church to vigorously investigate that, because it's disgusting for any person, whether a clergy member or not, to abuse a child. It's absolutely wrong, and it should be investigated to the full. And every single victim deserves
seems to
justice.
me a little disingenuous when you're going to point, let's say, you've got the whole hotel, a whole building, it's on fire, but but in the backyard, there's like a doghouse that's on fire. There's no dog in it, by the way. It's just a small structure. And you're telling the fire department, we need to put out the doghouse fire. Don't worry about the fucking massive apartment building that's on fire. Let's put out the doghouse. To me, that seems like you're focused on the wrong thing. What's the point of focusing on the doghouse when the whole building is on fire, right?
Well, no, I mean, I talk up on my Twitter about all forms of abuse. If there's somebody that abuses a kid, if there's a news story, I do share on that. So, but I'm just saying the specific organization, Gays Against Groomers, focuses on a specific subject. But you're right, all forms of abuse are incredibly wrong, and they should also get light shed on them, 100%.
Are you interested in firearm deaths of kids? Because that's the leading death, actually, of kids in America today.
Yeah, that's absolutely horrific. What we see every day with schools being shut up, it's absolutely horrifying.
Right. But somehow the drag
Children,
show
no,
is
children
more.
should be. Ethan, we're on the same page.
I just
Children
don't
should be
understand why the
protected at all
drag
costs.
show is more pertinent because you're doing a tour, right? You're doing all the right wings. You even wrote a book, for Pete's sake, called Gender Madness. Why is this topic so important when we're talking about protecting kids and there's just these incredibly more pertinent issues? Firearm deaths, the leading cause of death in kids, and you're talking about an organization with 15 to 20% of sexual predators, by my estimate. I just don't understand the focus on the drag show. Don't you think that the conservative movement is overly focused on transgender issues?
Well, I mean, there's you've just highlighted there are so many different issues in the world, and I'm trying to focus on one specific.
What is this interview? Beanie Dude is rapid fire and gotcha scenarios to try and catch this dude off guard. It's really inane, whatever your view on the topic is. No, I think he's doing a great job for that particular reason, actually. As a matter of fact, it comes across as gotcha questions because, again, it comes across as gotcha questions because he's doing a good job. The only reason why you're saying it's gotcha questions is because it's doing a good job and you kind of don't like his vibes. You might even end up agreeing with the other party a little bit, but you can't find yourself agreeing with that party because he's very clearly delusional. That's the issue. That's why you're saying it's a gotcha question. No, he's just doing a good job.
Odd. Why are they all so focused on trans issues?
Well, I mean, they talk about a lot of other issues as well, but what's happening at the moment is there is a lot of
right. They talk about a lot of issues, but I think we can all agree that that's kind of the most pertinent for them, right? Even in polls, even in polls, people say trans issues is the most important to them of conservatives. Why is that?
Well, I mean, correct, because it is
It's great because Ethan does a really good job of he is the representation of libtard politics, right? And even as the representation of that kind of politics, he does a really fucking good job of ridiculing his opponents by simply asking questions while also even admitting his own bias in many different respects, even saying I was trying to catch you and you did a really good job of avoiding it. You know what I mean? He does a very good job of just winding down your opponent and actually offering them enough rope to hang themselves with. Not in the way that people say that Joe Rogan does, but actually doing that. Because Joe Rogan doesn't have that ultimate goal of giving their opponent enough rope to hang themselves. Joe Rogan has a very clear-cut bias, and it's on the it's on the side of the people that he's having on, the right-wing agitators.
So how do you if I haven't mentioned it, how do you justify this?
I've already gone through it.
Oh, we have talked about it. Okay. I'm just curious. Let me look at the photos. I mean, this is definitely for kids. It's pretty small. It can't even fit a little bread in it, barely. And look how, I mean, these blueberries look monsters next to that. That's certainly for kids, right? Yeah. It's too small for an adult. What's that?
No, it's for anyone that likes K-pop.
For anyone that likes K-pop. But grown-ups.
Can you explain to me who's going to school under the age of over the age of 18, using a lunchbox?
Grown-ups like that.
Wait, you would buy a lunchbox with a trans woman on it? Why would you do that?
It's a K-pop. It's an image of a K-pop. I would buy it because it's cute. I like K-pop stuff. I love Korean culture. It's a cute K-pop lunchbox.
Mm-hmm.
But clearly, you're not going to be buying.
If this is real, I'm closer to Taylor Swift than Cutie Cinderella. Twice in my life now. Okay? Not only through John Mayer, but now through 1975's Matty Healy. Oh my fucking God. I have to call Cutie. There's no way this is real. Okay, I'm sorry. We interrupt the Oli London part of the broadcast for some breaking news that seems to be very, very relevant. Also, hopefully we will have friend of the show, Matty Healy, on soon. Just like Matty Healy's other friend of the show. I don't know if you're aware of the latest reports from The Sun. You're on stream right now, by the way. But Taylor Swift and 1975's Matty Healy might be dating. What do you have to say about this?
Okay. All I have to say is there's a new rumor every second. Homegirl's on tour. How is she dating anybody?
Well, people do have access to the internet.
I want you to know, I got 4 texts this morning saying, hey, is Taylor actually dating... Let me find his name.
Matty Healy of the 1975?
No. Matty Healy of 1975 would be sick. That'd be dope. We would
Wait,
love that.
yeah, he is a friend of the show. I just hope you know that. So
Fernando Alonso. There's some soccer player that in every interview is saying that he's dating Taylor Swift. Everyone wants the girl, okay? Everyone wants her. She's a hot commodity. Honestly, I would tell you to go after her, but fuck you and your family. Except for not your family. I like your family.
what the fuck? You know my family. Why would you say that?
I know. So I took it back because I like your family a lot.
What the hell? It's a
But
Formula
you can't
One
have
driver. Fernando Alonso is a Formula One driver.
Oh, there's a soccer player too that keeps doing it. Anyway.
Do you think they are the ones who are leaking it to the media to make it seem like to get clout?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Try it. See what happens.
Should I ask Matty personally if he's actually dating Taylor Swift?
I would like that, yeah. No. Hasan, don't fuck this up. Don't bother him. Because what if they are dating? I need you to keep that connection.
Wait, no, he's I don't think that would ruin the connection. I feel like he's
Are you
got
like homies?
No, but he's like he's got very thick skin.
No, he's gonna think you're weird and Snoopy.
No. If anything, he probably knows he's weirder than me.
Okay, well don't fuck it up because if they are dating, this could be huge for us.
Okay.
As in me. This could be huge for me. I will use your relationships for my benefit.
I don't know. This is the second time, not the first, but the second time I've been closer to Taylor Swift than you, it seems.
Okay, well, you are famous and I am not. What do you want me to do?
I'm just saying. How does that make you feel?
You're going to say you're more rich than me. Is that what you're going to say?
No, I'm not going to say that because you're definitely richer than me. Everyone has seen. You're on air, by the way. Everyone has seen. It's just a quick reminder one more time. Everyone has seen your massive, fansly sponsored events that you throw. Anyone that has 400K viewers at any given moment is clearly wealthier than the person who's only reached 250K. So.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Well, okay. Well, nothing's confirmed. I'll leave it at that.
Hey, if this is real, maybe I'll invite you to the Eras tour. Okay.
Okay. Shut the fuck up.
I'm just saying. I will remember this. I will remember this when I will remember the fact that you would not offer me box seats alongside your other friends when, if this is real and if this has come to fruition.
I'm not worried about it.
Oh, okay.
But that would be really cool if they were dating. But
I'm just saying. Okay, I'm glad that you're in support of the Matty Healy Taylor Swift rumors, though.
I am. She's loved 1975 forever.
Okay.
It'd be like if I started dating her.
Oh, okay. All right.
All right. Have a good stream.
All right, you too. Bye. Like, what do you think is going on, Mom? You think she, evaporated? No, I put her upstairs again. No, she wasn't, but she was about to when you walked over. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to get ahead of this, and I'm going to crate her. I gave her a little bit of personal time, and now I'm going to crate her. For those of you who are watching, that was Cutie Cinderella.
What do you mean the real issue? No, but this is a real issue. Kids are suicidal because of their gender dysphoria. I mean, that's a real issue.
But Ethan, what I'm trying to say is if you put a vulnerable kid that's already struggling with their mental health on very high doses of hormone.
Matty Healy is a fan of certain center-left podcasts, including center-left commentators such as myself. Center-left podcasts such as Cumtown, and center-left podcasters and broadcasters such as myself.
Has it ever happened? Has a child transitioning ever saved a child's life?
Well, you need to address the mental health issues. If a kid is
has it ever saved a child's life?
Or did I say Cumtown? Yeah. Fuck, Cumtown is not center-left. Cumtown is actually progressive left. This is the new show, the Adam Friedland show, which is totally unaffiliated with the Cumtown. What is Cumtown? I don't even know what Cumtown is. I fucked it up. I'm so sorry.
Transitioning saved their life. Even one of them. Why would you support a movement that outlaws it? You support legislation that makes it illegal. Why is that?
Because firstly, these are kids. They cannot consent to this. They do not understand the long-term consequences. But you don't look at what happens later down the line, Ethan, like 6 years down the line.
We got to stick on this point. You said that transitioning has saved a child's life. Let's forget about all the other static. Let's forget about all the other static. why is it that you would want to outlaw a medical procedure that saved a child's life? That's
Because
not kind, is it?
No, you have to support the kids' mental health, but you cannot put them on hormones.
Do you believe that it should be illegal? Do you believe that it should be illegal for kids to transition?
I believe for medical transitions, it should be 18 plus, yes.
Even if the kid is going to kill himself, as you admitted, it saved the child's life. You said that. So you believe this kid should kill themselves rather than transition?
Absolutely not. Don't try to put words in my mouth. Kids need mental health.
No, hey, I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth. I'm just trying to reconcile. You are saying, on one hand, that transitioning saved the kid's life, and also saying that transitioning shouldn't be allowed until they're 18 plus. So this child has no recourse other than to kill themselves in this hypothetical situation we've created.
In this hypothetical situation, instead of that, actually take the kids to somewhere that's a safe place where they can be surrounded by therapists.
Right, they do that. But again, I don't want to focus on the static because this is a real situation. And let's say, even if it's just one kid, again, let's stay focused here, Oli. One kid saved his life. You're telling that kid you cannot get that procedure. That's correct?
I'm saying that kids can't consent to this. Kids need better mental health support, so there should be a focus on
18
mental
plus.
health
You're
support
saying this
rather
kid
than
cannot get the
medical
procedure that
transition.
saved his life. That's what you're
I'm
saying.
saying that it should. I'm saying that 18 plus for all procedures on kids because kids cannot consent, so they need mental health support instead.
Well, right. So the kid would kill himself.
No, you give the kid.
But then
mental
why
health
did you
support
say that
and
it
protect
saves
them.
kids' lives, Oli? Don't you understand? You're not making
you
sense.
I'm saying that there will be some kids that may feel better and feel like their life has been saved after that. But
You agreed with me, Oli, just a few minutes ago that transitioning has saved kids' lives.
oh, like anything in life, it can save lives, but also a lot of people.
Like anything in
will
life?
become-
What does that mean?
A thing?
What
no,
else?
a lot of people will become suicidal later down the line because their body is completely messed up. There, so many different issues
He's
with
like
their health.
not suicidal now, which is really happening, but like, what about a hypothetical suicide later in life that hasn't happened that could happen potentially?
Consent, kids.
That's how we offset suicide.
Kids can't consent to anything. What are we doing? We're
correct.
not allowing them to. Kids can't consent to go to church. Kid can't consent to go to school. Kids can't consent to anything. We as parents make the best decision we can for the welfare of the kid. Don't you agree? I mean, this whole idea of consent is kind of moot when you consider all the things kids do in their lives every day.
Well, it's like a little kid that wants to be a dinosaur. Do you suddenly give them a surgery?
Do you
like
think
a
that wanting to be a
No.
dinosaur is comparable to gender dysphoria, which is a known medical condition?
I'm saying that some
You
kids go through
said
different
it's like
phases.
kids wanting to be dinosaurs, Oli. I don't understand the comparison.
Well, no, it is. It's like some kids change their mind about certain things. They're not mature enough to make these decisions.
Do
So
you
a
think
kid might
wanting
say
to
their
be a
parents-
dinosaur is comparable to being trans?
I'm saying if a 10-year-old kid dresses up as a dinosaur every day, they tell their dad they're a tyrannosaurus.
Has that happened? Can you cite that happening?
You've been speaking about theoretical things. I'm speaking about
Well, no.
theoretical. I'm saying,
Well, we're talking about
would you
theoretical.
transition a child?
We're talking about theoretical situations, but they are happening in the real world. There are kids whose lives are being saved because, and this is the small amount of kids who undergo it, very small amount, that do it under doctors' supervision and panels and stuff, that it's saving their lives. This is happening, okay? People are not, as far as I know, and maybe you can correct me, saying I'm a dinosaur, I need to transition into a dinosaur.
No, I'm saying, kids want different things. They don't understand or
I
comprehend.
notice you're saying I'm saying a lot. You say things, but you don't like to stay accountable to it. You say, no, I'm saying this. No, I'm saying this. No, I'm saying this. Why won't you give me definitive answers?
Well, I'm equating it. You know what? It is the same. If a child wants to be a dinosaur, you don't cut off their
it's the same
body part.
It's the same.
as being
Gender-
It's the same as medically transitioning a
Okay.
child and giving them
Good.
surgery.
Good. I'm glad you said that. Gender dysmorphia is a known medical condition. Is there any literature about transitioning to be a dinosaur? Not that you know of. Right. But you said it's the same. But clearly it's not, right? Because
No, I'm equating.
transitioning
a kid.
is accepted
I'm
by
equating
the
a kid. Sorry, I'm equating a kid identifying in a different way. You don't just suddenly say, if a kid feels a certain way, oh, we're going to do this operation, we're going to give you hormones. Kids
Of
can't
course that
consent.
doesn't
If they
happen,
generally
Oli.
feel like that their
That
whole
doesn't
life,
happen.
do it as an adult.
That doesn't happen. You have a child who's experiencing gender dysmorphia so severe that they're going to kill themselves. Dysphoria, excuse me. They're undergoing panels and doctors and stuff. And this kid, we know, and this has happened, either we intervene or the child kills themselves. What's your decision?
Most kids grow out of gender
That's
dysphoria.
not what I
so-
asked. Why can't you answer? Most kids
No,
do
I'm
not
saying
grow
most
out of
kids-
gender dysmorphia. Not only 99. Oh, that's a small number of them, and 99% who get the operations don't regret it. You have to answer this, Ollie. This is important. If there's a child that's going to kill itself unless it gets gender affirming care, what is your decision? Let
Well, there's
them
a study-
give them the treatment or not?
This is a great trap.
No, you give them mental health support instead. You do
No,
not.
no,
put
no,
a
no,
kid
no,
on
no, no,
hormones.
no. That's not what I'm asking. If this kid is suicidal, which is a known phenomenon, this happens. Do you let them get the treatment or do you make them wait till they're 18?
You give them other support instead. That's
So they
my
kill
answer.
themselves.
No, they.
How is
no,
that
you prevent
kind,
that because
Ollie?
You give them mental health.
How is that kind that you're letting children kill themselves instead of letting them get gender
Ethan, this is a
affirming
really-
life-saving care, which by the way happens only irreversible gender care, gender surgeries and stuff only happens like 250 times a year.
No, it doesn't. It happens.
Well, you have
thousands of
no
times.
statistics to back that up.
Well, there's a clinic in Oregon. I can send you the statistics of. There's a clinic in Oregon that does at least 300 surgeries on kids a year. So that's just one
That's
clinic.
impossible. That's not true.
There's 60 clinics in the US that are pediatric.
Over
gender
years,
clinics
over
that are
years. Yes,
transitioning
60
kids.
over years. So, but again,
No, I'm
there's
saying-
50 million kids in America, Ollie. That's not a lot.
But I'm saying there's 60 gender clinics that are performing these surgeries every single week across the country. So look it up and see how many.
Let's say that of the 1,000, there's 10 kids who are going to kill themselves. Do we let them get this treatment or not?
Again, you give the kids mental health support.
You're choosing for them to kill themselves, Ollie.
No, I'm not. Don't
Yes, you
try to
are.
say that because
But you
a very
are.
sensitive
But that's
subject.
what you're saying, Ollie.
I'm not saying
That is
Ethan.
what
I'm
you're
give
saying.
the
You're
kids-
denying them life-saving, gender-affirming care.
No, I'm saying give the kids mental health support. Until
Yeah,
they
you're
can
saying you're saying
become
use
adults.
this avenue that doesn't work, that's not going to work to prevent you from killing yourself. You're telling them
Also, gender affirming care is a part of a comprehensive healthcare solution.
you can only do the therapy that I approve of.
It's like saying if let's say there's someone who's a schizophrenic, right? And the doctor is prescribing lithium and Ollie's like, no lithium, only prayer and also whatever form of therapy he finds to be enough. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? It's just like, that's how comprehensive healthcare works. Sometimes you actually do medical intervention beyond just like therapy sessions.
The times it is reversible. And
Lithium is for
when it
bipolar, sorry, not schizophrenia, right? Lithium is for bipolar disorder. I fucked it up.
team care under doctor supervision, you want this kid to kill
Well,
themselves.
actually, for
Ollie. How do
both.
you
I'm pretty sure lithium can be used for schizophrenia too.
Immunity.
Mood regulation in general.
That you're a part of. You sold yourself out for some attention and some money, and you are dooming kids to kill themselves. How do you live with that? Before it was cute, silly stuff about transracial and PTS and pop stuff, and it was just silly nonsense about little racist stuff about Korean people having tiny
Beanie's
penises.
coming
But
off.
now you're actually delving into
shit.
transphobic, violent transphobia that is going to result in kids dying. You're going to have to reckon with that, Ollie.
No, absolutely not. You're trying to paint me out as saying
I'm
this.
only
I'm trying to
saying
say
what
that
you
kids
said.
cannot consent. No, Ethan,
Kids
I'm not
can't
saying
consent
that.
to anything.
Kids cannot
can't-
consent to irreversible hormones or surgeries, Ethan.
Okay, a kid
They
needs to
cannot
get his
consent
leg
to that.
removed because he has leg cancer. Should he be able to get the leg removed?
Or if he has a cancer, yes. But I'm
Okay,
saying
so
that
what's the
you
fucking
can't-
difference? He can't consent to have his leg removed. That's irreversible.
Well, many of these kids are being pushed into it. Many grow out of gender dysphoria. If you Google
Vic,
right
but
now,
I'm telling you, kids kill themselves if they don't get this treatment. In the rare case that it's that severe, about 250 a year.
Well, show me. Okay, pull up a case then.
I'm sure we can do that. That's not a problem. Give me 1 second.
Wait, what? Pull up a case?
Gender affirming care is mental health support.
What is Oli gonna do?
What
is Oli gonna do? Be like, actually, fuck that kid. Like,
psychiatry.
That kid had bad vibes. He should have killed himself. Like, is that what you're gonna do? He's like, give me an anecdote, please, so I can fucking rip it apart.
With
Like, what?
dysmorphia is gender affirming care. Do you know more than Pediatrics Association and Psychiatrists Association?
Yeah, because all of these companies, they made $2.2 billion transitioning kids last year. So it's a multi-billion-dollar industry with a lot of power.
So people make money from it. So therefore, we shouldn't let kids save their lives.
No, you can provide. I'm not going to keep going about this.
That's a great question. We'd be like, okay, people make money off of fucking cancer treatment. No more chemotherapy. Sorry.
Reversible issues, and when they
You're right. We
adults,
should make it free. You're right. People shouldn't be charged for it.
I agree. Oh my God!
No.
He just shut the fuck.
I'm just not going to keep going on about the same thing, Ethan. I need to go anyway. It's quite late.
Ollie.
He just shut the fuck up. That's awesome.
I want to tell you something. You really have sold your soul in this one. You know what I mean? Like before, it was
Ethan,
cute and innocent, but this new one is really sick. And I mean, the balls of you to sell a fucking lunch pail with a trans person on it while telling people that they're grooming kids. I mean, you're just a fucking hypocrite, dude.
Ethan, you said some horrific comments about Ben Shapiro saying that he should be gassed like in the Holocaust. So you shouldn't be.
I didn't say that. I said,
I'll
tell you exactly what I said. And how dare you say such a...
You said that.
I made a joke that he's perpetuating anti-Semitism, and therefore, if there's another, then he can go, and I'd be happy to go right behind him. I am Jewish though, so chill out.
No, I know that, but I'm just saying it's not something to joke about. So when you're trying to criticize for me for certain things, you've also said some things that are very harmful as well.
Well, hold on.
You should also take accountability.
So you're admitting that what you say about trans people is offensive?
No, I'm talking about
how
my
is it
past
comparable to what I
behaviors have
said?
been harmful. I'm talking about my past behaviors, have been harmful.
I'm
but
not talking about your past
and
behavior.
help
I'm
people.
talking about what you're doing now that endangers children because you're trying to make a
Now
quick
I'm helping
buck.
people. I'm helping people, Ethan.
You're helping Tucker Carlson spread propaganda that's going to kill trans people. And you're selling a book called Gender Madness. After you, how long have you been a man? How long have you been detransitioned? And you're writing a book already?
It's been 7 months.
7 months, Ollie? I mean, you were trans for years. How are you going to spend 7 months as a man and then presume to tell people how to live their lives?
Also, we got more Tucker Carlson leaks. Holy fuck. More Tucker Carlson leaks coming from Fox News.
So long.
Yeah, but the book is about how I got to where I was, what led me to that, and how people struggle with different identities. It's actually a self-help book, so it's very positive, empowering about different ways people can help themselves.
Gender Madness. Here's your best friend, Jamie Mitchell, who's the founder of Gays Against Groomers, supporting... well, here, just watch.
What's happening now would make, I think Joseph Mengele, I believe that was his name, the Nazi doctor. This puts him to shame.
Do you believe that's an appropriate analogy?
Well, Joseph Mengele tortured and performed horrific medical procedures on kids. What
Jewish
they're doing
kids
today.
during the Holocaust.
He also committed a genocide against trans people, by the way.
He committed a genocide against trans people as well.
He killed a lot of LGBT people.
That shit's so fucked up, actually. That's one of the most nefarious and awful ways that these pieces of shit
Lab
talk.
rats for this sick ideology. And
he sounds
they're
like
full steam
him right now.
Like
any abuse of kids,
within
any experimentation on kids is wrong.
And a threat to that.
Oli London's like, leukemia, let them fucking die, okay? Oli London is like, leukemia? Let's let them kill children instead. Any medical experimentation in regards to like a cure, fucking kill them, dude. What do you mean?
And we.
Do you believe that doctors are performing Nazi-like experiments on trans kids?
Doctors are experimenting on kids.
To what
and,
end?
you know,
What is the experiment?
Any medical mutilation on kids is bad. And, you know,
An experiment
the
underlies
data,
a thesis. What is their thesis?
I'm saying there's no long-term data on how does this affect a
Yes,
kid's
there
body
is.
20 years
99%
down the
don't
line.
regret it. 27.
How does this affect a kid 20 years down the line? Because
They're happy.
we see issues.
99% are happy.
We see issues with their
27
bone
studies.
density. Look at the study by Dr. Bradley, Canadian. She was the pioneer for performing these gender-affirming cares on kids.
What if I
since
told you Dr.
1970.
Bradley was a quack?
Well, they're all quacks. Anyone that
Oh,
experiments on kids in the first place is a quack.
All right, Oli. We're gonna anyway. Thank you for spending your time. I do appreciate you coming on.
No, it's good to talk.
It was something.
I think he
But
ripped him.
you know,
I think he ripped Oli, but notice how Oli, like I said, is a more like Oli London looks weird and is not like the best person as far as like the best speaker, but given the area that he occupies, it's very hard to go up against like transphobic motherfuckers because you're going up against a person that is like pretty much borderline schizophrenic, right? Like you're talking to someone with mental delusions and they are going to constantly pull you into like their delusions and have you address their delusions. And it's like, well, I can't argue against your own fucking world, man. Like you made up half this shit. It's literally like arguing against flat earthers, right? That's how it works. Like if your grift has no basis in reality and it's just like inherently harmful and all it is there to do is just like, push more harmful propaganda, it's very difficult to argue against them, right? Like he basically made up, child experiments happening on children that's like bad. He lied about a whole bunch of shit. But even then, that's why I said it's like very difficult. That's the same thing conservatives say about us leftists, though. I mean, it doesn't matter. The conservatives can say whatever the fuck they want. We're currently talking about conservatives and their mania. It's difficult to argue against transphobic people like this because they're in a totally different league. It's like arguing against a flat earther. They're going to give you junk science. You need to know the junk science and address it. If you haven't studied the junk science, it makes it very difficult. Same with like super transphobic people. So even someone as stupid as Oli London can come across as like coherent in some ways, even though he's like insane, right? And I think that's what happened here with Ethan. But Ethan still did a very good job of addressing a lot of the most unhinged parts of this conversation. It's of course going to be like less, I guess, content and less punchy than, for example, debating that other cult guy. But he did a great job. He did a fucking fantastic job. This is why ContraPoints isn't speaking on trans issues anymore. She's tired of talking to brick walls to try and spread her message to all us NPCs in the world, all the way back from Blair White incident to currently the Megan incident is just awfulness. I don't know what the current Megan incident is, but I know why ContraPoints doesn't talk about trans issues. I can tell you why. Because she's trans. And like it or not, and I'm sorry, get mad at me if you want, but trans people are ruthless to other trans people. Like, trans people are ultimately much more understanding and much more forgiving of cis people because they recognize that the normative position is that cis people are transphobic. So when you have a cis person who's not transphobic, but like will fuck up every now and then, trans people will oftentimes still look at it with like a very critical lens, but are way more forgiving. ContraPoints, on the other hand, comes across as the authority of trans issues to a broader cis audience, and a lot of people get mad at that. You know what I mean? And this doesn't mean that like ContraPoints hasn't done anything cringe or bad or wrong. Every now and then, she'll appear on a fucking Hillary Clinton video, and I'm like, wow, that's That's not great. But ultimately, I think she's great. You know what I mean? She has disagreements on MB stuff or MB related issues, I think. But like I said, ultimately you got to look at the broader. You have to look at the broader content that this person has provided. Anyway, I don't want to get too super deep into like trans issues, especially because like I feel as though there are a lot of like it feels like you're monolithizing trans people like in that analysis, not gonna lie. Yeah, a little bit. But I mean, what? If there's one monolith that actually absolutely sticks amongst trans people, is that trans people love fucking yelling at other trans people for having, you know, like minor disagreements over trans issues. Is that not true? Go to any trans space and you know, bring up one point of contention and see how that works. And on top of that, I think trans people, this is from my own personal, you know, observation as a cis person. Trans people are a little bit more understanding of cis people than they are of trans people, or other trans people, trans content creators in general. Yeah, trans people are very leftist, and a lot of them are. So that's not that surprising. What are those points of contention? Not today. What a good one, dude. I love that. Yeah, okay. You think I'm gonna engage in that? No. Get the fuck out of here. I'm dodging that shit. I don't know, trans places are usually very accepting. Maybe you're only talking Twitter. Yes, of course I'm talking about Twitter. But also, Twitter is probably one of the most significant trans spaces anywhere. Trans people don't have a lot of safe spaces in their real lives, in the physical space that they exist in. So, online communities are where a lot of trans people gather and have safety and can communicate with one another, get resources to help one another. It's huge. It's very important. Anyway, there's addressing the Froggy Fresh drama. I don't know if I should watch it, but I do like iDubbbz and I want to support him, so I could potentially watch that later. There was a school shooting in Serbia, which is fucking very strange. Let's take a look.
Now we're going to head over to Serbia, where police say a 13-year-old boy killed at least 9 people in a school shooting in the country's capital earlier today.
That's right. And the victims include 8 students and a security guard. Several other children and a teacher were injured in this attack. And police say the suspect was a 7th grade student at the primary school.
Video from the scene shows police leading the suspect away from the school. They say he drew sketches of classrooms and had a list of targets. The teenager actually called police about the shooting himself. CBS News foreign correspondent Imtiaz Tayeb is following the situation for us. Imtiaz, so we know police has a suspect in custody. His father, though, was also arrested. What can you tell us about this?
Lana, Errol, so good to be with you, but a really terrible story. It's not often we talk about mass shootings in Europe. I know, obviously, it's a very different...
Oh, my God. Bruce dropped him off. Twitch dropped him off because he used the hard R. We've got questions about the use of the N-word on Twitch. Wait, what a fucking insane... No, is this the reason? Also, this is a wild thing to tweet back in December 2020 regardless. It's from December 19th, 2020, by the way, for the record. But it's an insane thing to tweet out no matter what. I don't know why Bruce got banned. Who did you mute? Your mom. Wait, then why isn't the soft A a bannable offense when several streamers use it? Dude, why are you asking me, a fucking white guy, what Twitch, a fucking predominantly white platform's takes are on the N-word with a hard R versus the N-word with a soft A? Like what? Like what do I know? Why would I know anything about this process? You think Twitch came to me and was like, Hasan, you obviously are what? Like a person who would have a lot of knowledge on this. You should make the say. Yeah. There are 2 N-words and both are very bad, folks. Nuclear! I mean, I am basically the fucking, you know, internet historian of like ancient racist lore, but they saw you have black people biz knowledge, what inside baseball? I never opened the door. I love the idea of some white moderators at Twitch deciphering which version a black streamer said. Yeah, Twitch came to me and said, Hasan, as someone who frequently opens the door and enters black people's business when black people tell you not to, can you please enter that door one more time? Can you please open the door and enter into black people's business one more time and give us a decision on whether or not black people should be able to say the N-word on the platform, please? That's what they did. And of course I oblige. Prank Stallone. Okay, so let's say someone has Tucker Carlson's cell number and also... Okay, I had to bye-bye. Tucker Carlson's cell number and also Alex Jones' cell number and also an AI Tucker Carlson voice. They could, in theory, call Alex Jones to pretend to be Tucker and have a full conversation with him. Anyways, I just did that. I was honestly caught off guard by how much he bought that it was Tucker. I ran out of clips. I cannot wait for this. What is this?
It's Hasan, actually, people don't know this. He bought a $3.5 million house in Austin, Texas.
Wait, what am I doing on here? I didn't go on Misgift Show. What the fuck is this? Wait, I'm confused. Wait. This is an older video of mine because I clearly have the long hair. But the background looks like it was from like yesterday or something because it has the fan that I put up right behind me recently. What the fuck's going on?
Okay, I have to clarify. I did not buy a $3.5 million. That's what was reported, but that's not true. I mean, these guys, it's absolutely ridiculous. One, I would not buy a house in Austin, Texas. That terrible Republican hellhole. Okay, I absolutely would.
Yeah, wait, my puppy cage is back there. Wait, did I have long hair when I had a puppy cage? This is so weird. I'm gonna copy strike this motherfucker, dude. I think Misgive is using my image without asking me. Oh, it's on, dude. It's fucking on, dude. I didn't consent to be on the show. How did he get an AI version of me to say these things? Weird. Time to steal. Bro, I don't know. Bro, look at this. Clip that probably got Bruce banned. It's some fucking... I'm not clicking this link, bro. What are you, insane? What the hell is a Arazu.io link? He's like, dog, I think this is the clip that got Bruce banned. And it just says like keylogger.org. What the fuck is Arazu.io, dude? What the hell? It's from keylogger.org, and it's titled IP Grabber? What the fuck? Why does it say IP Grabber when I hover over the link? Andrea mad?
That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to my opinion.
First of all, it's also Will's right here.
No, I love,
what's up?
No,
How
no,
you
no,
doing?
no, no. Will's podcast was good. I'm differentiating the two guests. Will half was very good. Hasan.
Okay. So Will was a good host to the show or the
Yes.
podcast, but so what did Hasan do? Like, what was he just taught?
That's exactly. He didn't do anything. That's
What?
the problem, Miss Kiff.
My man is catching straight.
I'm catching strays for not doing anything. What the hell's going on? That's the issue. He didn't do anything, and I fucking hate that. He should have done something.
Golly. What does he mean? He didn't like? He just didn't talk?
Well, okay, I ranted about this. I mean, it was started at a good start, but practically invited me on. I sat there after my chess boxing match for like 2 hours. I think he asked me a sum of like 3 questions about myself, and the rest I just sat there just as
What a
like they
jackass.
just circle jerked each other.
This is true. We always do this with our guests, though. Like, that's the point. You come in, you just got to butt into the conversation. You know what I'm saying? That's actually not false. That is true. Also, she's a woman, and we are misogynists on the Fear End podcast.
Oh. But fuck.
Yeah, it's not an interview podcast. It's like friends talking to one another, and you're invited. You know what I mean? It's kind of like that. Would you kindly engage the guest more frequently? No. What the fuck? My man goes, hey, you know the way you're doing a relatively successful podcast? I would like to, myself, I would like for that format to change, just for me alone. Motherfucker, did I hire you to be my consultant? No? Okay, well then keep it to yourself, okay? Which, by the way, is almost at 200K subs. Hell yeah, dude. HasanAbi confronted for gay baiting. Oh my God, these titles are insane. At least he said, would you kindly? Best impression by Esfand.
No! Come back!
Hasan!
No way! He said pass! He said pass!
He's actually stalling! Hasan, you have to say pass! He's not saying
Please! Pass!
Pass.
5 seconds.
Pass. Oh, broccoli. No, bread.
Booties?
Yeah, that's how you know it's fake, because why did he materialize from the wall? That's actually a really good green screen, by the way. I mean, all jokes aside. Esfand and Kaya.
He's going to.
I really hope you just.
Going to LA. Oh, okay.
Oh my
How
God.
cute.
She's getting pretty big already.
She's not moving. Is she okay?
She's asleep.
Oh. Right.
Oh, she sleeps with her eyes open. I mean, I would too if I was in your house.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You
Wait,
never
what?
train Right now, it's just.
The fuck
it's,
does that
The
mean?
agenda. The agenda is just so bad. You always got to sleep with your eyes open. That's what we've been teaching her.
Okay. Look, if Esfand was fully doing this, if he was fully committed, he'd tell you at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break. And that if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription. He did? No shot. Yo, did he also tell you could get gifted a sub if you're lucky? Because that's also true. You can get gifted a sub if you're lucky, and that way you can avoid the ad break as well. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Completely off topic. What brand is your jacket? It looks sick. Thank you. It's Teddy Fresh. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Different situation where you are, but what a grim situation in Serbia with the arrest of a 13-year-old boy after he killed 8 of his classmates, 7 of them girls, 1 of them a boy, and a security guard. We understand 6 other children are very seriously injured, a teacher as well. But the boy, as we've seen in those images, has been taken into custody. We understand he called the police himself to be arrested, although others had called the police as well. Now, we're also hearing that he will not be criminally charged because under Serbian law, children cannot be charged for crimes, even as heinous as this one is. But his father will be charged. What exactly those charges are, we don't know yet. But the reason the father is being charged is because the 2 guns, the 9mm pistols that were used in this attack, belonged to the father. They were legally registered firearms, but of course, this 13-year-old boy was able to have access to them.
Problem in the ballgame is there are a lot of weapons left over from the 90s war, so the fear that this is a glass breaker is so real. Oh, yeah.
3 magazine rounds with 15 rounds inside of them and unleashed them on his classmates. Errol, Lano.
It's very dark stuff there, MTRs, and you make those comparisons with the US. Much easier to get weapons in the US, much more difficult in places like Serbia, and you've noted how the father has been arrested. So what more are we learning about this 7th grader's potential?
I mean, low-key, that's not like a bad policy. I'm not kidding. Like, that seems like... It seems like not an entirely bad policy. Like, it's something that America's never going to look at that and go, yeah, we should do that, but... Isn't that a little fuck? The kids are 100% innocent? They're not, though. And, like, this is one of those edge cases. You know what I mean?
Motive.
Yeah, it's a really good question, a perplexing question, and one that I'm sure many parents who are grieving in Serbia are asking themselves, particularly those who've lost their children. Just how could a 13-year-old want to do this to his classmates? The short answer is we don't know yet. We have heard reports that he may have been the victim of bullying. Some have even suggested he did poorly on exams, but...
Brother, chatters, I'm not saying a 13-year-old should roam freely after, killing 9 people. Okay? I'm simply stating that adding legal culpability to the fucking parent of a minor, I think, is a good decision. Like, no, man, you can't fucking... What? You can't kill 9 people and just, roam the earth. What kind of fucking take is that? I don't even think that they're doing that in Serbia. I'm sure there's some kind of institutionalization that is going to happen to this kid. Yeah, he's probably in custody somewhere. Are you out of your mind? Guys, places outside of the United States of America are not operating under different boundaries, okay? No matter how America tries to sensationalize it, it's not the kid is probably institutionalized in some way, shape, or form. Okay? And if not, they will make an exception. I'll give you a great example of this. Anders Breivik. Now, in Norway, you don't have life sentences. There is no life sentence in Norway. The maximum amount that you can get is 25 years, if I'm not mistaken. Correct me, right? If I'm wrong, 27. But what they do in Norway, for example, is in the case of Anders Breivik, who is a white supremacist mass murderer terrorist. If you remember, he killed like more than 55 kids, students that he thought were Marxist on an island, on a retreat. What ended up happening to him is that he will be permanently institutionalized. So he's in prison, right? So what ends up happening is like once he serves out the end of his sentence, he gets all the way to like the 20th year of his like, you know, maximum sentence. He killed 77 people. Okay, so, thank you. So what ends up happening is they will continue his sentence if he is not technically rehabilitated. And considering that, like, you know, he was an adult at the time when he committed these mass murders, these atrocities that are like literally unheard of for Norway, that there is most likely going to be continuous extension, 10 years tacked on to his charges at the end of his 20-year sentence, what they consider to be maximum sentencing. And they will keep extending it over and over again while doing numerous psych evaluations to see if he truly has rehabilitated. So even though on paper, Norway doesn't have a maximum life imprisonment sentence, it doesn't matter because his sentence will continue. He will continue to serve a prison sentence that will get extended over and over again at the end of his prison sentence. Similar principle here. Like, I'm sure that because this person is a minor and underage, they are technically not considered like a criminal in the criminal justice system, and their parents undergo like actual legal scrutiny in the criminal justice system. But there's no fucking shot that, like, they just let you go. You know what I mean? They just let you fucking roam free.
But to further to your point, Errol, Serbia is a country which in the 1990s suffered a terrible war, the Balkans War, if you remember. There is a lot of weapons in that country. In fact, it is a country with the third largest number of weapons, and not many of them are registered. But this is also a country which, relative to, say, the U.S. and indeed other countries, has not had a lot of mass.
I know what happened to the killers of Jamie Bulger in the UK who were children. One of them is a fucking pedophile, and has been has gone back to prison. What happened to the other one? Did the other one like kill himself or something? Yeah, this is a very famous case of like two kids that killed another kid in the UK. And it was a huge deal. Like, they kidnapped the child. They were also two children. They kidnapped the child. They tortured him. And then I think like they were 10 years old. And basically they were institutionalized. Everyone wanted them to get like the death sentence. But because they were 10 years old, they had the possibility of like, you know, parole. And then they did get out, as a matter of fact. But one of them was literally a pedophile in his adult age. Yeah, they had mobs forming out of the court. One of the two kept reoffending, and he's, I think, still in prison. So, the point is, I personally think it's better to have a criminal justice system that is lenient and focuses on reintegration, rehabilitation, lowering recidivism rates, treating prisoners like human beings, which is demonstrably a more successful form of institutionalization, with exceptions made for criminals that go above and beyond, you know, serial pedophile rapists, mass murderers, and the like, rather than the other way around, where the criminal justice system is like by default inhumane, torturous, and creates incredibly high rates of recidivism and very like making reintegration into society an unlikely situation that happens by the grace of God, almost like a fucking miracle, with some levels of like with some levels of leniency every now and then, like in the case of fucking Brock Turner when it's like a rich white kid, or when you get like a rich white kid with affluenza. You know what I mean? They like I think it's better to do it the other way around. Why do you support all of that, even when you know that it increases crime among communities like poors and blacks and browns even? What? Hello? I would love to see this study. It would be an outlier. If such a study existed, it would be quite literally an outlier that does not disprove the countless amounts of studies that have been conducted on a rehabilitative approach to the criminal justice system being demonstrably successful. There's even anecdotes that you can look at if your fucking head cannot wrap itself around empirical evidence. So I don't know what the fuck that was, but you know, take a day off and reconsider it, I think. Tonight I did an interview on the far left H3 podcast because I believe in the importance of educating people about what is going on in regards to the gender affirming care industry, even if they're pro gender affirming care. Out of all the interviews I've ever done, this was the rudest and most unprofessional person I've ever spoken to. The whole time I was interrupted. Dude, why is it that every person goes to Twitter to cry after they get fucking owned by Ethan? Also, far left H3 podcast. The whole time I was interrupted while the host tried to twist words into my mouth by saying that because I'm against children being medically transitioned that I support child suicide for not affirming their gender identity and blaming me for children killing themselves, and then ending the interview calling me a demon. Absolutely below the belt interviewer who desperately tried to twist my words for clickbait and views. Wait, what about the fact that you still sell material that you yourself consider grooming material? I don't understand. Why didn't Oli London include that part in his fucking conversation? Perhaps because absolutely eviscerated him, right? I believe in the importance of respecting others despite their opinions and believe in the importance of having a sensible and respectful debate. But sadly, this person has no idea what respect really means. First of all, don't right-wingers say respect is earned, not given? What have you ever done to earn any respect from anybody, you know? Anyway, so as far as Serbia goes, I'm sorry to the Serbians who are experiencing what it's like to live in the United States of America. It's a consistent principle with countries that have a lot of weapons, ease of access to weapons being like the primary thing. We talked about the Tucker Carlson thing. I fear that there's nothing else to talk about with respect to Tucky boy. Yeah. You already watched JCS? That's what I thought so too. I think I watched that as well. You know, the Tucker leak was a text message that I didn't read last night. Additional Tucker leaks were new video reveals Tucker Carlson's coarse remark about Dominion lawyers but it's another Mediaite one, so I don't know. He basically just said on set, holy shit, 10 hours, that slimy little motherfucker sitting across from me, the amount, it was so unhealthy, the hate that I felt for that guy. It's totally bad for you to feel that way, but that guy, he triggered the shit out of me. Where are you now? Where do you live? The amount of times I had, first of all, fuck you on my lips while I was, well, it was like, it was unbelievable, suggesting that I was cheating on my taxes. Yeah, I mean, that's it. That's like a mini thing. It's not that big of a deal. Alex Jones gives insider information.
I found out what really went on with this, but I'm not allowed to talk about it. Well, I know a little bit.
Okay, well, let's see what we can talk about.
I know something you don't.
I can't do this. I can't watch this. I don't want to watch the Bernie Sanders interview either. New York Young Communist League put out a statement on Jordan Neely. We're planning on demonstrations this week, and I'm hoping New York chatters can keep an eye on and join us. Okay. Okay, let's watch the film and TV production halted.
It's day 2 now of the strike by TV and film writers demanding higher wages, and they are picketing outside some prominent studios across the country, including our parent company. That would be Paramount. The stakes are big, huge for the future of entertainment, and many shows have already been knocked off the air. Elise Preston has more now from Los Angeles.
What do we want? Outside production studios across the country. Thousands of writers have stepped away from their keyboards to form picket lines.
Better pay, better residuals, larger writers' rooms.
Here in Los Angeles, WGA President Meredith Steam joined protesters outside of Netflix studios.
They need to fix the model that they've broken, and until they do, we're going to be here and we're going to be on strike.
Late night has taken the first hit. Daytime shows like CBS's The Talk have also gone dark, and it's the same story for soaps.
Let her die.
Among popular series, Showtime's hit Yellow Jackets, which is part of Paramount, has stopped working on its 3rd season. Meanwhile, HBO's House of the Dragon will continue production on season 2 since they tell Variety that scripting is already complete. Cynthia Littleton is the co-editor-in-chief of Variety and author of TV.
Scripting being already done means that there will be no rewrites and any kind of like dog shit. No, you're saying scab fucks? No, sometimes they do that, but that doesn't mean that it'll be good. Because usually what happens in a situation like this is it's an ongoing endeavor. So they're just going with the OG script without any fucking rewrites, without any other like changes made to it, which means it's going to be shit. That's what that means. HBO is saying, we'll put out shit without any punch-ups, any rewrites, any write-ups, or anything like that. And there's always a necessity for that sort of thing, even after you start shooting. So they're just saying that, like, we're going to go with that instead. And if you know anything about Game of Thrones, even when there's like minor changes in the writer's room or in the direction of the content, it can lead to some pretty damaging changes overall. It can have some pretty damning consequences.
On strike. She says a prolonged strike would mean writers lose their jobs as studios shift production to unscripted content.
The studios are going to lose a lot of money on having to scramble. They're going to have to shut down shows that they thought they were going to produce. There is going to be pain all around.
For CBS Mornings, Elise Preston, Los Angeles.
To all the writers out there, on behalf of CBS Mornings, we say thank you.
nobody wants a strike. I don't think anybody wants a strike. But I also think that if a strike is what it takes to get the writers what they need, then I'm absolutely supportive of the strike in that way.
That was acclaimed showrunner Shonda Rhimes.
So for those asking serious questions, are the actors who are continuing to film these shows technically scabs? If not, how? So it's entirely dependent on what their personal contracts look like. So actors are also part of the Screen Actors Guild. So what the Screen Actors Guild could do is go to the Writers Guild and issue like a mass strike across the fucking entirety of the industry. And if they don't do that, then they have no way of nullifying their contracts, right? Sometimes they do this sort of thing where like it happens in other industries. Like, for example, when the staffers at schools were striking at UTLA, when staffers at schools were striking, the teachers striked alongside them. It was actually for staffer contracts, but the teachers are a much more powerful union, so they were the ones who actually striked on behalf of the staffers in order for the staffers to get better pay. That's it. So the WGA, if the WGA goes on strike and I'm required to show up to work, should I refuse to cross the picket line? If you are contracted to work on a project that continues production while the WGA is on strike, you are legally obligated to continue working by your personal service agreement and the no strike clause in our collective bargaining agreement. So as you can see, unless SAG-AFTRA also decides to join the strike, alongside the WGA, then the people that are a part of SAG-AFTRA have to go to work. It's normal. It happens all the time, shit like that. They're called solidarity sympathy strikes, and they're illegal in the USA. A lot of types of strikes are illegal in the United States of America. And the problem is, so here's what I mean by this. The problem is this. If you are a SAG-AFTRA union worker, if you're an actor in the Screen Actors Guild, okay, and you don't go to work, you are liable for termination because you are violating your contract, okay? Unless the Screen Actors Guild decides that they will also strike alongside the Writers Guild, which is unlikely because they already have their contracts, okay? And oftentimes, these are very hard-fought contracts by unions. They're not going to fucking they're not going to go out to bat after striking or doing contract bargaining or doing negotiations and like ratifying this contract, all this shit. They are not going to not make do on their own side of the bargain. It's not a we got ours type situation. It's more so that like if their contracts are up, for example, if the SAG-AFTRA contracts expire on June 30th, they have the opportunity to join, from what I understand. If you're contracted to work on a project, you're obligated to continue working by a personal service agreement and the no strike clause in our collective bargaining agreements. You can continue to audition for work if you choose to do so. Like most unions, SAG-AFTRA has a no strike clause in our codified basic agreements at Section 3 that states the union that agrees during the effective term hereof, it will not call or engage in a strike affecting motion picture production against any producer signatory hereto. Should the WGA go on strike, SAG-AFTRA encourages you to walk any picket lines that have been set up by the WGA to show your solidarity. To avoid the risk of termination or lawsuits from employers, this should be done off the clock and not during work time. It is acceptable and encouraged to do so during lunch breaks, etc. You can also show support on social media. We will provide updates if a strike is called, and we'll update our membership with picket line locations. Can I take Writers Guild writing work if the WGA is on strike? No. Do you understand? So, like, if you're part of both guilds, and one guild is going on strike, and you have a contract with the other guild that dictates that you have to go to work, you still go to work. But dude, are kids off school? Like, what's going on? Did you get out of school, little man? Did you get lost? I'm not gonna ban this guy. I'm not gonna ban this kid. Women should vote. Dude, I'm telling your mommy. You're so fucked. Your iPad is getting taken away from you, kiddo. The unions help striking members who lost pay during the strike. Yes and no. There are strike funds, but you know, it's dependent on the union and what kind of contracts they have, but they don't like, you know, if you have like a $5 million writer's contract or some shit, like the union doesn't, I don't think the union covers that. You get like some level of money. It's usually not a lot. But that's precisely the reason why a lot of like people, for example, like Conan O'Brien, literally paid out of pocket for their writers to continue their strikes, which was really awesome to do. And it almost makes me forget his actions in Palestine for like a brief moment. And then I'm reminded of it. And then I hate it all over again. But like as far as late night talk show host goes, Conan O'Brien is a cut above. Every single one of them is like, why are you pushing for a union? No, it's not. This motherfucker replied to himself. Brother, you're right. Why am I pushing for a union? That's so weird. How does one find themselves in a community like this and they're like confused? I mean, that's pretty cool, I guess. To just like find yourself in a community like this and ask a question as silly as like, Hasan, it seems like you're teetering on the edge of like what I would consider to be pro-union, and I don't really understand why. The juicer? Conan paid a thing without union, so it's overrated. Union achieved nothing. Brother, they got minimum basic agreements. Like, what are you talking about? XQC offline, weird flex, bud, but the kid consent to send to it, though. They could try it on Pig. Yep, suck it just to float. First of all, Conan is a part of the union himself. And I don't really know what you're talking about. If one more motherfucker asks me about Conan Palestine, bro, I'm not Google, okay? Go Google it on your own time. I don't want to watch it right now. That's an entirely separate conversation, okay? Some of you guys are so fucking annoying. Just literally Google it yourself, okay? It's so simple. Just write Conan Israel. Conan O'Brien Israel, and then watch the video on your own time. I don't want to fucking do that. Juicers are so funny. I love offline juicers. When they come into here, I just understand, like, I'm always confused as to how, like, XQC doesn't fucking ban them so regularly. I don't know how the fuck he's allowed. Like, I don't know how not allowed, but I don't know how he manages his chat. If you're a member of both unions employed under both capacities as a production, such as writer or actor, you must continue working as an actor. For your writing services, you should contact the WGA for information and guidance pursuant to strike rules. If the WGA goes on strike, when does SAG-AFTRA start negotiations? SAG-AFTRA is currently scheduled to begin the codified basic agreement and television agreement with the AMTV on June 7th, 2023. If a WGA strike is called before that date, we will inform members of any change within the timing of our negotiations. SAG-AFTRA will do everything in our power to reach an agreement with the AMPTP, and we regard a strike as a last resort. I mean, that's normal. That's like everyone considers that to be a last resort. Because strikes also... Directors Guild contract negotiations set to begin May 10th. Oh my lord, dude. Oh, sheesh. Yeah, strikes are expensive. They're hard. What? Oh, you still want this little guy around? Hear about the pedo Jew family on TikTok. Pretty typical. Yeah, never mind. Okay. No, we will ban that kid, I think. Yeah. Listen, sometimes they're funny and they're little kids, so they say some dumb shit, and then other times they're like virulently anti-Semitic weirdos, so we ban them. You know, it is what it is. I do think that parents are responsible for their children behaving this way online, though. I snuck on the Jeffrey Epstein's island from banning AI to better pay. Oh, here are the stakes.
Speaking on the writer's strike, we'll have more of her interview with her Lindsay Davis later this week at 12:01 a.m. Pacific time. The strike went into effect for thousands of movie and television writers. Talks for a new contract broke down.
So funny to me when some of my pro-Israel relatives say you're anti-Semitic, like you literally clap every anti-Semite on site. That shit is not tolerated here in the slightest. Oh yeah, absolutely not. It is funny though. I mean, yeah, I am extremely critical of the nation state of Israel, which is an apartheid state. So I am of Saudi Arabia as well. I haven't heard motherfuckers say I'm Islamophobic yet though, which would be funny, funnier.
With writers demanding studios make changes to payments based on the major shifts caused by streaming. The last time the Writers Guild of America authorized a strike was 15 years ago, forcing a shift in programming for 3 months. ABC's Kana Whitworth explores the past and what we could see in the future this time around.
How much money do you need?
It was a historic moment in entertainment history.
I was just watching Conan O'Brien just fill time as all his writers went on strike.
We are back now, but sadly, we do not have our writers with us. I want to make this clear. I support their cause.
The 2007 writers' strike, with an estimated economic impact of over $2 billion, caused late-night shows to go dark. TV shows like Breaking Bad ground to a halt.
In 2007, when the pipeline of episodes finally ran dry, networks really had to get creative, put on more news magazines. There were a lot of game shows. There were a lot of reruns.
CBS experimented with airing reruns of premium channel Showtime's hit show Dexter.
They even went so far as to bring a special wintertime edition of Big Brother.
What one of them doesn't know is that there's an unexpected wrinkle awaiting her.
Hollywood has shut down again over a strikingly similar issue, making a livable wage in the age of streaming.
I support my writers, but we have a lot of staff and crew that will be affected by this, but they got to get a fair deal.
A lot of times people are living paycheck to paycheck, writers and actors, some directors. You only get money when you're working.
More than 15 years later, similar scenes of thousands walking off the job from LA to New York to Georgia as the 3-year contract between the Writers Guild of America and major studios.
Bro, I'm telling you, man, when you got fucking, like, basically the closest thing you can get to a capitalist robot, Jimmy Fallon speaking about the solidarity to the striking workers, it's over. You know what I mean? It's Jover, man.
Expires. A new generation of writers fed up, saying the system is broken.
So many of us are barely making a living. You know, we are barely making our groceries, our rent.
WGA union member Alex O'Keefe is a 28-year-old, just a few years into the business, but already doing big things in Hollywood.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. This photo, bro, this photo perfectly represents someone who's a writer in Hollywood. There is no better representation of like someone who's just like a regular ass writer in Hollywood. He's 28, 29 years old. He won an award and he put it on top of his fucking Toyota. His fucking busted ass Prius.
Nominated for 2 WGA awards last month as staff writer for Hulu's FX show, The Bear.
34 chickens, okay? 12 French fries, 12 mash.
But he says this smiling photo hid the true pain of reaching his dream to work in the writer's room.
So many of my friends, they're like, oh my God, so you're loaded now. They're like, you made it. I no longer had any money from The Bear. I barely got money from in the first place. So I had to go to my friends and my family and say, I have to go accept this award. I can't accept it in a hoodie. I need some money to buy a suit.
And while he never had to go through the events of 2007, he's part of the more than 97% of writers who just weeks ago voted in favor of a strike, which could impact nearly 11,000 union members. 15 years ago, we didn't have those streaming giants like Netflix. Now members like Alex argue it's those companies who are making it nearly impossible to live a middle-class life.
They're going to count on our suffering breaking us and our suffering forcing us to take a bad deal. There's some things that maybe I'm saying that it could rub some powerful people the wrong way. But if we don't take a stand, we will never gain anything.
The union wants higher minimum pay per episode and increased guaranteed residuals, especially for episodes made for the streaming giants.
A super successful show like Wednesday versus a show on the same platform that's not so successful, the residual is actually the same. In addition, series have gotten dramatically shorter, and that means there's less work. Writers are hired by the series, but they're paid by the episode. So when you've got more people sharing a pie that in some ways is smaller, that is part of what's created the issue today.
The union is also seeking a limit on the use of AI, like ChatGPT, to generate scripts in seconds. Union members also take issue with what's being called mini room as a way to cheapen creating a show.
They'll have 2 or 3 writers work with the showrunner to develop a first script, but they'll also try to write, 2, 3, maybe even 4 more scripts. If the show is ordered and it's 6 episodes, they may not be hired to work on the show anymore because the showrunner already has a ton of material.
The Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers telling ABC News in part, our goal is and continues to be to reach a fair and reasonable agreement, adding an agreement is only possible if the Guild is committed to turning its focus to serious bargaining by engaging in full discussions of the issues with the companies and searching for reasonable compromises.
Yeah, their reasonable compromise was like doing an educational seminar. I mean, it's crazy, dude. Their compromises were like, yeah, fuck off, but also here we'll do like a webinar for you.
And there's potential.
Is a guild equals union? No, a guild is when when a bunch of thieves get together and they steal stuff, and then you go to your guild master, and your guild master is like a tiger style race. I forget what they're called. And then your guild master's like, here, you need to get the Shadow of Pericles blade. And then yeah, a Khajiit. Yeah, exactly. And then if you have like enough stealth, you get to steal the blade of Pericles, and then you come back, and ultimately you kill everyone in the guild. But if you choose to do so, you can do that if you want to. But it's pretty crazy stuff, yeah. Jeet has wares if you have the coin.
A drawn-out process could actually help the studios get out of pricey contracts with writers.
Certain writers have multi-million.
Wow, spoiling a 12-year-old game released 8 times, shaking my fucking head. To be fair, it's probably going to get re-released again next year, I assume, which means that I am spoiling a new game, technically, a game that hasn't even been out yet.
Multi-$100 million deals.
Wait, I actually want to know the answer. Yes, man. Yes, it's just like a fucking union by a different name. It's a union. Yes, the
with
writers' union.
studios and streamers. So the writers' strike would trigger these force majeure provisions if it lasted 6 or 8 weeks, and you'd see the studios smiling at Wall Street and saying, look, we're saving money, we're shedding some of these deals.
And if this does, in fact, drag out, with the streaming giants releasing new shows all the time, will people even notice?
We've definitely seen in Hollywood there's been stockpiling to help get them through a potential drought of new episodes.
While Alex prepares to look for new work outside of writing, he says this ordeal is worth it, recalling how the WGA union's health insurance came to his aid when right before that award show, he chipped his tooth.
I flashed this huge smile. Looking out, it was all my peers, and I thought I really wouldn't be here. I wouldn't have this smile without the guild. This union has my back. That's why I have this union's back.
Our thanks to Kana Whitworth.
That was a nice little story. Russia claims Ukraine targeted Putin in an attempted drone strike, but I'm not gonna fucking cover that. All right, let's watch this. This is iDubbbz's latest video, which is a bit like a content cop. For those of you who don't know, iDubbbz threw the Creator Clash 2, and then there was a fighter that he pulled out from the Creator Clash. I don't really know the entire, I don't know all the people that are involved in it, but it's a bit like a content cop from what I understand. And the comments are already unhinged. Let's take a look. I support iDubbbz. I support Anissa. They're wonderful people.
And you were a pawn in some game of 4D chess, and I think you found out that iDubbbz and Anissa don't play games.
Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. Brief update. I am healed from Creator Clash 2. It was a success. Alex Wasabi beat me up. He won his fight fair and square, and I have all the respect for Alex. He's a good competitor, and I have respect for all the other fighters on the Creator Clash card. And thank you to all the fans who came. It was an amazing event. I'm very happy, very emotional, awesome experience. I'll never forget it. Having said all that, you guys are here for the juice and the grease. So I'm going to give you guys the grease and the juice, and that all has to do with Froggy Fresh. The reason I didn't address any of this sooner is because I was terrified of jeopardizing the success of the event, because there are a lot more people involved in this than just Anissa and I didn't want to fuck it up for them. These are people that I really care about, and I felt like it would be very selfish if I was like, I understand public perception right now, guys. I'm just gonna make a quick 10-minute video and I'll squash all the rumors, I'll squash all the beef. I have no idea what public perception for this video is going to be. That's why I'm doing it now, right? The event is now over with. I can risk it, you know? I can air my grievances and we can see where it goes. I need to bring you guys up to speed on where I'm at as a person and as a content creator. My philosophy for a while was, well, people will figure it out through the videos I make. But the problem is the videos I make, I sort of avoid speaking from the heart. I'm just gonna focus on a thing, on a piece of content. I think I have bad associations with sharing my life on the internet. I'm like, no, that shouldn't be my thing. Like, leave that up to the vloggers. But I think it's important to share where I'm at, so none of what I'm talking about in this Froggy Fresh video feels like I'm being hypocritical or I'm misleading you in any way. I think a lot of the content I've made has been irresponsible and misguided. And I think I've hurt a lot of people with the content I've made. Despite many people being entertained by it, I'm not trying to take that away from you. If you feel like you've learned important lessons or you have grown as a person because of the content I've made, I don't want to take that away from you. With some good can come a lot of bad. And I think I've done a lot of bad. And, at the bare minimum, I've just put a lot of negativity out there in the world. And I'm working on not doing that. I plan on expanding on all of this in a further video. I think there's a lot of content from over the years and some behind the scenes that I'd love to share with you guys. I think it would give clarity to where I'm at.
So I've told you guys this basically. I alluded to it. I would go so far as say one of the first ever instances of Ian talking about this with more clarity, even though he was clearly very uncomfortable, was literally sitting right next to me here last year or so. And I noticed it. I wanted to, cherish it. I wanted to celebrate it. But of course, no matter what the fuck happens, there was hella people in this community that immediately were ready to eat his ass. And a lot of you also said, well, he should come out and say it. He briefly alluded to it time and time again throughout throughout the ego is wild. This is not about ego, my friend. I don't know why am I responding to a fucking random weirdo? Jesus Christ. I can't stop myself. Jesus Christ. Anyway, some people were saying like, well, it would be nice to hear from him openly, okay? And I think that it's brave and cool of him to come out and say it. Regardless, though, no matter what happens, I'm sure the internet will then use this as an opportunity to shit on him further. And to Ian, I have to say, listen, stay strong. Don't listen to what people who you perceive are going to welcome you with open arms. When they don't welcome you with open arms, don't be shocked. It takes time. You're not doing this because they accept you or they're going to like you or they're going to be friends with you. You're doing this because, it's the right thing to do. Okay? For those of you who don't know, if you don't have an understanding of iDubbbz, maybe you're in this community, maybe you were a fan of iDubbbz and you knew already, iDubbbz and Ethan Klein, my podcast co-host on the Leftovers podcast, did a lot of stuff back in the day. They were very edgy, okay? Ethan, not as much as iDubbbz. iDubbbz especially was way more edgy. I didn't know enough about him back then. I didn't really see any of the content cops even. I watched some of them recently. Some of them actually do hold up, by the way. Like, actually, a lot of them hold up, with the exception of slurs. iDubbbz had a very libertarian attitude towards slurs. He was the you should be able to say anything and everything type person. And all of those words actually, all of those videos exist on the internet. He hasn't deleted any of them, and I don't think he should. But it doesn't even matter. Even if he did, no matter what happens, everyone will always bring those up. Yeah. And the irony is, yes, the sad part is they really hold up so well except the slurs. Exactly. If you watch old iDubbbz content right now, today, with the exception of like his weird libertarian perspective on saying slurs, they're pretty fucking solid. Like, they are almost entirely, completely fucking solid, top to bottom. They hold up. They hold up real well. So we always had like a decent fundamental that he worked off of, but then also he did go buck wild with a lot of his other takes. Okay? Problem is, yeah, it was also filled with slurs top to bottom. Anyway, so, but for that reason, I know exactly how people operate in leftist spaces. No one is going to welcome him with open arms. They're going to say, oh, white guy, bottom of the barrel. Like, oh, sorry for making millions of dollars saying slurs. Like, I can already see the fucking negative associations that he's going to have and the negative shit that he's going to eat a shitload. Because, unfortunately, leftists are like, no growth. We're in a permanent no growth. You did a no growth. We don't want you to grow. We don't believe that you have the capacity to, like, genuinely, personally keep growing, even though you could have just been a slur machine and a monster and become even more reactionary and probably made more money by doing so. But instead chose personally through your own growth to not do that and also, deliver a seismic shift in your own content and have like your entire fan base turn on you and bully you and mercilessly attack you and your family members. So, I hope that people don't do that. I hope that at least people in this community don't do that, because I think we should always be significantly more welcoming to people that, have changed their attitudes, have changed their minds, and are also actively advocating against their past self. Please do not behave like fucking unhinged rad libs. I hate that shit so much. I hate you, I hate you, I hate you when you behave like that. Anyway, let's continue.
But in this video, that's probably about all I can say on any of it. I don't want to detract from what the focus is. And the focus is kicking Froggy fresh from the Creator Clash card. The main reason Froggy was kicked from the card was for collaborating with Sam Hyde. And for anyone who's been following the story, that's fairly obvious. Froggy has explained his side of the story multiple times. And unfortunately, he's been perpetuating a narrative that it's about OnlyFans.
White boys don't deserve praise for realizing racism and shit is bad. Once again, I will remind everybody, this is the first and last time I'm going to say this. I think I've decided my policy is going to be I'm going to ban people for the duration of the content if they're making derailing remarks on purpose. And then, they can come in and chirp again if they're still bored and want my attention. But white boys, first of all, they do deserve that, okay? Everyone deserves that. Everyone deserves praise for rehabilitation, no matter in which direction they're coming from and which direction they're going, okay? 100%. I disagree with you, okay? Even if their intent is not for, getting praise from you and others like you, and this isn't even the point of the fucking video, by the way. We're going to get to the video in a second. It doesn't matter. You're wrong. I think I have a better perspective on this than you do. You can say that it's because I'm white myself and I'm privileged myself, but it doesn't change the reality. I have a goal to change people's attitudes, change people's minds. I think I've done it successfully for a lot of people in this community as well, and I care about that. No, you're wrong. I do think that I do think that people do deserve praise for changing, and here's why. Okay? Not that it's necessary, but it's a good practice to uphold if you are a progressive person yourself. Why? Because we acknowledge all the time on the left that people are products of their social conditioning. Okay? People are products of their material conditions. They are learning this kind of behavior from every facet of existence, whether it be popular culture, whether it be the school that you go to, whether it be your parents. You're learning attitudes that are adjacent to or accepting of white supremacy. And this is such a pervasive attitude, and it's so strong that even black people growing up in the United States of America that go to schools that have a no CRT policy or a profoundly whitewashed understanding of American history still end up developing certain perspectives that are anti-black. It's just the truth, okay? Read any black scholar on the matter, and you will come to that same conclusion. Don't take my word for it. What the fuck do I know? I'm a white guy, okay? But if we all recognize that we are a product of our environment, we are a product of our material conditions, then we have to be a little bit more accepting of people who were products of their social conditioning and then overcame it, okay? It's just how it is. This shit doesn't happen because people are good or bad. This shit, and some might be bad and some might be good, but ultimately it happens because this is what they learned, okay? No baby is like fucking born as a racist ass baby, okay? Become an adult and you learn about certain concepts. Think certain concepts are normal, like the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Here's 1 hour off for you, by the way, for derailing. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. You can use it on your favorite broadcaster. Hopefully that's me. Here is the 3-minute ad break now. Anyway, let's continue.
Or that it's about Anissa's mom, and that's extremely deceptive because he knows why he was kicked from the card. The one indication I gave him was Sam Hyde, and I wasn't unclear about that. Anyone who's mentioning the fact that Harley trained with Sam Hyde for the year previous, that was before Sam was saying this about my wife.
I don't think so, Anissa. Bitch. Ho. Fucking Anissa. What an ugly piece of shit. But look how beat she is. Oh, nice jack-o'-lantern teeth.
That's like
I can't wait to see what she looks like when she's 32. Her teeth look like a pumpkin head. Like
It's the Anisajoma hole stretcher. I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity.
Yeah. Everybody hates him and his wife's a slut.
So yeah, now that this guy is on the daily insulting my wife, I think it's pretty fair to, not want to associate with him in any way. We did ban Sam.
Only problem is the timeline of these clips. Supposedly these are all after Froggy had gotten dropped from the card. First and foremost, come on. Look, I didn't know what that fucking dude was. The dude that they showed on screen, Sam Hyde. I don't know who the fuck he was until I learned about it. And everything I learned about it, I didn't really like. Okay? Let's be fucking real. Motherfucker's a Nazi. That's it. Like, there's more than the just, what iDubbbz is stating here. Okay? Not only a Nazi, but a gross one, too, on top of that. So, come on now. Come on. If someone doesn't want their charity event to be associated with a person like that, I think they have a pretty solid reason to not do that. Okay? That's it. Everything I've learned about him has been against my will. Yeah, 100%. Washed, completely irrelevant, desperate for clout and attention. It is what it is, okay? What are you going to do? There's a lot of motherfuckers out here that do this kind of thing. I wish everyone of his fan base, I wish they will better themselves, hit the gym, maybe learn grooming, like figure out how to groom their face and get a better haircut, shower a little bit. And then maybe they can be like normal, civilized, adult, productive members of society. That's it. Yeah.
From the first event. So it's not as if he's confused about where he stands in all this. I don't like him.
There's a video of Sam defending pedophilia. Yeah, I don't care. I don't even want to get into it. I've seen it. I've seen some of the stuff. Like I said, it's not even worth addressing, okay? It's just like there are certain people that I regularly refuse to talk about. And the reason why I don't talk about it is because they're in the muck. You know what I mean? They're in such a fucking low point that any kind of mention of these people basically ends up, giving them an opportunity to have more prominence, right? It's like I'm going to use this term now, the Nicolas Fuentes paradigm. For a very long time, I refused to talk about Nicolas Fuentes because he's a fucking Nazi. You know what I mean? And not only is he a Nazi, but not a very relevant one. And until the Kanye West thing, basically skyrocketed him back into mainstream public consciousness, I didn't want to give him any clout whatsoever, right? You don't need to know about every fucking Nazi that's in every goddamn corner of the internet. They're just, they're just trying to make a name for themselves regardless. Okay? That's it. Those were the reasons. And I think it's perfectly valid to not want to give them any additional clout.
And Froggy knows that. Froggy knows that I don't like him. Of course. That's why he was banned. None of this is news to Froggy. Froggy knew all of this going into it. For anyone who's under the impression that Froggy has been reasonable and chill and respectful through this whole process, he hasn't been. He's been a piece of shit. I'm not happy with how he's behaved. He's talked mad shit about me.
Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Anissa.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
Participants of the event.
This is really a lot of weird, tender, soft people. Creator Clash people are real these type of people. You know what I mean?
The event itself.
This is really the patty cake league.
Why was Froggy allowed on the card in the first place? I don't know anything about this motherfucker at all. So I don't even know anything about him still to this day. I think he did music or something. I think Ostenax tried to reach out to him. when he like tweeted about me out of nowhere. Like I said, I have no fucking idea who this guy is, like at all. He went by Krispy Kreme before. Okay, well I don't know what that is either. I'm sure he was probably fine. I hope he's fine now. I hope he'll continue to be fine. These losers are exactly people who they think they're making fun of. Yeah, I mean, pretty much. There's two different avenues here. There are some who are like, oh, you guys are like ugly and gay or whatever. And then there's a lot of people in these communities that I have seen that are, and I've seen them in the real world too, that are like, no, I'm ugly and gay and also like, fuck you. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I'm disgusting and gross. And for that reason, I'm untouchable. Like they kind of ride with that. It's weird. They're like crusty anarchists. You know what I mean? Like some crusty anarchists will behave like that way where they're like, yeah, I'm untouchable because I'm crusty. Fuck you. Yeah, I'm dirty. Showers are unjustifiable hierarchies. These guys do a similar thing, but on the right side. Like not on the anarchist side, but on the right-wing side where they're like, yeah, I fucking don't shower. I'm a miserable incel. What the fuck are you going to do about it? I hate myself. So I'm going to spend every waking moment trying to get you to kill yourself because that's what I live with on a daily basis. So then I might say, take a shower. You know what I mean? Take a shower. Seriously.
For like social media boxing, you know?
He doesn't like the culture of Creator Clash, and he mentioned that.
And Chris Reagan and all these people, it's like some big ethos worshiping party at these things. And I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. But everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethos or like touching ethos, titty or pussy.
To be honest, I thought it was quite the gift to you that we'd kick you off the card. You have no more obligations, and you can immediately just pivot into boxing for misfits. It's like that's the culture that you want. You want the non-sissy, you want the macho dude traditional boxing culture, so go over there and box for them. You don't even have to miss that many months of training. You've been training. So hop on one of those cards. But unfortunately, Froggy doesn't want to hop on one of those cards because he thinks the skill level is too high.
Personally, in my opinion, I think the talent at Misfits and Happy Punch is in a different league that is out of my league.
Footwork is amazing.
Out the sandlot and I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that karma steady growing.
And then right here, he's down. You stop. I mean, come on. It turns quickly from boxing to assault.
Just fight someone who's weaker than you.
So I'm done with boxing. I can fulfill my current obligations. If for some reason Creator Clash changed their mind, I could fulfill my current obligations. I'm not interested in going further in any other boxing.
It's such a fucking cop-out that you're like, all right, I'm such a victim for getting kicked off the Creator Clash event when I knew what would get me kicked off the Creator Clash event. And now you're like, I don't want to box anymore. It's like, come on. If you look at my text exchange with Froggy, it's very clear that I didn't want.
People apparently were like clipping this and saying that he's like a pussy for this. I don't know.
Off the Creator Clash event. And now you're like, I don't want to box anymore. It's like, come on. If you look at my text exchange.
Hey, dude, I just want to clarify that I'm not mad at you. I just want this event to go well, and part of that is trying to be proactive about things. I just want to find a solution. I really appreciate your friendship, and I don't want to feel like I've upset you. I don't understand. What's wrong? Can I not work with Sam Hyde? He's been very nice to me. It's just a tricky situation. I've personally been hurt by a lot of things he's done. If he's your friend, that's totally understandable. I just don't get along with him, and I'm afraid of having him associated with the event. There are others involved with the event that I'm also aren't comfortable with. Yeah, he's my friend. I don't understand. Well, me going to Rhode Island to work with Sam has to do with anyone who's uncomfortable with him. They don't have to see or work with him. I agree. Privately, what you do is absolutely your business. But because we're running a public charity event, we have to be careful about these things because you do represent the event in some ways. I had similar issues last year. I thought, no problem, Harley. You can work with Sam Hyde, but it ended up attracting a bad crowd, and I got harassed online about it a lot, but it was a public display. That's nice of you to give Harley permission to work with Sam Hyde. I didn't know I needed your permission as well. So, look. I think like I said, I fucking, everyone is so passive and so passive aggressive. It's like, you're talking about fucking working out with a Nazi, man. Just fucking, just tell him. The reason why he has to conduct himself in this manner is because no one ever does anything about this, okay? You just get doxxed, you get swatted, you get fucking harassed. You get people coming up to you, you know what I mean? And there's not really too much you can do about it. So he's just like trying to be as generous as possible in the unfortunate, unforeseeable circumstance that like this shit gets out there.
Change with Froggy.
But like that's it. You could just like be like, no, man. It's just, you know, I don't want you working with a fucking dude who's like a pedophile Nazi. You know, that's like a fucking weird and gross thing, which I think is valid. Am I wrong about this? I know a lot of people will go, oh, dude, you call everybody a Nazi or whatever. But like this is one instance where like it's not like this person is hiding that. You know what I mean? They seem to be proud of it. So I don't get why everyone is constantly going, no, that's just comedy. Like, I don't think it's comedy. You know what I mean? This motherfucker's like donated to Nazis. Like, all right, we're done. What is there to do after that point? It's like, oh no, I gotta have like the Richard Spencer, the mutated Richard Spencer with heart disease on the board here. Like, we gotta have him. We gotta have the pedophile guy on. It's just, nah, you don't have to. It's weird. Like, they want debates. Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, there's no debate. I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. It's not about permission. He just called and asked if I was cool with it because he was making content around it. So what are we discussing right now? If I work with Sam Hyde, are you going to prevent me from fighting in the event? He actively makes content about wanting my marriage to end, that my wife is evil and hasn't respected my boundaries. I don't feel comfortable having him associated with the event. I'm wondering if you can understand where I'm coming from that. I can understand the way you feel. I'm sorry about that. But you also have to understand that he's my friend. Okay. Well, good luck. You know. Tim Heidecker has had to deal with this Nazi fuck before. It doesn't go away. It's like, yeah, he sent money to Andrew Anglin, dude. Like, every moron pretending it's just an edgy comedy act is either naive or intentionally obfuscating his BS views. Oh, 100%. It's a bit of both, really. It's a bit of both. That's it. It's like, some people don't know. They don't fully understand the depths of this shit. You know what I mean? So they go, look, I don't get it. He's like nice to me. And it's like, okay, who cares? Like, when you donate $5,000 to the Daily Stormer, it's a wrap. You know what I mean? That's it. Why the fuck would you want your charity event to be associated with that? Totally valid. Totally reasonable. Okay? So, he actively makes content. I can understand the way you feel. I'm sorry about that. Like, he's just trying to dude, you know what the worst part is, other than like the Nazi shit, which is pretty bad in and of itself, it's just hacky. Like, it's just so fucking lame and hacky. Okay? I'll speak on terms that his fan base will maybe understand. It's like, lol, I'm stalking my fucking, my prey online. Like, that's funny, man. Good job. You know what I mean? I'm really bothered by it. Oh, my God. It's just like, okay, like, move on to the next bit if you're doing a bit. You know what I mean? Are you a fucking comedian or are you like a gross weirdo? Seems like you're more of a gross weirdo that's hiding behind comedy. And that's it. You know? It's nothing, but also it's just hacky as shit. Anyway. Says, I can understand the way you feel. He's my friend. That's why I'm asking if I work with him, are you going to prevent me from fighting a creator clash too? It's not a reflection on you. It's just a very painful and difficult thing for me that I'm dealing with, that I need to keep distance from, and that includes his project. I would just appreciate a yes or no answer, man. I'm just trying to figure out if I'm going to go into boxing practice tomorrow or not. It kind of depends on what your plan is, because Sam Hyde is banned from our event. If you want him to be there, we cannot accommodate that. My plan is to go to Rhode Island to hang out with him. So again, I ask, if I go work with him, are you going to prevent me from fighting a creator clash too? I would appreciate a yes or no answer. I have to talk to my coach about practice this week. Wait, I'm not sure I understand. Does that mean you aren't expecting him to be at the event? Are you going to make content together?
It's very
clear. He said he has not mentioned attending the event. I don't believe he intends to do so. I have not discussed this with him. I do intend to make content with him. Now that I've answered your questions, would you be respectful enough to answer mine? This event is really important to me. I'm just trying to understand everything so I can make the best decision for everyone involved. I need time to rethink this. I don't want to be rash. So I'm going to schedule practice this week, not knowing whether or not you're allowing me to fight in the event because I'm going to hang out with someone you don't like. Okay. No, man. You should have just been like, I don't understand why you're talking to me like this. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I explained to you the awful experience I've had with him. It potentially leads to another year of harassment for me and Anissa. I can't take this stuff lightly. Can you guarantee that it's not going to end up affecting? I don't know what the rest of it is. This is just some I don't like. This is someone who is dedicated to disrupting an event we're running for charity, harassing the two main organizers, and sending his fan base to do his bidding. I want you to fight. I just want you to know the pain he's caused me and Anissa in our event. Dude, because you're trying to tell me who I can and can't be friends with, I'm going to Rhode Island to work with Sam, and I'm scheduling my practice for this week. If I'm being removed from the event, please let me know. It's like, why is he being so fucking obtuse? Like, what? What do you mean? Why are you being so obtuse? Like, again, like I said, I don't know anything about Froggy Fresh. I don't know what his deal is, but these text messages, in my opinion, look fucking ridiculous. Like, he's trying to be as nice as possible. He's like, dude, what are you doing? Like, this guy who is like, dedicated himself to like trolling this fucking charity event that takes a lot of fucking, that takes a significant amount of work to put together. Okay. And you're over there. You're over there acting like it's not a big deal when the event organizer is telling you it is a big deal. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if Froggy Fresh is like a right-wing guy who completely is aware of his like personal background, of this dude's like personal background, or if he's just like thinking this is going to be like a fun little opportunity for him. Have you seen Froggy Fresh's videos? I think you should take a peek. No, I don't care. I don't need to know more about these guys, man. I just don't want it. Yeah, that's weird. I'm not the type of person that you can just make do whatever you want or what is convenient for you. I never say you couldn't be friends with them. I would just prefer if you waited till after the event to post content with them. You could just make do content, whatever you convenient with you. I have a life and a family. You're not going to change my mind. I'm going to work with them. I'm trying to cook dinner for my kids. Sounds like your personal problems are interfering with their business. It wasn't my intention to dictate things to you. I just wanted to give you my perspective because we haven't talked about this topic before. Ultimately, it is your decision. I'm sorry the convo went in this direction. Okay, I'll fight.
I didn't
Thanks.
want to kick him from the card. I got to the point where I was like, okay, I don't want you working or training with Sam Hyde, but you're doing that, so all right, I'll look past it. I don't want you making content with Sam Hyde, but it seems like that's a real deal breaker for you, so I guess I'll look past it.
It's like, bro, you literally flubbed your opportunity to be in front of a fucking massive audience after training for months and months and months to fight a dude. Okay, so you could befriend and hang out with a pedophile Nazi. What the fuck are you doing? Honestly, like, I don't understand why people just, commit the most obvious fucking, like, social harakiri in this regard. Like, they go out the bat. You go out the bat for a homie, for a family member, but, like, you know what I mean? The clout you're getting is so marginal. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know.
It came to the point where I was like, can you postpone releasing content with Sam Hyde?
Look, me and Sam don't get along. We put a lot of time and energy in this creator clash thing. I don't want it to be about Sam Hyde. So just
why are you putting any time and energy into this creator clash thing, you fucking garden gnome? What the hell? What the fuck is Keemstar doing? This is another thing. It's like, why? Why are you involved? Didn't you stop making videos? Like, what are you doing?
Don't let it hurt the event. All right. Go train with him. Have fun. But don't let it hurt the event. Don't make it about Sam Hyde. That's what I would have said to you if I was iDubbbz.
Right, and guess what? Like, I didn't even plan on releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event.
If you don't know who Sam Hyde is, he's, whether or not you love him or hate him, you have to recognize him as he's the most talented comedian alive. He's the most talented comedian of our generation.
Bro, this dude got CTE before he fought in the event, dude. Never mind. Okay, maybe it was good that he wasn't. I don't know if he'd be medically cleared to fight in this event, dude. That was funny. Okay, I take it back. He is a funny guy. Yeah, no, the GOAT.
He's got to probably be the greatest comedian of all time. He's insanely, he's a genius. I got a chance to go out there and train with him. He welcomed me into his environment. He paid people to train me.
I didn't even plan on releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event.
Didn't you tell them that? I thought you told them that.
Ian requested it through text. He requested that I did that. What I didn't like that he requested that.
You just missed a tweet adding me. Why was I? Well, oh, I was added. I was mentioned. Nice. Again, it's like, bro, I don't think about you at all. I don't know who the fuck you are. Why the fuck am I involved in this? You know what I mean? Oh, brother, stop being hysterical, Hasan the Hun. I just want to change the way you look. I want to experiment on you and make you uglier. I want to get you in a shipping container, and maybe I'll have some bolts in your neck like Frankenstein when I'm done. Relax. Hasan crying about the subreddit. Elsa posting Sam Hyde post boxing match speech. What? And Froggy Fresh retweeted it. Bro, I mean, that's pretty good. Yeah, I mean, this is the type of criticism I get usually. I mean, this guy is what the fuck is this? Never mind. I take it back. He is the greatest comedian of our generation. This is pretty good. This is a good bit.
He paid people to train me.
I didn't even plan on releasing none of the Sam Hyde content until after the event.
Didn't you tell them that? I thought you told them that.
Ian requested it through text. He requested that I did that. What I didn't like that he requested that, because I don't think that's appropriate. I was like,
he didn't think it was appropriate. I do not think that is appropriate. Do you think it's appropriate that, I don't know, 30-something-year-old man is publicly calling my wife a whore and a slut?
This would be a funny bit if it went on for like months top. Coming on 3 years is just sad now. Yeah. Yeah. Don't comedians move on to new material when they realize that like their old material is like kind of shitty? Perhaps that's the reason why he's so fucking washed. That is a good point. Isn't that what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to be like, all right, well, this didn't really hit. No, I'm going to keep schizo posting. Fuck it. Motherfucker's worse than Dane Cook, dude.
I think initially you can just buy that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this has got a separate Etsy page where she sells her pussy.
Yoko Ono was too concussed to fight in Creator Clash for the second year in a row.
Life is so easy for a certain gender. All you have to do is say that my uterus hurts. What'd she say this time? Her uterus hurts? Or uterus fell out?
Had another
fucking banger. That's, dude, man. I see this. I go, gotta get a load of this guy. Need more of that. That's good stuff, dude. What are you, Jim Brewer? What the fuck is this? He's like one step removed from going, I got a vaccine injury. The big goat. The goat. Okay. I don't know anything about this dude, like I said, but I'm assuming that he's got like more talented people around him, right? Because there's no fucking shot. Like, he's got to have like funnier dudes around him. Something's got to be like, you know, motivating this, because I can't, like, no one has a fandom just on being fucking this much of a loser, hell-bent on getting upset at everybody because, like, what did he had an Adult Swim show or something, right? And then he lost it, and he just hasn't, like, he's just been mad about it ever since. Like, he just decided, like, the entire output is going to be just the reason why I lost the Adult Swim show. Is that what it is? Article about it. Sam Hyde lashed out at Tim Heidecker over $1 million streams cancellation. Didn't you campaign against our show? Didn't you talk to people and tell them you didn't like the show? Nope, you didn't, Sam. I've talked about this for the past 3 weeks on the show. I've been very honest and forthright about my experience with the show with your audience, and that's really all I have to say about it. I've been pretty straightforward about it. I'm sorry that impression exists from a bunch of Reddit posts and fantasies. You've been pretty supportive of the effort to get the show pulled down. Because why? Because it's racist? Because I wore blackface, which Sarah Silverman does 10 times a year? But there's no evidence of me doing anything. What have I been doing? It's all innuendo and hearsay. I've heard reliable people say that you were instrumental, that Judd Apatow went to talk to Adult Swim to ask for it to be pulled down. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny when you just can't let go. You know what I mean? And that's like... Yeah. When you get fucking absolutely eviscerated by Cartoon Network, of all places, your life can't fucking fall apart this bad, man. Jesus Christ. You should listen to the calls he made to Tim. What is this?
You could
All right,
be.
let's take this call. Someone's saying they are this Sam Hyde guy. Let's see if it's him. Sam?
Hey,
What's up?
what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Not so good.
What happened?
Want to guess? Are you?
It's too long. I don't really care enough. Okay, whatever. I don't know what the fuck this is. It's just, fuck it. Who cares?
Concussion.
Probably your uterus fell out from getting blown out so much by toys.
Is that appropriate, Froggy? Do you think that's appropriate?
I don't think that's appropriate.
Okay, you don't think it's appropriate that I set boundaries. I don't think it's appropriate that you are hanging out with a guy who doesn't think women are people. Like, I don't think that's appropriate.
I was like, I don't think you should be telling me when I can't release content. Like, this is my career. It's what I do for a living.
But you complied with it, right?
But I was going to anyways, but I didn't like people telling me that. I thought that was out of line.
I don't know why he's saying that he was planning on waiting to post Sam Hyde content. We have the Twitter timeline of him nonstop posting Sam Hyde content. It's fucking weird. I don't know if he thought it was like a loophole to post on Twitter.
Like, none of this is, in my opinion, you don't even need any of this shit. Like I said, say the fucking Andrew Anglin thing or whatever, the donations to, like, Nazis, and, you know, it's like any normal human would be like, oh, yeah, that's really weird and gross. Obviously, there's a lot of, like, fucking weirdos out there who will try to obfuscate and try to be like, oh, that doesn't mean anything, whatever. Yeah, fuck them. Like, you know what I mean? That's the whole point. Like, if you're bending over backwards to be like, no, I want to hang out with this guy who, like, donated the money to, like, Nazi defense funds, then, yeah, go ahead. Hang out with him. Fuck off. Literally, the biggest gotcha to iDubbbz is his past edgier phase, which somehow makes his boundaries invalid. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it's just, I don't know. Everyone is now going to literally keep fucking resurfacing his old videos over and over again, which are still out there, by the way, and constantly eat his ass. I know for a fucking fact that there's going to be a bunch of hammer and sickle Twitter weirdos who also go along with it and fucking say, like, fuck this guy. They're going to be puppeteered by a bunch of dudes who are extremely online, super smelly, and, you know, cyberstalk motherfuckers like it's their goddamn day job. You know what I mean? All the David DePeepes of the world are going to be able to motivate left Twitter to also keep resurfacing and, like, revitalizing this, like, iDubbbz, you're fucking racist, shut the fuck up type shit. I know it's going to happen 100% because no one is allowed to change. That's why I started the conversation by talking about iDubbbz, talking about Ian and his own personal development. You know what I mean?
Twitter about Sam Hyde. So I think in his head,
And if you know that, why are you paying attention to them, Hasan? You know why? Because I want to stand by this dude. I think he's a nice guy. I think he has changed and grown a lot as a person. And even if it, like, also increases the amount of harassment that I face, which it's noise ultimately. I get it all day, every day. I want to fucking stand by him and Anissa. Yeah, I think it's fucking ridiculous because I know No one else is going to fucking do that shit. Maybe Ethan. But other than that, there's not going to be a lot. There aren't going to be a lot of people that fucking stick their neck out in this regard. And this is something that I'm very principled on. This is something that I care about personally. It's very important to me. It's very near and dear to me. The idea that people who have made bad decisions in the past, people who have been edgy in the past, people who have said fucked up shit in the past, or even done fucked up shit in the past, have the capacity to change. Okay? That's it. That's why I do what I do. So when I see someone who has literally done it on his own volition, him and Anissa both, and I know that people are going to fucking shit on them. They're not going to be charitable to them. And I know that there have been, constantly getting fucking harassed nonstop when they're trying to do something nice. I'm going to fucking stand by them. Okay?
Like, I was going to wait to post Sam Hyde content. Parentheses, YouTube video.
Like, cause like it's not my problem that you have personal beef with the greatest comedian in the world. If I go to Providence,
how am I the simp? How am I the simp? I want.
For the record, former moderators on the fucking Discord and all these fucking dipshits in the Discord. I know you're who I'm talking about too. Don't worry, okay? You're who the fuck I'm talking about. You are the problem. Okay?
Want to know, is it because it's a woman? It's because it's a woman, isn't it? It's okay to simp for a big gross dude. It's okay. It's understandable. He's big and he's gross. As soon as you simp for someone who's literally your partner, your life partner, that's too much. That's kind of gay.
if I go to Providence, Rhode Island and get an opportunity to work with him, that should be my option to when I release that content. And it's got nothing to do with you. Not everything that people do with Sam Hyde involves iDubbbz. And I think that he misinterprets that.
We're not talking about people. We're talking about what you do with Sam Hyde, because you're in my event. I wish there were many layers of separation so I really could be that disconnected. Unfortunately, I have to be around you. You have to fight at my event. I have to share the same space as you know, in the parties, at the event itself, and I don't want to do that. I have no interest in sharing that space with you.
So for him to tell me, hey, could you wait until after the event to release that? In my mind, I'm thinking, I mean, I could, but it's weird for you to tell me to do that because it's got nothing to do with you.
Another thing that contributed to Froggy getting kicked was that he tweeted at Nathan Barnett, aka Dad. He said, "Dude, I tried hyping you up at Denny's when we ate dinner, and they said they weren't fucking with you and that you were going to lose to AB. They don't even like you." This is one of those things where it was like, oh, okay, so you basically don't have any good intentions here. You are just like, you don't like us. Like, I'm not here.
Ian had no reason to change. His content was immensely popular. He could have easily put out the edgelord bullshit forever and raked in money hand over fist. He did it genuinely without provocation. This is why I support iDubbbz still. Exactly. Good luck teaching that to people, though. Like, anyone who's ever been bullied, who's been bullied by like a fucking iDubbbz fan or some shit, directly holds him responsible, and that's understandable, okay? Like, that's it.
Here to play with people and give them warnings. Like, we're all adults on the card. I'm not going to give you a warning. Actually, no, I will give you a warning if you...
Hold on. What the fuck is wrong with my fucking Discord? Okay. All right. People constantly fucking behave like change your bad person.
I think you have good intentions.
Because he's
the
no
problem
longer,
is when you
I generally agree, but I guess I don't expect people to forgive. Just do the right thing. Hopefully it shakes out. Yeah, no, I think so too.
Tweet shit out like this and you have the text message exchange that Froggy had with me, I don't think you have good intentions. You're like trying to like ruin a relationship between me and one of my friends. Froggy deleted that tweet, and I don't think he deleted it because he felt differently. I think he deleted it because he knew that it could potentially get him kicked from the event and would also make him look like an asshole. But he basically reiterated that same thing in a Twitter space.
When I was at fucking Denny's, I was all like telling them, yo, Dad's a fucking savage. And they're all like, no, Dad doesn't spar with high-level fucking competition. He's going to lose to AB. And I'm thinking, these motherfuckers are...
So who said that? Who said that?
Fucking Ian and Anissa. Like, that's the way these motherfuckers are. And then they got Dad, like, riding for them. They don't even... And if, like, I wouldn't be like this, but if everybody's going to keep calling me out, like, I'm the fucking person that's fucking shit up, like, that Dad's out here riding for them. They're all like, they don't even fucking give a fuck about him.
And in the same Twitter space where Froggy says this, Sam Hyde, Froggy's hero, calls Nathan a rapist like several times.
That Nathan Barnett guy, I guarantee you that guy would rape somebody if he had the opportunity.
Yeah, legally he would rape somebody in Minecraft, by the way.
In Minecraft.
Yes.
he if he had the chance to rape a woman, he would.
Yeah, that's like, so yeah. I mean, you know, that's what was the saying? Glass houses, stones, you know? The fuck do you mean, dog? Like, how many pedophile allegations that are credible can one human being have while still operating in public like this, openly as a Nazi, while being like, yeah, that guy, he's a fucking rapist, dude. Yikes.
A woman, he would.
In Minecraft.
Damn.
In Minecraft.
Not in Minecraft, Keem.
I don't want anything to do with Sam. I don't want anything to do with people that think what Sam is doing is okay. It is not okay. Here's part of the Twitter space where Harley is sort of questioning Tyler with why he wouldn't, respond to Anissa. And I think that's a very valid question, because you ask any of our fighters and it's like, yeah, Anissa was the one who like solves problems. She is more communicative than me, and she's better at communicating than I am. I fucking suck at this shit. So Anissa is the one. She is the one to talk to.
How was I even supposed to know Ian and Anissa were mad when I get one call from Justin Tracy, then a text message, I respond to it immediately, say, could you communicate through text or email? I'm training. And then nothing else.
What's the last text you
still
have
don't
from
even know.
Anissa? What's the last text you sent to Anissa?
Harley's the man, by the way. I mean, you know, good dude.
It was probably some group message from
okay, but what was the last text
4
you
months ago.
said to Anissa, just you two?
I don't have one direct text from Anissa.
Anissa's
I have
never
a group
texted
chat
you.
with my wife and Anissa. There's a group chat.
Your
I
wife
do not have
and
any
I'm
direct
so sorry.
contact.
Okay. Did anyone ever text you and your wife? What was the last thing Anissa sent you and your wife to you and your wife's phone? What was the last thing?
Tense moments in the Twitter space as Froggy goes to see.
It's, hey, Tyler, I'm not with Ian. I'm home visiting family. Ian called me not feeling great, and I'm just trying to understand what's happening or how I can help.
What's the date?
Sunday, March 12th.
You didn't want to respond to that?
No, because you don't know the context of that. You don't have the context. Harley, let me give you the context.
Burn her Twitter account instead of responding to that very serious and
Harley,
sympathetic text that was nowhere near threatening or aggressive.
Froggy wasn't able to give context for why he didn't respond to Anissa's call and text message in the Twitter space. Harley ended up leaving. The conversation went elsewhere. So he uploaded a Twitter video to explain the context for why he didn't respond to Anissa.
Anissa's last text.
I gotta pee, I'll be back.
Checking on me. Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation, to try to do further investigation into my friendship with Sam Hyde. That was not an "Are you okay?" text. That was a Ian is not able to break your shell. Maybe a vague, concerned, manipulative text from me will be able to.
He thinks this text message is manipulation, No, Froggy, we wanted to solve the problem. Let me just say, Anissa is just trying to exist. You know, she doesn't want anything to do with the drama. She doesn't want anything to do with this shit. And I have brought a lot of it into her life. And I take responsibility for that. But unfortunately, a lot of people who think that I've changed or call me a cuck or whatever, they've decided, instead of saying that I've changed and that I'm the decider of my future, it's that Anissa has changed me. So she has been the target of a lot of hate. And I think it's really shitty. And hearing Tyler talk about her in this way is just a reminder where it's like, Anissa's trying to manipulate you? What the fuck was I doing? Was I trying to manipulate you as well? Like, you should probably come out and say that because it seems really fucking sexist and creepy for you to be saying these things.
You know what I feel? I'm gonna be honest with you, and I really didn't buy none of this at the beginning until I was living in it. I kept always hearing people saying like, Anissa ruined iDubbbz, Anissa ruined iDubbbz. And I was always like, nah, whatever, like they can work out their problems. And I was never buying into that bullshit.
Bro, this is also deeply parasocial too. It's like weird, bro. How do you know these people in real life and still behave like this? I guess at that point it's like not even parasocial. At that point it's just basically like, you know, you're a bitch. You are a bitch who is personally gossiping, I guess.
Yeah, but I swear to God, when like once you live an event, it's like, okay, I think Ian met the wrong person. I honestly think it's just like, I think sometimes you bond with the wrong person, it can take you to make the wrong decisions maybe. When I met my wife, I'm gonna be honest with you, like I met my wife, I got better the more time I spent with her because she like was honestly a better person than me. But I feel like, dude, honestly, it seemed like, so when Ian, as soon as he starts messing with Anissa, it's like, Ian goes from the person who would be dogging people, who would sue people, to then like his event that he's running is suing people. It's like a complete flip.
By the way, we weren't suing Froggy. We have no interest in going to court over $15,000. We wanted that $15,000 back, but, you know, he wasn't giving it to us. So we have to leave it at that. You know, we're not suing him.
Froggy, if you're let back on, it's not like you're going to make another OnlyFans joke about Anissa, right? Like,
no, I mean, like, if they make me sign a contract that I can't, then I won't.
You know, I find it so strange because it's like, you know,
that was a joke. That was a joke. Obviously, I wouldn't do any more OnlyFans.
I don't think Froggy respects sex workers. I think he has some really old, tired opinions about people who do sex work. I think he has a lot of weird opinions as well about masculinity and shit.
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
A lot of it's not explicitly said, but when you listen to the jokes, it's like, oh, that's actually just your opinion phrased in a comedic way.
There was some type of nerd fight last year, and Chris Raygun and all these people, it's like some big ethos worshiping party at these things, and I don't get it. I don't get what all this shit is all about. Like everybody's there to worship ethos or fucking ethos or like touching ethos titty or pussy. It's always that, and it's just like, what happens is people get all excited about it. And I think Chris Raygun was like, he probably thought he was going to go there and beat some fucking nerd up and he was going to win. Like, I don't know if they're giving, I think they give away like OnlyFans girls there at these events. I don't know what kind of.
Damn, bro, this guy's fucking funny, dog. I mean, he's both of these guys. I mean, everyone here is fucking real joy. Lots of laughter coming from this, for me at least. I don't know, bro. This is when you're so fucking extremely permanently Reddit, okay, that you just this is how it manifests. This is Reddit as a human, out and about. Just so brain fried, dude.
Options. Like if you win certain fights, I think you get to own some of these girls for some of the nights.
Awesome.
I don't know how it works, but I think Chris was like he had plans to go beat up a nerd and however they get to like lease one of these girls, and so like he got there. Well, Ian was probably thinking like, because I think man, I need to just stop all this probably.
No, Froggy, keep going. I think you should keep going. I think the women of the world need to hear your opinions on these things. Talk more about how sex workers are property. That's a funny joke. It was super funny the third time that you referred to women as property. That was the funniest one. Because when you said lease, I was like, yeah, I know what a lease is. Even if you didn't do any of the Sam Hyde stuff, why would we want you at our event? Like, if you're just going to blatantly disrespect sex work.
Mudahar had him on this podcast and took his side. I hope after watching Ian's video, he changes his mind. I think a lot of people don't fully understand, and even Ian himself is not like diving further into like why this association is like fucked up. Partially because like, I don't think it's because they want to mask it. I think he's just like trying to do it with a half measure to basically like protect himself and his family from like further fucking harassment. You know what I mean? I'm certain that like Mudahar and definitely Charlie don't fucking realize how deep that well goes. That's it. Like, I don't think these are the types of dudes who are like purposely, offering shelter to a pedophile Nazi. You know what I mean?
Workers and women and other fighters saying that they're here to touch e-thoughts. Like, it is so disrespectful and shitty. I don't want to share the space with you. I don't want other people to be uncomfortable because you're there. Like, you don't get the vibe, all right? The vibe is sex workers and fighting, I guess.
That's part of the reason why I wanted to cover it a little bit further, because like, it's very frustrating to me, because like people just won't come out and say this kind of shit. So, that way, a lot of weirdos can get away with just like being like, haha, I'm just joking. You know what I mean? Like, oh man, I'm just joking. Like, I mean, here, let's look up Sam Hyde Nazi. Like, I mean, this is it. Neo-Nazi website raises $150,000 to fight Southern Poverty Law Center. Most of the Daily Stormers donors were researcher or anonymous, with the exception of the comedian Sam Hyde, who pledged $5,000. When contacted for comment, Hyde asked the reporter if he was Jewish and then boasted that $5,000 was nothing to him. Hyde's TV show on Cartoon Network's Adult Swim programming block was canceled last year, but not before Hyde amassed a following among the loosely knit movement of white nationalists, misogynists, and anti-Semites that have come to be known as the alt-right. Don't worry so much about money. Worry about if people start deciding to kill reporters. That's a quote. Such a badass, dude. He's such a bad bitch. Hyde said in a phone interview, laughing when asked why he donated to support the Daily Stormer, for the reason why you can say, I want reporters to know I make more money than them, especially Matt Pierce. That's it. Dude. That's it. You know what I mean? What do you want? You show this to a motherfucker, and if they're still defending them, you know, I'll write off the other dudes that are defending them too. I don't give a fuck if it's Charlie. I don't think he would defend this shit anyway. And I don't think Mudahar would defend this shit either. Like, from their perspective, from the outside looking in, especially considering that Charlie himself was literally directly involved with the event. He said that on stream after the event. Didn't Charlie also think he should have been removed? Yeah. Like, you're going to tell me that Charlie, a person who was literally providing color commentary on Ian's event, still maintains that same position? No shot. There's two different reasons why content creators are not outspoken about shit like this, because they don't want to like invoke the wrath of the most online stalker types. Okay? And the other is like they're just like completely oblivious to the reality behind the scenes, so they don't really know that much.
And you don't like the sex workers part. I don't think Froggy is doing Sam Hyde's dirty work by, shit-talking Anissa. I think it's just pretty clear that he holds similar opinions to Sam Hyde and similar opinions to Sam Hyde fans, which is like, you're just going to repeat the shit that your hero is saying.
You have to ditch Yoko Ono.
Drop Yoko Ono, bro. It's got to be over. It's got to be over. And leave the girl. Ditch the girl.
I think Ian met the wrong person.
Dude, these guys are fucking cool, man. They're cool looking guys. Bro, it's exactly what you what the fuck? His fan base is exactly what you think they are. You know what I mean? It's just this
I honestly think it's just
so fucking crusty. Oh my lord. These look like the guys that post. I mean, they are the guys you post, Michael. They're fucking
I
they're
think
that.
sometimes you bond with the wrong person, it can take you to make the wrong decisions.
She's probably a succubus that's like sucking the life out of him.
Sad to see you didn't make the card again. When will iDubbbz break free from that succubus that is holding him back?
Ian's masculinity had been completely removed via Anissa.
Anissa's concern text of hope everything's going okay was a way for her to try to manipulate the situation.
I think initially you can just buy that.
Yeah.
I'm sending this to Anissa's OnlyFans. It goes directly into charity.
Yeah.
Her anal bead package came out, and it was $100 to look at pictures of her with anal beads.
I think they give away like OnlyFans girls there. Like you get to own some of these girls. They get to like lease one of these girls.
So Ian really embarrassed himself. And so he didn't want Sam at his event because Ian doesn't want people who are bigger and more talented than him upstaging him. That's what it is.
Tyler is like repeating all of these narratives about how
Yeah, that's what it is, dude. Yeah. That's what it is. I think, yeah.
I've changed for the worst. The person responsible for my change in a bad way is Anissa. Anissa is a manipulative person. Oh yeah, that I'm like concerned about getting upstaged by Sam or people who are more talented than me, which is insane to me because I've put on this event twice, me as the main fight, and I've
Aiden fans are talking about doxing you. I don't know what to tell you, man. I mean, okay.
lost both times. That's pretty upstaged. As a side note, Sam Hyde has made it a habit to try to sound like a reasonable person by saying, if Ian and Anissa just...
That's my take.
...just asked, I'll stop harassing them.
Yeah, if Ian ever hit me up and was like, "Hey man, can you leave me alone?" I'd stop talking about him. Whatever. I don't care that much.
If you ask me to stop, I'll stop.
Wait, is that easy? Please. There you go. Get a new bit. Please. Leave me alone. Get a new bit. It's so bad.
Which on its face is already an insane thing to say. Of course, no one wants to be harassed.
If they let Froggy back on the card, I won't tweet at Ian or Anissa ever again. I'll shut up forever. How about that?
I get to bring back someone on the card who doesn't respect me, my wife, other fighters, and in return I have the chance of not being harassed by Sam Hyde? Oh man, how can I refuse that? Just so we're on the same page in case I have to make a future video, you heard what Sam Hyde said. If he's a respectable guy, he's not going to continue to harass me because he says, by his own admission, he doesn't care that much.
I don't care that much.
This is my request. I would like you to not harass me or my wife or anyone that we're friends with. Also, harassment encompasses all the little loopholes, all right? You can't just then like refer to me as a goblin and be like, I didn't say his name. I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about a goblin. That's not acceptable. Another thing I want to make clear is that the decision to kick Froggy from the card isn't just for like me and Anissa's comfort. There are a lot of people who don't want anything to do with Sam Hyde who are fighting on our card. There are a lot of people who are our fans who...
Yeah, which is so valid. Like, why the fuck would you want to be associated with like a fucking pedophile Nazi, man? Like, I don't get it. I truly don't understand it. Maybe there's something going on that I can't comprehend, I can't figure out. But like, it's a perfectly valid thing, in my opinion, to be like, hey man, can you not do that? Like, but he's the GOAT of comedy. Yeah. I guess that's why. Why does he think this will work? I won't stop even after asked. I think it's more so to set the record straight because like Ian has a lot of old fans that are also fans of him. I think he might have even done a documentary on him or some shit, which is, you know, really fucking not a great idea, but I'm pretty sure he recognizes that more than anyone else now. But ultimately, it's just like, you know, eventually you hope that people move on. With cyber stalkers, you often don't have a lot of options. You know what I mean? You can't really do anything. There's no legal recourse. You know what I mean? It's like a little too new. So he's probably doing this to specifically address the drama that was surrounding the event. You know, give a little bit of clarity to people. Documentary kind of exposed a lot of his Nazi stuff, and it wasn't like a promo, really. Yeah, no matter what, he's just like, it's one of those things where it's just a bad idea in general, especially when your fan base is like, you know, your old fan base is the type of dudes that think like, well, that's real. That's like real good shit. You know, I respect it. I think that going out to bat and defending sex work, defending your wife, like I respect that, especially when the internet will make it so uninhabitable, you know? Uninhabitable? Inhabitable? I don't fucking know. God damn it. Anyway, wife defender, exactly.
Who want nothing to do with Sam Hyde. So we're trying to protect them, we're trying to protect the environment that we're in, and we want it to be comfortable for everyone. I truly believe if we had Froggy participate in the rest of the event, it would have made the event worse, like noticeably worse, because we are all trying to work together to make the show as good as possible. And I think if Froggy doesn't fuck with what we got going on, he was gonna make it difficult. One way or another, it was gonna be difficult. In closing, I wanna say that Creator Clash is probably the single best thing that I've ever done in my life. It has, you know, brought so much joy to me and Anissa. It has brought the most awesome people that I've ever met. It's brought them into my life, and I'm super grateful, and I want to keep doing it, and this event means so much to me, and I'm going to protect it, and I'm going to protect the fighters and the people involved in the event, and, you know, I'm not, when it comes to people wanting to fuck around and mess with the vibes, I'm not going to tolerate it. You know, you're going to get kicked from the card if you're being a piece of shit, and if you're not communicating and if you're not cooperating. And I want nothing to do with Sam Hyde as well. So fuck that guy, and thank you so much for watching. Goodbye.
Now let's take a look at the totally reasonable comments, especially at the top of the hour. When there's a 3-minute ad break, if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account. We're going to look at the I snuck on the Jeffrey Epstein's Island video from Tyler Oliveira. I'm kind of excited to watch that, actually. And I know that chatter that fucking spammed it nonstop in the morning, who I'm certain is probably still here, is also excited, you know? I assume, I suspect. One thing that, like, a lot of Ian's old fucking audience does is, like, they're on so much copium where they're like, dude, come on, no, you're still the same guy, right? You're still the same guy, right? Please, you're still the same guy. It's just Anissa. That's who ruined you, right? Like, come on. Infinite Ryman, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Here's the 3-minute ad break right now, by the way. Hold up. You're still the same guy. You didn't grow. You didn't grow up, right? Kind of strange you didn't bring up Anissa's mom's tweet in this. I might be mistaken, but that shit kicked things off. Honestly, really disappointed he didn't address the drama with the Garfield cosplayers. Like, come on, man. It's just Garfield. I don't even know what the fuck these guys talking about. I think Content Cop Kickstarter crap stood the test of time.
It's like you came back.
Imagine making Keemstar sound reasonable. 4,000 likes. Items publicly requesting to stop being harassed online is the last thing I ever expected to see in my life. Seeing Ian in the position of receiving trolls after making his career dunking on people is fascinating. I don't think I have a strong opinion either way, but it's just an interesting dynamic. I don't think that's appropriate. 2023 iDubbbz. Yeah. These people, honestly, I feel like these people they don't react to anything. Currently at 20K likes, 22,000 dislikes. Yeah. Yeah, dude. God damn, dude. They are so fucking obsessed. Awesome. Yeah, I think if you have spent any time in like incel circles online, as I have, analyzing this shit, Slim Thick McShit, thank you for the 10 years subs. You know that like a big part of the black pill attitude is about like constantly pulling people down into like the deep dark well that you're in. You know what I mean? Where they'll always like, it's called like suey fuel, you know what I mean? Like they basically are operating like crabs in a bucket where they just like want to make sure that everyone is just as sad as you are. Yeah, rope fuel, suey fuel, that kind of thing. And I feel like a lot of people are just like, I'm too far deep in this fucking miserable pit. And I've done too much publicly online and I can't change it. And I see when I try to when I see other people that try to change and like, you know, better themselves, and I see they're cringe and nerdy. So, you know, and a lot of people on the left are like woke scolds and miserable too. So I don't want to be a part of that. At least this way I get to laugh and make jokes and shit like that. So I think that's what it is. Like a lot of people want you to stay the same. They're like, I can't change, so you can't either. And to them, I have to say, you can. You know what I mean? You can change, and you should, honestly. The world is constantly changing. And being able to grow from your past mistakes, learn, it's actually pretty fucking healthy. I promise you. You just have to take the initiative. You have to take the first step. I promise you, no matter how fucking deep in the muck of it all you are, there are going to be people who are supportive of your evolution. Okay? Not your average African is right. Life is too short to just like constantly be in a fucking pit of despair until the very moment that you finally get to the end of it and you're like, all right, I'm done. I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing. You know what I mean? Don't. Problem is pride, biggest downfall of most. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's weak shit, dude. I really do. I think it comes from weakness where you personally are like too weak to accept that like you might be wrong. I apologize all the time, okay? I admit when I'm wrong all the fucking time. Not many see it. They only see the other dumb shit, okay? You know, clip chimp stuff in general. But people try to mercilessly bully me over that, right? Whenever I do apologize, people are like, remember when you were fucking wrong? Or people say you're backpedaling. And I tell them to suck my dick, okay? It can happen without the incel aspect too. When you stop enjoying things, you hate when anyone enjoys anything. If you feel that way, try to get help about it. You might be depressed. Exactly. And unfortunately, that's like 98% of what pops off on Twitter. You know what I mean? All right, let's hear what, you know, internationally renowned, famous screenwriter Ben Shapiro had to say about the writer's strike. Please write a TV comedy scene in which a screenwriter negotiates with an AI studio head for higher pay while the studio head has all of his responses written by AI. Interior, studio executive, office, day. We see a screenwriter, Jim, sitting in front of a large desk facing a studio executive, Mr. Smith. The room is nicely furnished with large windows overlooking the bustling city below. Jim, Mr. Smith, I'm hoping we could talk about my compensation for this project. I feel that the initial offer is not commensurate with the work required. Mr. Smith, reading from a tablet. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I understand your concern, and I will consult with the necessary departments to see if we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Jim, well, that's good to hear, but I was hoping for a more immediate solution. The high-profile project, and I've been putting in long hours to make sure it's a success. Mr. Smith, reading from a tablet. I appreciate your dedication and hard work. Rest assured that we value our employees and want to compensate them fairly. Ben, they're not going to be able to say the N-word, Ben. Fuck does Ben Shapiro... What the fuck does Ben Shapiro know about writing screenplays, man? As I retweeted earlier, fun fact for all, now is a great time to remember that Ben Shapiro pivoted to his whole right-wing grift bullshit after he failed in Hollywood as a screenwriter. That's real. But what Ben doesn't factor in is that the AI can't say the N-word. It's too woke. Even more woke than the writers themselves. Nice. You snitched on Ben too then? Enjoy all the Ben heads attacking you. Yeah. The Twitter, the agency that works with AdinRoss exposing internet anarchists? No, I have not. And I don't know what it is. And I don't really care, really. They're too busy posting on XQC subreddit. Yeah, the Ben head to XQC pipeline is crazy. It is actually crazy because XQC is like not necessarily, I think, fond of Ben Shapiro's style of politics in general. So. This guy's still in here going crazy over making me watch murder when we're not doing that. We're watching this instead, which was also murder. Jeffrey Epstein was murdered. Anyone who says he was committed suicide is ridiculous. Let's take a look at this YouTuber who snuck into Jeffrey Epstein's island.
Running towards the satanic temple of the evil... That's me running towards the satanic temple of the evil billionaire Jeffrey Epstein on his private island swarming with security.
Oh my god, we're being detected. Shoot me if you dare! What are you hiding, Epstein?
That's crazy they did this.
U.S. Virgin Islands. Epstein, where are you?
So the first part of this scheme was to get our hands on 2 jet skis while being goofy tourist vloggers asking if there were any nearby islands we should take a look at while we toured the ocean.
Should we go through Little James and Big James, or those no-nos?
No, don't go through there.
They'll shoot us. What will happen?
Somebody's island.
Oh, it's privately owned?
Yeah.
By the government?
No, private.
What would happen? Not that we would ever do that.
I don't know, but you don't want to find out?
Easy. Yeah. We're good then.
You watch Netflix a lot, right?
No.
It's good for you.
Okay, all right. Captain Isaac, we're out. Yeah, we're gonna go straight there and then right. I'm on the jet ski. We have this for like 5 hours. We need to do this quick before we get detected by authorities and our jet ski guys because they are super sussed out by me. We're headed to Epstein's Island. What could go wrong?
And after 15 minutes of driving this jet ski like Tom Cruise, I had made it to Epstein Island.
That's kind of badass. There's just like jet ski there to do some investigative reporting. I respect it.
You can see the temple. I don't know who's there, what security measures they're taking. There's probably government watching, and there might...
It is also pretty funny to me. It's not lost on me that like this guy has the YouTuber cadence down pat. You know what I mean? Like he's doing the fucking YouTuber cadence perfectly, but like what he's doing right now is like, you know, going to Little St. James.
Might be personal security on the island.
And as I...
What's going on, boys? Today we're at Jeffrey Epstein's island where he sex trafficked children. Once this video's over, I'm going to be... I'm going to go down into the basement of the temple in the Jeffrey Epstein Island, and what I'm going to do there is rescue at least 10 people. Hit that like button and subscribe, and if you subscribe for more content, maybe I'll be able to rescue 100 children that were sex trafficked next time.
I got closer to the island, it was clear I wasn't alone.
Okay, we have made it to the island. Look at that sign. Private property.
I mean, that's just normal. What do you mean? Like, he's like, wow. Very scary.
No trespassing. And there is Epstein Island, Little James. There's a boat on the island right now. The question is, who could it be and why? There's literally someone right there on the island. Okay, we have more people. Look, it's a whole operation out here. Look at this. A golf cart, people that work here. We have a dog. Who is this man? Okay, we have another person, bigger woman and her dog. Probably security or maintenance, but hired by who? A new owner? The government? I'm not sure. And it turns out Epstein's Island is for sale by Epstein's estate for over $125 million.
Bro, who the fuck would buy that for 125 mil? That's insane.
Why is there still so much security on the island if he's dead? And what are the owners of Epstein's Island still hiding? Are they headed in my direction? This is a little bit eerie.
It's crazy when the CIA is trying to make a return on their investment. You know what I mean? They're like, we packed them up. Billionaire investor buys Epstein's private islands for $60 million. Steven Dekov, the founder of Black Diamond Capital, said he planned to build a 25-room resort on the islands once owned. Who would go to that resort? What? This just happened. Wait, this guy literally filmed it and then a billionaire investor bought it like fucking today. No, this is from today. No one should even own it. Give it back to the virgins. He paid roughly 50% less for the 2 private islands for the price that was listed last year by Mr. Epstein's estate. A portion of the sales proceeds will go towards a $105 million settlement that Mr. Epstein's estate reached last year with the government of the U.S. territory of the Caribbean. Bro, who's like, I'm buying the pedophile island? That's insane. This guy just like put his name out there in the worst way possible. I guess like, is it cheap? Is that cheap for an island? I don't know. What is the going rate for islands of this size? You know what I mean? Is he that desperate for some fucking property?
With a giant woman, and now they are leaving. We're gonna have to beach somewhere else, or we're gonna have to do this quick. We need to get in and out, or we're gonna get shot, I'm convinced. Boss is gonna whip out the drone, see how many people are on the island itself. I've already seen 4 people launch the drone. Go, my child, find the truth, inspect the area. Now, while at first it seems like a normal island a billionaire might abandon, once the drone flies in a little closer, you begin to notice these carts driving across the island. But who are they and what are they protecting? And then, once the drone starts...
Maintenance, man. Groundskeepers. What the fuck? Rich people are not like regular everyday Joes, okay? When they die, they're a thing called estates. And there's always like money there, and they will utilize the estate to consistently maintain the property so they can sell it. You know what I mean?
Started getting closer to the temple, this weird white building on the highest...
That was not a white building. There you go. The estate. Basically turning the monastery into... I assume they've gutted everything, dude. There's no way they kept like anything intact.
Point of the island where people believe it was used for evil satanic rituals, our drone began to experience unexplainable signal interference.
All right, signal interference.
We lost it, so we've lost the drone. They've interfered with the drone.
We don't have control.
Now, it's important to note that in the last known footage of this temple, the temple was painted in this blue-gold pattern. And
damn, bro, this homie swam to the fucking island? What the fuck?
There's a giant sundial adjacent to it. This now means that the sundial was recently removed and the temple was completely repainted white. But the question is, what are they covering up? And then I saw this. See a guy building right there. Look, literally right there. Look, look, look. Yep, there is another golf cart coming this way. Oh, it's going to get the drone. Okay, don't get caught, Pasha. There he is. There he is. Who is this man? Who is this man right here? We're going to storm the beach like Normandy right now, get on the island, and hopefully not get shot or apprehended. After barely pulling the drone back in, after losing signal, and confirming this place was swarming with what we believe to be armed security, it was time to storm the beach like Normandy. There's the temple! And that was exactly where I was headed.
Mysterious stairway, almost like it's inviting us to enter. Okay, we have another no trespassing sign right there. No trespassing sign right there.
And after a full peripheral scope of the island, it was now time to infiltrate.
All right, go. Pray for me.
I mean, this is fire.
I'm on the island. The temple's behind me. Going straight for the temple. There's the arches right there.
Turn, turn.
I had made it to the beach undetected, and I was headed towards the temple. Now, with this temple as the source of the signal interference, it was only logical that there might be something hiding there waiting for me to find. And keep in mind, this is a rough map of the island, and right now I'm here, and this is where I'm headed, forcing me to essentially sneak up a cliff to hopefully avoid security.
Don't get arrested. Jesus Christ.
Using all the skills I learned from playing video games right now, I'm atop the hill. We have not been detected yet, which is surprising.
There's the drone in the air. There's Tyler.
And my basic strategy here is to find something to hide behind, regain my breath, and then run as fast as I can, slowly making progress to the temple and avoiding security along the way.
Okay, my cardio is gassed. I'm gonna keep going on this road. Looks like it's built for go-karts. Let's keep going. We're going for it, baby. I think we've been detected.
Bro, all you need to do is dress up like one of the guards, dude. Have you never played Hitman? What the fuck? You go into the locker room, okay, immediately, and basically take one of the guard outfits and put it on. No one will know. You could literally be the baldest man in America, and people would still think like, oh, he must be one of the people that works here.
We've gotten to the side.
He's trying to do stealth with a high-vis vest on, dude. It's crazy. He's like New Game Plus. That's what he's doing. He's like, you know what? I'm more of a New Game Plus difficulty type of guy.
I've not been detected yet. I see this. Looks like an unfinished home. We have that right there. I'm getting cooked out here in the sun to the temple. This thing's steep as a mother. Yeah. Slowly but surely. Okay, we're going up. We're going up. Okay.
He bought the microtransaction flashy outfit. Yeah. A fool.
There's the temple. Might just climb up the hill. Let's see if I can get it. Okay, let's do this. Once I go up there, I'm kind of screwed. I don't want to get shot. It should probably be loud.
And with my massive calves, I scaled up the side of a literal mountain to Epstein's temple, still somehow undetected.
Wait, what? Why are you mad that like someone broke into Jeffrey Epstein's pedophile island to investigate it? I don't understand.
Undetected thus far still. You think they'd buy security cameras or something?
With only the open road standing between me and the temple, it was time to go for it.
Okay, we made it to the temple. We made it to the
I'm glad they have a little, you know, light flashing around him. Otherwise, I would have not known that he is, you know, running towards the temple.
Undetected thus far. This is the temple where crazy stuff went down. Look at this. Look at this. Blocked off by steel. Blocked off by wood. Posture. Over there.
Come on, Tyler.
God, if you're alive, protect me. Came through there. Weaved my way all the way up to here. Look at this. There's a giant cliff here, by the way. Giant cliff, and then everything's boarded off. The entire place looks to be repainted. It used to be blue and yellow. A ladder right here, almost as if they just repainted the place. And this is literally pure white now. Someone took a dump right there. This is the place where evil things went down. In this temple right here, there used to be a giant sun compass that was removed apparently. There's a bonfire right here. Maybe where they burn people alive or not. I've gotten up here successfully, undetected. There's there's like a speaker right there. But beyond that, seems to be low-level security right now. Okay, there's a sailboat coming in right there. That's not what we wanted to see. Right now, it's a race against time. Hopefully I don't go to jail. Horrid things went down here. Look at all these benches. Very out of place benches, right? You have benches right here, bench right there, bench right there, bench right there. Look at that, this makes no sense. I'm gonna go back down, see if we can examine the estate. This time I might.
Bro, this literally just looks normal. Like, this makes it look more normal than it is. Why are you pointing at a bench? Like, you looked at a fire pit and you were like, what do you mean? They have benches to sit and look at the view or some shit. And the fire pit is also normal too. Literally everything is off-putting. I mean, yeah, of course everything is off-putting. There's a big stink on it. You know what I mean? Owned by a fucking, you know, intelligence community asset. Also a sex trafficker.
Might have to go blitzkrieg. Now I just need to run. My pants were literally falling off. Looks like an unfinished construction pathway. Let's see what's inside. I don't know where all the security went. I've yet to remain detected. They might be on their lunch break, boozing out right now. Can't just breathe. Behind this rock, behind this giant. Oh my god, I don't like that rock. There appears to be. Oh my god. I don't know who this is. I'm running.
Bro, that is the worst security of all time, dude. But, I mean, that was cool. He did the whole, like, hey, what's up? Like, I'm supposed to be here.
I'm running. He's not fast enough on foot. That's boy.
As I ran away from security, I saw this.
Oh no. They got me. I need to run. I need to run.
Now, security was right behind me going full speed in my direction.
I don't think that there's security.
Can't stop me.
I can't exactly understand what they're saying, but they're screaming at me the whole time.
They're saying, stop running. You're going to fall. We're just landscapers. They're saying, please don't run on the rocks. We're just landscapers. What's wrong?
Run. No, I'm good. We're good. We're good. I'm out of here. We made it down here.
Okay, that's the worst Polaris golf cart I've ever fucking seen. Because, like, how did that shit not catch up to him, man? No, like, actually, how did he just run for, it seems, at least a good 2 to 3 minutes that's, like, cut?
To get to the beaches, we're good. A brand new pool right here. We seeing this? Security behind me. They're not as fast as me, though. Gotta keep running. Good training for this day. Security. Oh, he's coming.
As I began to run away, Pasha notices this, pulls the drone in, and begins zooming over on his jet ski to pick me up, right as I unknowingly approach a cliff.
Uh-oh.
And at this moment, it looked like I had no choice but to jump.
I'm going down. He can't see. He's not coming down. I'm going into the water. Pasha needs to pick me up. Okay, made it into the water. Security.
You're safe, bro. Everybody knows. You can't touch it after that.
I'm swimming as fast as I can. Waiting for Pasha to pick me up. Come on, Pasha. Shoot me if you dare! I'm in international waters! What are you hiding, Epstein? What are you hiding, Epstein? What are you hiding? Waiting on Pasha to get away. There's Pasha with the jet ski. There's my getaway jet ski. We're getting out of here. I escaped. All right, we're making out. Need a tip? Give me a hand. All right, easy. They thought they could get me. Grab the handles. All right, go! We escaped with all the footage. Untouched. I breathe air. You suck.
But as we zoom,
security de-aggros once you get in the water. They don't have any valid pathing there. Yeah, but there's a boat security which like automatically aggros onto you, and they're way faster than your jet ski. So you have to do you still have to sneak when you're in the water. Boat security is like a raid boss.
Back and made our way to the airport, I saw this.
I think he used the exploit where the boat security, if you time it well, basically glitches out of the map. If you hit the water from a certain point, boat security glitches out of the map and goes away.
I think we're being followed by a Fed right now.
Bro, there's so much more. Oh my God, I need to see more of this fucking story. What the hell? Okay.
The word
what is this? She lied.
Influencer is without a doubt one of the worst terms we've ever.
And we'll watch the other. We'll watch the other Epstein video as well. First ever look inside the Epstein private island. Oh my God. This was 3 years ago, bro. This was fresh, dude. Anyway, let's do this she lied video first, and then we'll not this, and then we'll get to that.
Adopted. It is just such a yucky term, but there's a way of making it even worse if you put the word mom in front of it. Mom influencer, upon just hearing that, induces nausea. It's like a real brown note. For those that don't know, the brown note is a legendary myth in music. It's basically a forbidden jutsu, but for sound. Fundamentally, it boils down to a frequency that, when exposed to a person, causes them to void their bowels, causes fecal incontinence. So you shit your pants when you hear the brown note and you have no control over it. The term mom influencer does something similar, but instead of just pooping your britches, you get sick. I think there's nothing wrong with mothers making internet content on, parenthood or educational content on what it's like to be a mom. That's all great. That's wholesome. But then there's a step too far into lunacy where you cross into the dark side of the force here. And that's mom influencers that use their children like props for them in their videos for their own online fame and clout. I feel like those kind of parents don't care about their children at all. They're just living vicariously through them in order to fulfill something in their life that they were unable to do on their own. So now they use their children for that online, you know, brownie point shit and attention. And that's what we're talking about today with one mom influencer in particular. Her name's Katie. And a couple years ago, she made a viral video about how her children were nearly kidnapped outside of a Michael's. And boy howdy, would you believe it? It turns out it was a load of baloney. She made it all up for internet clout. But this also came at the expense of 2 actual people here that she accused of being the ones to try and kidnap her kids, and she did report it to the police. So not only did she fabricate the story, she nearly had 2 innocent people fucked for life for this. So it is downright evil and degenerate. And now, it's a few years later, she has been convicted for lying about this. Her sentencing is upcoming, but it's very nice to see justice finally being served. It's a little upsetting it's taken so long, but you know what? We're here. Now let's get you caught up on the story because it's a wild one.
This morning, a popular social media influencer who falsely accused a couple of trying to kidnap her children, now convicted of lying about the whole ordeal.
Monday of this week, my children were the targets of attempted kidnap.
This is the face of a fib. She's not being truthful. She now owes a quarter into the lie jar. And that jar's gonna be filled to the brim after this case, because she's a fucking liar. So, Katie went on Instagram, made this story accusing 2 random people in a Michael's store she was at of trying to kidnap her kids outside of Michael's.
And I want to share that story with you in an effort to raise awareness as to what signs to look for.
The whole idea behind all of this is so silly. Hey guys, my kids were almost kidnapped. Now let me tell you what I learned about this experience. Make sure to slap that like button for more kidnapping avoidance tutorials, and stay tuned next week where I throw my kids into a coal mine and we...
This is... Cloud is a virus. Please help us find a cure, sir. Dude, are you kidding me? If I had a fucking cure for that, oh my lord. I mean, people do the most unimaginably unhinged shit online, dude.
We see what happens to their lungs, so I can give you educational content on how to avoid children in coal mines. Like, what do you mean signs to look out for in the case here of the kidnapping outside of Michael's? What? Giant trench coat? If there's a couple with a huge trench coat and they're stuffing kids inside of there, big red flag. And watch out for the stork coming through and grabbing your kids with their big fucking talons. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Now, of course, there could be real advice you could give to somebody on, like, signs to look out for creepy people that might be up to no good. Like, hey, maybe if these people are stalking you throughout Michael's and following you to your car, you know, then maybe you should alert people around you, that kind of thing. Or just making people aware, like, there's nothing wrong with involving outsiders if you feel like you're in a situation that could be potentially dangerous. That's all fine advice. But it's not the advice she's aiming to give here. She even says that, you know, parents are too preoccupied with making sure their kids are masked up that they no longer look at them, so it just leaves an opportunity for a stranger to come in and fucking steal the stroller out from under their nose or something. Like, at least alludes to that. Keep in mind, this was a few years ago during the height of the pandemic, so masks were a huge talking point. So she makes, like, the point...
Where's Kaya? The shit's boring? That's funny you say that, because there she is. Oh my god. Girl.
Points she's making about, like, signs to look out for are basically just like, open your eyes. She's basically just telling people to be a parent. It's ridiculous. It's the story she tells here offers no good insight on things to be aware of unless you're an absolute fucking oblivious idiot to everything around you. Like, these are all things people would absolutely notice and be uncomfortable with the same way she is in the video. Of course, it's all made up at the end of the day, but still, like, the whole purpose behind it and the message she tried to get across makes no sense. It's so laughable. Found the full video. It's like 15 minutes long, and it is one of the most descriptive things I've ever listened to for a completely make-believe story. She talks about this story like she's in a creative writing course and giving a presentation in front of the class for a piece of fiction that she wrote. It's outrageous the amount of detail she goes into, like when she's getting to the climax of everything where the stroller was almost snatched and her children abducted. She's talking about like they took 2 steps forward, but then 3 steps back. They did the hokey pokey and they turned themselves around. You know, I saw the fear wash over me. I could feel it. My pupils were dilating as this absolute menace, this villain, was approaching me with ill intent and malicious aura surrounding them, like a bat out of hell. It's outrageous. It is all completely fucking fanfic make-believe.
Falsely claiming that strangers tried to kidnap her 2 young children on December 7th, 2020, outside the Petaluma, California Michaels store. The Sonoma County DA's office says the videos were posted about a week after Sorensen reported the supposed kidnapping attempt to police.
So what's wild is she didn't just make this story up for the sake of Instagram views and likes. She did report this incident to the police, who pretty quickly were able to dismiss it as a bunch of fucking hoo-ha. They immediately really realized that the events she was describing on Instagram were completely different than the events that she had described to the authorities. It was wildly different. And after talking to the couple in the clip you saw there, that photo of the couple, after talking with them, they realized that there's no evidence at all. There's no witnesses. There's nothing to corroborate anything that Katie was ever saying. Which is weird because in Katie's story on Instagram, she even talks about like some fucking vigilante, a hero that was there to come and help her out and save the day, really. So it's weird that there wouldn't be any witnesses to confirm any of this happened. So all of it is just so scummy and baffling that she would do something like this for the sake of internet clout. Because she didn't just go home and make this video. She did report this to the police. Why? Why go that step forward? I guess in case people would call her out on it, she'd be able to pull up a police report or something, but she should have known that they would have gotten to the bottom of this and realized that it was all a lie. And reporting a false crime is a crime. You can't do that. You can't just knowingly make some shit up and then report it to authorities and then potentially ruin the lives of the people that you are falsely accusing. That's just downright evil.
In the video, Sorensen described a number of details about the alleged incident that hadn't been disclosed to police. The accused couple, Sadie and Eddie Martinez, say they actually recognized themselves in this photo and came forward to deny Sorensen's claims.
She wanted a stronger following. She was looking for, content for her fame and her income, and at our expense.
I think they're absolutely correct. I think the main motivator behind all of this was just that internet attention. A little fucking clout goblin was born on this day, and it did work for however brief a time. Katie did receive a lot of love, got a lot of new followers on Instagram, had a huge outpouring of just well wishes from the community for such a traumatic experience and her bravery for sharing it and all of that. And she did build a big following from all of this at their expense, but her house of cards has now come crumbling down clearly, and there were already signs that this was very fishy even a few years ago where authorities were like, this is a bunch of mumbo jumbo, this isn't real, there's something goofy afoot here. So this has been a long time in the oven here cooking, and now we've reached the point where she doesn't have that following anymore. She lost some of her most avid supporters, clearly, because you can't really support someone that does something like this. So now the only thing she has is potentially 6 months in the slammer for this.
Sorensen's attorney maintains his client did not lie to police.
She misperceived and misunderstood a series of random events, which were...
Lawyers are awesome, dude. It's just like, I mean, they are the OGs of like, neutral tone, passive voice, and speaking in passive voice. Yeah.
Were occurring around her and made a honest report to the police on December 7th.
That man looks fearful for his life right there. I don't know what's going on, if he's some kind of like prototype android that's having a hard time expressing emotion, or if Katie's threatening him with some kind of wild accusations and he's feeling the pressure. That man was robotic. But basically the defense is, yeah, Katie was too fucking stupid to understand what was happening, so she ended up just making a report that is completely not grounded in reality at all. and we're very sorry that she's so dumb. So they're just playing the she's an absolute idiot card, which I guess is becoming a very popular defense. There's a difference between being stupid and being dangerously stupid. If you're the kind of person that's so fucking dumb that you start making false reports and accusing innocent people of heinous crimes, that's still not excusable. You can't just write it off as, they're just a quirky weirdo that's dumb. You can't do that. They still need to face punishment for that. So even if the guy here is correct in that she just misperceived everything, she still needs to be punished for falsely accusing this couple of things that just didn't happen.
Her attorney adding that it was when Sorensen reviewed the evidence that she realized she was wrong.
I don't think she had.
Why women have incredible OP racial buff. It's like, this is why it's like one of the more powerful classes that you can sign on to in the beginning of the video game. It's just like, especially when it comes to cops and the criminal justice system, like they're really, really impossible to fucking take down in any way. Dev should nerf that with a patch. Yeah, I mean, listen, there's obviously the misogyny nerf, but ultimately we're talking about different boundaries here. You know what I mean? Like there's the patriarchy nerf, but a lot of them get the +5 defense, the white supremacy defense. So like, not a lot of them, like all of them get the +5 white supremacy defense. So it just like ultimately turns back around.
Had any understanding of how this would spread and the impact it would cause.
But some legal experts say this verdict is about accountability.
This is a woman who lied for clicks at the expense of a couple in California who wrongly accused them of a very serious crime.
I agree, Katie does need to be held accountable for what she's done here. I personally think this wasn't just some like, oops-a-daisy, I'm so dumb moment, I misunderstood everything that happened and made up an entire story around it, silly me. I really think this was a calculated content play where she knew a video like this would garner a lot of support. Because obviously, who doesn't want to rally behind a mother who went through a traumatic experience but came out okay and is using that as an opportunity to try and educate people in her community to be better prepared for scary things like that in the future. She probably knew that this video would go insano style on views and engagement, so she went for it. And man, what a terrible idea it was. I don't buy the whole narrative that she's just a bumbling fucking idiot who just misunderstood everything. I think that's a load of hogwash. So
it's crazy that she didn't even cry
because it's a weird one. That's about it. So yeah.
She didn't even cry, which would have like made this impossible. You know what I mean? Stop biting in minutes. McCann dog training. Stop puppy biting fast. You can tell my YouTube recommended videos are changing dramatically.
Well, hello from Jeffrey Epstein's island. Walking around the whole island, there's like no one here. Very interesting place. The swimming pool
What
looks
the
like
fuck?
it's in good shape. So oddly quiet here. What? Shit.
Hurry up, you guys. Get your asses on there. Epstein Island.
I'm not gonna lie, the vibes are a bit off. Wait. Bro, I don't know if I should watch this video. I am interested in the contents of this video, but
just documenting what is there. So
isn't that like the fucking Tim Pool guy?
Being in the area, I'm like, we have to see what's going on here, because there was other drone footage showing that there was stuff moved before the U.S. federal government came in. And then, as we know, the U.S. federal government, the federal authorities can't be trusted here. For over...
To be fair, this is one of the few instances where there's like, I don't even want to say bipartisanship, because like, I wouldn't say either of us subscribe to like party ideology, but yeah, the fucking Groypers are just as obsessed with the Jeffrey Epstein stuff as like we are. You know what I mean?
For a decade, that they let Jeffrey Epstein go on and be totally free. He not only had a private wing of his own
Homie is like in there,
jail
dude.
cell, he was able to leave during the day. He was supposed to check in with parole officers that he never did check in. But even the journey here of trying to find a boat.
Bro, there's like documents and shit. What the fuck? Yo, how are these guys the first to get there? Epstein gave him a key.
Find out some other information about how this wasn't even that big of secret on this island at all.
Yeah, talking to the locals, people have lived here for 20 years. They're like, oh, everyone knew. You just see the 12, 13-year-old girls waiting on the dock. They'd come get picked up, go to Epstein Island. So it's incredibly out in the...
T-Dog and Krista Barad in Japan's largest
So guys,
hotel.
we're in Beppu, Japan's biggest premier hot spring resort. And tonight we have got some fantastic...
All right, we're going to skip this one, and we're going to get to some good
accommodation. We couldn't
vibes.
fit this in the big Abroad in Japan Wacky Weekend episode, so go and check that out. This video is just a tour of one of the most insane places I've ever stayed in with Connor, and he is waiting for us on the other side of the door. Let me in, show us the room.
Alright, if you were to ask very nicely.
Oh dearest Connor, please let thee in thy
come into
fucking
the
room.
really expensive real cabinet. I definitely paid for.
The first thing you notice is it smells like a toilet. That's not because Connor's here, it's because Beppu has so much sulfuric gas literally pumping right out across the town.
You know it's a big deal when the entrance is bigger than the average Shinjuku apartment. This is huge.
It's bigger than my bedroom.
This is
Wait, why the fuck would you stay in that hotel then if it smells like ass
this
everywhere?
is so excessive, but hey, I mean,
Excessive like the man that stands in this right
can
now.
I say, are you ready for the room review? And I
I'm
will
ready.
warn you viewers, this is huge. First of all, room number one, nothing in it. It's just big because we can.
That's why it's so big. That's why you can have such a big ass fucking hotel room. Because it's in Beppu and it smells like shit. Is that what
Have
it
it
is?
big. This isn't even where you sleep. Now, typically, if you're in a room like this in a normal ryokan, this is where your beds would go.
Can you fit your ego in here though?
You can't, but that's why we have another room the exact same
Oh
size.
my god.
Just in case you love giant TVs, here you go. This is the
Oh!
Panasonic.
What are you doing? Bro, that scared the shit out of me. She dropped the plaque. Oh my god. She is getting too big. I'm not even kidding. Like,
1 inch. I want to just say, this is easily the fanciest tea set I've ever seen in a ryokan.
Look at this. This is like a sake cup.
That's so nice. We also have some chips here that come with the room. Should we give it a taste test?
Green cookie biscuit.
Oh, no. It's a sesame senbei.
Sesame, and it's a seaweed, nori flavour.
This is your his and hers bathroom. I guess whoever has the biggest hands or face or whatever gets the smaller one.
Well, you've got abnormally long arms, so you can have the little one.
Yeah, normally, you know, a lot of the time when you come to ryokan, it's like a couple thing. You don't really come to guys normally. That's quite rare. So there's normally a his and hers.
I'm seeing a lot
some
of this
fancy
hotel
soaps.
content with
These soaps
just the
which I'm definitely
boys.
Stealing.
Every time I come with Connor, I come to the bathroom at the end, I'm like, oh, I should take some of this soap home, maybe as a gift to Charlotte. And he's like, oh, I've got it all, that fucking thief with a sack over his shoulder, off he goes, kind of thing.
Snooze, you lose.
Is that a urinal?
It's a urinal. I've never seen a urinal in a ryokan before. Did you notice they're automatically opened?
I did, yeah. Choices, which one to go for?
It's tough, really. Whichever one makes it work, really. The biggest bath area I've ever seen. This entire area is your shower. Now, you might be wondering, what is that medieval contraption we have here? It does look bad.
It looks very bad.
So it's a one-person sauna.
Oh my god.
So you sit in there, as you can see a bunch of steam comes
You
out.
get it, yeah.
I'll get it later. Not now.
Get it now.
No, I'm wearing clothes. I'll do it later. We'll do the shot. Go. And then obviously once you're done with your sauna, you'll want to take a bath.
That's a really nice looking bath.
But obviously, right, you're not going to be a peasant. Who wants to bath indoors when you can have an outdoor bath onsen? Look at this one. Oh my god. You could fit 5 people easily in this. So this is your onsen. That is also outdoors.
It's not so much an onsen as a swimming pool.
Yeah, it is. It looks really deep.
Well, is that an actual swimming pool over your shoulder?
Yeah. Well, so obviously one of the main draws of this room is that you have your very own swimming pool.
Oh my god. Where's the water, Connor?
Almost Chris didn't pay for the water. No, so
that's 200 yen extra charge.
So yeah, they only fill it up in the summer.
Oh.
But obviously, I mean, you get a different experience. Obviously, being out here, it's nice and cold. Getting in the bath outside is awesome. It's a bit of a shame, really. I feel like they put this giant barricade up so you can't really see anything of Beppu. But I will say,
they can't see you.
So far, really impressed. The outside onsen is awesome.
Connor with all of his friends.
I've got to sell my apartment this week. What are we doing? Honestly, kind of makes the room worse by having it kind of inside.
It does. They should cover it or fill it with like balls.
It's unsafe. Winter ball pit.
Imagine the world's biggest ball pit in your room.
Anyway, it's a really nice bath, and I'm going to enjoy it a lot later
bet
on.
you are.
You know I am.
And this is the first time in a long time both you and I can fit in it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised, quite frankly.
Romantic, isn't it?
First time in a long
Romantic?
time.
Don't say that. No. All right, so this is really unique for an onsen. We have chairs,
Sun lounges,
lounging around, and also full-on couches. Like this whole room is, you just never get this in ryokan. This is super rare.
Get on the therapy couch. What seems to be the problem?
He makes me get in the bath on camera every time. I don't have a choice. He says, get in the bath or I'm not paying you anything. This is 100% the kind of ryokan you want to stay for 2 days, just so you can really just sit around and
Just
enjoy
as long as I'm not fucking paying.
As long as Chris...
Oh,
honestly...
One night's alright, but 2 nights.
You should get Chris to pay. Alright, let's go and see the bedroom.
Oh, separate beds. Thank
Really
God for
nice, spacious beds. Yeah, because in Japan, love is dead, so they never have double beds.
Absolutely.
I'm not kidding.
He's
There's
not kidding.
never double beds. Ever. So obviously you're going to be enjoying the onsen. More often than not, the onsens on like the higher floors or somewhere else in the building are often really nice, and you might want to go and check them out. So you want to go wear your yukata when you do that, and they've laid it on the bed very nicely.
He's a big size.
We are voluntarily watching British people, but these are good British people.
I don't know. Sometimes it's one size fits all.
I always get the one that doesn't fit me and makes my chest and stomach look like Mount Everest. So I fucking hope it's the right size and stuff.
He also said, by the way, you can have whatever you want in the fridge. It's free.
Oh my god. Is that just water and apple juice?
He literally dead ass went to me. He looked at me and he goes, this is all free.
It's poop time.
What, the apple juice?
And the water.
Because more often than not, in higher end ryokan, especially if you get the bigger rooms like this, they'll have a fridge full of beer and other alcohol that you really, it's kind of hard to get through it all. Yeah, no, there you go. Some water, also obviously some coffee, which is nice because sometimes they don't have coffee machines.
As long as you're not fucking making it again.
I'm
a weak coffee.
What do you mean?
Connor's coffee's an atrocity. It tastes like flavoured water.
I'm the best Starbucks barista in the business.
The worst barrister.
Barrister.
She did it. She did a poopy, but on the pad.
I mean, look at that view that you have from your bedroom. Obviously, it's really nice to be sleeping or resting, waking up and just seeing all of this onsen steam building out.
It smells horrendous, and it's not you for once.
Problem is that all smells like rotten eggs. If you don't know, you've never been to a sulfury place. It just smells like rotten eggs. It's not good.
I don't know. The people who live here in Beppu, their blood must be different. Their body composition must be like 30% sulfuric acid.
The thing is that if you stay here for like a few days, your clothes will start to reek.
I think they already do.
Yeah, so it's kind of weird. I don't know how they deal with it.
Don't bring your finest wear when you come to Beppu. Bring any old set down for that.
Don't bring the good clothes. Bring the shit clothes.
Well, we've had a good tour of the room. Thank you, Connor. Did a great job as always.
I say I'm an expert.
Let's not go too far.
Probably the best on YouTube.
Again, going too far.
Family Fair.
Just stop talking now.
40 million.
Right.
Okay,
I'm going in the private onsen thing. This looks like a medieval torture device. Oh my god.
Lay a towel down and get naked and go in.
Get naked.
How's it feel? Does it feel like a sauna?
I mean, it's very sulfuric. It's hard to breathe because the steam is being funneled up through the top of this, right?
Yeah.
So you take a breath, you're getting the sulfuric steam.
It makes you look tiny.
Makes me look tiny.
Yeah, it makes you look like one. Yeah.
Fit now, so skinny.
I just wish they had a window or something.
Oh my
It's
gosh.
It's really like if you were. This is such a creepy shot.
I mean, it's interesting. Would I buy one? Absolutely not. Would I use it again? No.
It's literally just like, how many times can you smell your own fart challenge?
Right.
It's just sulfur. Like,
Does it like you're just steaming?
You know, where a sauna is kind of an intense heat, this is kind of like someone is lightly like blowing the kettle steam on.
Making your eyes red though.
Probably because it's sulfur. Also, I'm tired. So, yeah, I mean, I honestly am kind of disappointed. I thought it was gonna be more like kind of feeling like a sauna, but it's just a mild sauna. My legs are kind of hot, and I'm breathing in farts.
1 to 10.
3.
And Moses said, "Let's part the Red Sea."
As far as your cameras are being swept away
in winter.
Damn, homie looks good, dude. Chris looks fucking good. In comparison to how he looked in the previous video that we saw from a long ass time ago, my man's gotten pretty fucking jacked from the chess boxing shit. And I guess the biking. Well, no, the biking was after this.
And autumn, anytime it's not summer, basically. Outside hot springs are just the best thing around Japan, in my opinion.
And even then in summer, right, you can kind of get a bit of air flowing.
Yeah, I guess so.
I mean, it's fine. I'm definitely, a solid 6 out of 10. Does the job. Nothing fancy. It's a good pack.
Have you ever been in an electric onsen?
No.
I have. They basically, some onsen, they run a small current.
Yeah.
Electric current, I shit you not, through the water. And it's I remember going in once, my body started tingling, and I was like, am I having an allergic reaction?
Why do they do that again?
Just to kill me. I don't know, it's supposed to stimulate.
I'm not gonna lie, this doesn't seem like it's worth it, especially because it's like the sulfur smell I can't get over. That's a very distinct issue. And it's big for that reason. Like I don't want to go to Fart City,
Muscles or something like that. But it just feels like, what if someone knocks the generator all full power? So we're in the outdoor bath now, and it's rather nice. With the steam behind us, right? This steam looks so ominous. It really does.
It's the final boss of Wacky Weekend.
Well, at least love the video with you and Connor and Japan. It was hilarious. You two were hilarious together. Connor is just like the perfect person that complements every type of content and content creator. That's just what it is. Hey, don't even think about smelling your poopy, okay? Don't even fucking. I gotta take that pad out of there.
At least we're here right now. We're chilling in the bath. Yeah. And this has been a great experience.
What was the highlight of Wacky Weekend?
Where'd the turd go? Oh, did she eat it? Just kidding. I fucking picked it up immediately.
I think the snow monkeys are the highlight.
The snow monkeys, everyone loves that episode. It's such a cool episode.
Monkeys.
I actually really liked our first episode on Abroad in Japan with the scarecrows.
Yeah, it was really
and
good.
And the town that sort of just disappeared and scarecrows have taken over. And the dodgy bridge that was collapsing in the rain.
I kind of want to watch that.
Or the bungee jumping, which Chris definitely did, right?
I did do that.
We'll do that next year, though.
Yeah,
right?
It wasn't good. No. It was. What about champing? Going camping in a church?
No, that was awful.
That was the highlight of the
year. That was the worst one.
I must admit, of all the videos we've done, that was the most surreal. Waking up at 2 a.m, right? And when you wake up at the middle of the night sometimes, a little bit disorientated when you go somewhere for the first time.
I would say...
I woke up and I was like, just heard this really ominous creaking noise.
It was the most shit.
It was alright, it was the most sloppiest Wacky Weekend. Because to be fair, in my defence, we did it Jubilee weekend, right? The Queen's celebratory weekend.
I was waiting in queue the other day, and I overheard a girl describing your Kobe stream with Connor in excruciating detail to her clearly unimpressed normie friend. Dude, you just had to be there, man. Or you have to watch it to see how fucking incredible that shit was.
It wasn't that. It was just that
Everything was
sleeping in
cool.
a church sucked.
No. It was once in a lifetime.
Wow.
Once in a
I'm
lifetime.
sure we'll have many more adventures to come.
Well, but as always, guys, mate, thanks for watching the channel and supporting Wacky Week.
We will always have Kobe. Political commentary now. As a matter of fact, no political commentary. No nothing. I'm ending the stream. That's right. I have to end the stream because I have obligations as both a dog dad and, you know, so I got to go and take care of Kaya and do some other stuff. But listen, this was a long day for me. I started off early as fuck. Okay. And I want to say love you all from me and Kaya. Tomorrow we got leftovers, and then afterwards I'm planning on going to one of the picket lines for the writer's strike. Murder and Gaming Tomato. Yeah, I know. Well, guess what? We're going to do an IRL stream, so get excited for that. And that's it. Good night, everybody. Bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan stream.